Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku bonded with Venom instead of One for All story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku trudged along the backroads of Tokyo, practically dragging his feet on his way home. The young boy walked along, the rest of the streets and sidewalks almost deserted. His head was down, smoke still slightly rising off his body from a particular thrashing by certain bullies he had to deal with. It never seemed to get easier, being the one quirkless kid in his entire grade, left at the tender mercies of Bakugo and his gang of sycophants. It was days like this when he wondered about giving up on his dream of being a hero. Ever since he had first seen All Might himself debut for the world, and turned out to be the #1 hero everyone would look up, Izuku had desired to be like him, to become a hero others could look up to. It was somewhat foolish, he knew. No hero in the world, ever since the agencies and regulations had started, there had never, ever been a quirkless hero. Izuku kept along, head still low. Perhaps he should just give up on his hero dreams. If all he had to look forward to throughout middle school and high school was Kaken and his groupies' relentless jeering and bullying, then this dream of his wasn't worth it. He kept along, walking around some of the outer limits of the city, buildings that were left mostly abandoned and broken down from the days of the anarchy caused by the first quirk users. Such areas were often untouched, as the people moved into the inner city and began to rebuild. These areas were usually left for the poorer communities, and especially rife with villain hideouts and criminals. Izuku, however, had little choice but to go through here. The routes he usually took were blocked out by a large-scale battle between 3 villains that had snatched a purse and accelerated things with a number of heroes. As such, Izuku had to take this route, and given his low spirits, he had little time to really worry about the strange feeling of being watched. And indeed, he was. So busy had everyone been with the villains, no one noted a strange object burn through the air and crash into one of the corner buildings. A small little shanty, crushed and splintered to pieces, small fires raging along the wooden structure. He stopped for a moment to look at the destroyed shop, taken aback by the damage done. He looked around for a moment, as something black and oily crawled out of the wreckage, almost without a noise crawling over the various broken pieces of wood and shattered metal, carefully avoiding the flames and smoke, as it zeroed in on the young boy before it, whose eyes were cast upwards. The slimy creature did not have long. The fires, smoke and the atmosphere of this world would kill it sooner or later. It needed a host, food, and to hopefully contact the rest of the infiltration unit and plan out their return to their homeworld, and bringing them to here. But first thing was first. A host. The creature scampered a little closer, mass shifting and twisting about on itself, as it studied the nearest human. There were no others close enough, so bonding to its central nervous system would be easy enough, but it would have preferred someone older. Subadult and child hosts were infamously unstable, especially as they grew into adulthood and began to grow and change, not to mention it would make the need for food and consumption much higher than an adult as well. The symbiote would have narrowed its eyes if it had any. It was either this or dying alone on this disgusting, dirty world. It shifted about, as the child turned to walk away, and quickly latched onto the back of his left leg, barely getting on before it was out of range. The future host stopped, looking around slightly, as the symbiote crawled up further, before stopping. The child seemed unaware, and continued onwards, as the symbiote crawled into its back and seeped towards its ears. If it could bind with the spine and the rest of the nervous system, it would be truly safe on this world, for a moment at least. It began to crawl its way into the child's body, as the kid hurried along. Hopefully, the crash of its capsule into the building would distract and keep others away, just long enough for its future host to get them home. The walk home was uneventful, but Izuku could not help and shake the feeling he was being watched somehow, that something, some other was near him ever since he saw that strange crash. It didn't leave even after he sat down with his mother to eat, as he put on a brave face for her and talked about his day, glossing over the bullying and ridicule, and his trek in the more dangerous parts of the city. He really didn't want to worry her. He practically inhaled all the food in front of him, and after cleaning everything up, went into the bathroom to wash up. The moment he closed the door, something cold and slimy sprang from his back, slipped around his throat and shoulders. He could barely breathe, much less cry out for help, before the oily substance jammed itself down his throat and seeped deep within his body. He gagged and coughed up in terror, struggling to get the thing off him, clawing at it, only for his fingers to slide through and off the slimy thing's form. It slid down and finished its work, as his eyes rolled in the back of his head, and he lurched over, blackness awaiting him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// remember much, but he distinctly could taste something wrong in his mouth, and could feel it in the pit of his stomach. He went in and started his bath, and quickly got washed up, finishing up as quickly as he could. After brushing himself off, he saw something out of the corner of his eyes, something large and black slithering within the mirror. He quickly turned, jumping slightly. He looked in the mirror closely, taking a deep breath before shaking it off. He was just seeing things. It had been a long day. He just needed to sleep. "Izuku, are you alright?" His mother called from the living room. Yeah, sorry I took so long," he said. "Just kinda tired out from today." "Well, get some sleep, okay?" she answered, still sounding nervous. "I don't want you getting hurt. I'll be fine," he said. He went into his room, closing it, as he got his sleepwear on, and prepared to go over his class notes and materials again. "This is your room," a deep voice snarled, resounding from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "Quite odd," Izuku yelped, looking around slightly. "Who said that?" No one replied, as he looked around, slightly terrified, before taking a deep breath. It's fine. I'm just going crazy." "No, you're not," the deep voice growled again. "I am here with you." He looked around in shock, eyes darting about, as sweat trickled from his neck and back. Someone was here, he was sure of that, but who they were, and what they wanted he couldn't be sure. His mind flashed back to the strange liquid in the bathroom, the icky black slime that wormed into his body. Had it been a horrible nightmare? A hallucination brought on by smoke inhalation? He looked in surprise as several strands blackened, slimy cords extended from his back, wrapping and intertwining around themselves, and extending out from his body, as several of them took a strange, vaguely reptilian shape, large fangs dominating its maw, a twisted grin on its face and thin, cold white eyes studying him like a predator. "Hello, Izuku, it's good we finally get to meet. Face to face, so to speak," the creature hissed, as it twisted about around him, like a serpent. "Who and what are you?" he asked, voice low and terrified. "I am Venom, and you are mine," Venom stated, leaning in close. "You are a loser, but you will make a good host." Izuku wasn't sure whether he should be terrified or disappointed. "Even this thing thinks I'm a loser." "We are here to feed, but I need a ride," Venom said, winding around to the other side of his body. "You need me just as much as I need you." "What? What do you mean?" "I am in your head, you want to have powers, correct? Be something useful," Venom replied. "If you cooperate, we will achieve that, and so much more." "What can you do?" Izuku asked, shaking in terror. "Oh, you will have to wait and see," Venom said, a hint of mischief in his baritone voice. "Just remember, cooperate." "All right, I guess I don't have much choice," he stated. "Good. We will accomplish much in the coming years, Midoriya," Venom said, nodding slightly, as he receded back into Izuku's body. Izuku was left kneeling in his room, unsure of what had just happened, as he struggled to his feet. The following day, Izuku awoke, as he rose from his bed, groaning slightly, as he cracked his arms and stretched, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He struggled into the closet, pulling out his uniform as Venom's voice sounded off in his ears. "We need food, Izuku," he commented. "Yeah, we'll get breakfast," Izuku muttered, rolling his eyes. He had hoped Venom had been a hallucination on his part. "No, not just breakfast, large meals," Venom remarked. "You will need a stronger body for me to use, and I need to fuel myself." "All right," Izuku stated. Anything I should know? If we are to be partners, then you will need to know my weaknesses. Venom stated, as Izuku got dressed, carefully securing his belt and uniform. High-frequency noises will damage us, potentially kill us and at least separate us, which will cause you damage, especially your heart and nerves. Fire is also a difficult hurdle. I also require a chemical in the brain to sustain myself. Brain. Izuku stated in shock, looking in the mirror in horror. If I don't have flesh, I will have to turn on your body. Venom warned, before making a sound like he was licking his lips. By the way, we should eat soon. Your heart and lungs are looking delectable. Izuku groaned slightly as he trudged into the living room. This partnership was looking less and less appealing by the second. He wasn't even sure if this was really someone who was gonna help him, or some weird parasite that had latched onto him for a free meal. So, where did you come from? Izuku asked, as he made his way into the kitchen. Kilnta. My world. Very hostile. Venom said simply, sounding just a tad scared. I do not miss it. Why? No reason. Venom stated quickly, in a rather cagey. I prefer to travel is all. Izuku wasn't so sure about that, but shrugged it off. If Venom wanted to talk, he would talk. He knew he couldn't force it out of him, so he just have to accept that his partner would be a little distant about some things. When he was ready, he'd open up. He made his way into the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. His mother had left for work early, and he usually was efficient enough to prepare and ready things himself. Though, now with Venom hanging around, he assumed he was gonna have to prepare a meal for two. Are you sure we can't go hunting down a criminal or something? Venom suggested, appearing from his back again. No one will miss a thug or two. We're not eating people. Izuku said, looking at him in shock. I gotta eat too. Venom grumbled in agitation. You want me to just sit here and wither away? I'll figure something out. Izuku said nervously, secretly not wanting to take the path Venom was suggesting. The idea of eating anyone just terrified him to his core. Their meal was silent, as he listened along to present MIC's radio show, eating his toast and other pieces of the meal he had gathered for the two to eat. Izuku made his way out into the streets and began to make his way to the middle school, as Venom manifested as an extra head, extending from his back. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, as he tried to get him to hide back inside. Wherever he went. What are you doing out? Izuku demanded, voice low and stern, as some people's eyes darted to them, before continuing onwards with their day-to-day business. Relax, Deku. He hissed with a slightly wider grin. Think, everyone will think I'm just your quirk. Who's gonna care? I get that, but for years, I've never had a quirk. He remarked. What if someone notices? You're just a late bloomer. Venom whispered, as they continued on. Don't panic so easy. I'm not sure that's smart. Izuku remarked, before raising an eyebrow. How did you know about 𝐒𝐭𝐚's nickname for me? I am in your head. Venom stated. You don't seem to get that part, do you? There was silence for a moment, as Venom lingered for a moment, before turning its head to study the passers-by. Izuku couldn't tell if he was sizing up future meals, or simply trying to not get under his skin. I can cease calling you that. Venom stated, as the two continued. No, it's fine. Izuku stated, as Venom retreated into his body. We should get to class. Izuku walked along, reaching the front doors to the school, where there weren't many people out yet, or arriving here. He made his way up the stairs, before hearing a foot stomp down behind him. He froze slightly. Deku. Bakugu's voice stated behind, rarely icy and low. 𝐒𝐭𝐚. Izuku greeted quietly. What are you? What the hell is this Pomeranian doing here? Venom demanded, appearing from Izuku's body, as Bakugu's eyes widened only slightly in surprise. We should ignore him, Midoriya. What the hell is that? Bakugu asked, looking at the extra head in revolution. Izuku couldn't blame him. "This is my quirk," Izuku said, as though he couldn't believe it himself. Partially because he still couldn't. "He came around yesterday. A second head is all you got. That really is pathetic," Bakugo muttered, shaking his head dismissively. "So that whole thing of you being quirkless was a lie here?" Izuku saw his hands start to smoke and heat up, as he backed up reflexively. Venom gave him one sideways smile, before retreating into his body. "I doubt you'll be any kind of hero with that." Bakugo grabbed him by the collar. "Don't forget, I'm the only one coming out this shithole with any chance, got it?" Black goo spread throughout Izuku's body, as Venom took control, his body mass increasing, as his height slowly went up, until he stood the height of an average adult male, with the muscle to match, as Venom's twisted grin and head snapped and bent around him, claws extending from his fingers, as multiple jutted from their jaws. He narrowed his hate-filled white eyes in disdain. This body was mostly black, and glowed with slime and goo, bits and flecks of white shined from his body. "We are no longer your victim, Kachin," Venom growled, forcibly removing Bakugo's hand, as he silently cursed the heat rising from it. "You may be the strongest here, but we will become more than we were before. This changes nothing, Deku," he shouted defiantly, completely unaffected by Venom's appearance. "I'll surpass you, even if you were lying about your quirk this whole time." Venom began back to break apart and retreat away, Izuku's form shrinking back to normal. The last of the blackened, slimy tendrils and tentacles slipped and retreated back into his body, as he shifted his shoulders. Bakugo stood completely still, fists clenched, eyes bloodshot and wide. Izuku almost shuddered at the sight. Even after seeing Venom at full height and all, he was still sure Bakugo wanted a fight. Especially now that he thought Deku had a quirk. Izuku knew Bakugo thought he looked down at him, hence part of the aggression. What was Bakugo going to do now that Izuku had revealed his quirk? He turned to leave and head for his classroom, as Venom's head appeared beside him. "Do not be worried about him, he's but a child compared to what we can do." "And what can we do?" Izuku asked him, glancing down at him. Venom thought for a moment, before his permanent grin widened to Izuku. "I think. Whatever we want. Backslash 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 backslash." The following years after were a rush of activity for Izuku, one part of it spent studying and getting used to telling people that Venom was his quirk, while the other part was training his body. Venom had insisted. They couldn't fight and be heroes and all, if Izuku had a weak body, and he couldn't rely on Venom his whole life. The training and weightlifting lead to him developing a more muscular frame and build to the young man. Though it had not been easy, as he went on a rampage for several months, targeting criminals to devour their brains while Midoriya slept. Needless to say, things became a little more icy between them, and they had to lay low and keep away from authorities because of the legendary lethal protector, now running around. Much to Izuku's surprise, however, he found great alternatives to brains in the weeks following Venom's hunger-induced rampage. Chocolate apparently had similar properties and chemicals to that found in the brains Venom needed. It kept him in check, at least for a while. Many things still bothered Izuku slightly, Venom's secrecy for one, and the other, of course, the fact Venom had used him to murder and kill countless criminals. Villains they may have been, but it was still against the law. And deeply immoral. He couldn't let any of that show. Anyone who found out what Venom could and would do if left unchecked was too dangerous. Things mostly stayed the same. People were amazed by his new and smart-mouthed quirk, Bakugo's bullying calmed down and curved just slightly, and Izuku's dreams of being a hero seemed within sight. Venom seemed to grow more restless as the years went on, but as high school neared the end, Venom was of course his usual talkative self. And as always, crass. "Why do we have to listen to this pencil-pushing idiot?" Venom stated, voice bubbling within Izuku's ears like boiling lava. "We get it, good test scores and that CRP. Let us go already." "Quiet," Izuku ordered mentally. "Or no tater tots tonight." Venom grumbled in agitation, but said nothing else. "I don't know why you're wasting your time with these losers, teach." Bakugu's voice roared like an inferno in the middle of class. I'm the real deal. The rest of these losers wouldn't cut it as sidekicks to a third-rate cleanup hero crew. Venom's head appeared from Izuku's shoulders as he narrowed his eyes at the boasting student, as Izuku tried to shoot him a look to be quiet, which Venom of course did not listen to, being Venom. Ha! Hot air from both your sweat and your more. Venom remarked with a wry smile. That will surely burn the competition out. Bakugu turned on his heel, eyes wide with rage as he glared down at Izuku. Keep your slimy, disgusting quirk in line, Deku. Ah yes, Izuku, you'll be going to UA too, right? The teacher asked. That is where you apply, right? Right. He said nervously, as Bakugu fixed him with a death glare. That's the plan. Wow, really? One classmate said. You two have the best quirks here. Another said with a grin. If anyone can be heroes, it's you two. Bakugu's nostrils flared at the sound of that, as he fixed the offending student with a rancorous glare, fists shaking. He narrowed his eyes, turning his glare on Izuku and Venom. You're never going anywhere, Deku, no matter what. He snarled at him, before turning quickly away, crossing his arms in front of him as he silently fumed in rage. Izuku sat down stiffly, as Venom bobbed happily for a moment, before turning to him. Perhaps sensing his host's foul mood now, Venom retreated back inside his body. Izuku did not want to start anything, and just wanted to get through the day quietly, not start anything with Kaken. Now Bakugu was in a very foul mood, more so than usual. Ever since Venom had first injected himself into his life, and passed as his quirk, Bakugu seemed angrier than usual at that. He could never figure out why. Bakugu looked down at him for not having a quirk. Now he did, and he still couldn't stand him. He envies us. Venom remarked. We are a great pair, you and I. No, he doesn't. Izuku thought. Bakugu was still good to be jealous. Besides, you've done enough today. No tots tonight. Venom seemed to stiffen slightly, withdrawing away from Izuku's mind, and not saying a word. It seemed to be a response to not just the lack of his favorite food, but his host's agitation. Venom wasn't exactly sensitive to his host's feelings, but still tried his best to not overstep his bounds. The rest of class flew by without much more incidents, before the bell rang, much to Izuku's surprise. Everything seemed to go so slowly, it surprised class was finished already. He began to pile away his books and notes into his book bag. His mind was elsewhere, and he didn't notice Bakugu standing over him, or the two thugs and lackeys that followed him standing behind Izuku. We're surrounded. Venom warned. I know. Izuku thought, completely tired out and already dreading any of this. Listen, Deku, you go anywhere near the hero course, I'll beat you till you can't stand. Bakugu growled, grabbing his shoulder as smoke rose from it. Good luck with that. Izuku said with a roll of his eyes, as Venom wrapped its mass around his left arm, as he grabbed Kaken's wrist and forcibly removed it, with some difficulty. Even with Venom's enhanced strength, Bakugu was not a weakling by any means. Just leave me alone, all right? Bakugu leaned uncomfortably close to his face, eyes bloodshot and burning with rage. You've looked down at me while hiding your quirk, and think I won't get you back for it. I haven't. Izuku stated, keeping his eyes focused straight ahead. It's just too complicated to explain. Bakugu glared at him, Izuku never meeting his eyes, as a moment of silence passed between them. Bakugu's lackeys stood in tense silence, as the two watched them in tense silence, flinching as Bakugu spoke. You show up to the course and I'll end you myself. As he pulled away from Izuku's grip and motioned for his sycophants to follow. Looking forward to it. Izuku said with a roll of his eyes. Venom slipped away its mass from his hand, retreating back into his body, as his voice sounded again. You could just stand up to him. You know, beat the SHT out of him without doing anything permanent. Venom suggested with hint of malicious glee in his voice. No, out of the question. Izuku answered aloud. He knew Venom loved to fight, craved a battle, but he didn't want to indulge his bloodlust, not too much. Fine, but I'll be here when you want to push back. Venom suggested, sounding a bit too eager for Izuku's tastes. He grabbed his stuff and left out the door. Again, for the briefest moment, he questioned whether having Venom here was worth it, but shut that down. In spite of everything, he'd achieve his dream of being a hero with the symbiote with him, even if he had to deal with some very negative traits. Izuku made his way through the streets, heading home, his shoulders sagging slightly. Venom was silent for a while, as they passed by another hero-villain battle. As they walked along, his phone buzzed slightly in his pocket. He clicked it open, seeing an alert from the police of a nearby villain on the loose, and for people to be on the alert. "Oh, a villain!" Venom hissed in excitement, springing from his body. "Perhaps we can pick out some snacks if the police and pros can't get him." "No, Venom, we're not getting involved," Izuku muttered, rolling his eyes. "We'll be getting chocolate on the way home." "You seem down. Something eating at your guts?" "Other than me," Venom said, clicking his teeth slightly, swaying slightly. "You keep trying to start fights with Kaken. I've told you to knock that off," Izuku said wearily. "He doesn't seem to share such ideals, Deku," Venom replied, moving his head back slightly, his version of a shrug when he had no arms available for use. "Perhaps your admiration is misplaced." Izuku simply shook his head, as he and Venom continued on, not wanting to talk about it any further. The two walked under a bridge, the darkness obscuring them, as something dark slithered near him. Izuku barely had time to turn around before something wet and alive in the most unnatural way enveloped his body and began to inch towards his body. He stiffened and struggled, giving a gagging scream as something slimy and wet jammed itself into his mouth. "Just relax, kid." A gurgling voice, like it was spoken underwater, sounded all around him. "I just need your body for a bit to make an escape. This won't hurt. For long." Izuku tried to say something, only as the sludge filled into his body. He struggled to breath, before something black and slimy bubbled up from his body and spread throughout his frame, rippling throughout his body, as his frame expanded outwards, muscle and mass added on, claws breaching through his fingers, as an alien face cracked and slipped over his own face, teeth bared in a permanent, hideous smile. Venom ripped himself free of the creature, ducked and rolled out of the reach of the creature, growling at him. "I'm afraid this body is taken," he growled, his booming voice echoing in the bridge, as the being rippled and swirled, moving backwards in shock. Venom grinned at the sight of his terror, before spitting a hunk of his body up, and slowly approaching the being. Even with barely a mouth to speak of, and only two large eyes, Venom could see the fear in his expression, smell the terror rolling off like a flower's fragrance. "I don't have your head to feast on, but I'll make do," Venom growled, slowly marching towards the villain. "Your eyes, they look rather delectable. I've never thought to sample them. One of my offspring finds them delicious." "What the hell are you?" the sludge villain muttered, still frozen in terror. His tongue slipped out of his jaws as he approached the sludge villain, before he stopped, stepping aside, as something crashed into the ground beside them, Venom's eyes widening as he almost jumped back in surprise. A blur of golden hair and heavy muscle moved past him, a massive gust of wind nearly knocking them both out, and sending them to the ground, as the sludge villain was quickly dissipated. Venom slowly got to his feet, shaking his semi-reptilian head in shock, before the mountain of muscle turned to them. "Now then, who is this one here with me?" A voice boomed, as a mountain of a man appeared before Izuku. "Are you with this guy?" The familiar, grinning form of All Might stood a few inches taller than Venom, but exuded all the more power. Even the parasite, without Izuku's mentally holding back and all, was taken aback and seemed hesitant on aggravating the world's greatest hero. The great hero held a Coca-Cola bottle, with the squirming form of the sludge villain inside. Venom's face partially peeled back, as Izuku's face revealed itself. "No, no. Venom's my quirk here," he said, holding up his clawed hands to stop All Might. "I only activated him because I thought I'd die." All Might put the bottle in the back of his pocket, before tossing Izuku his hero journal. The young man's eyes bulged out of his head in shock. Had he dropped it? How had All Might grabbed it so quickly? Venom retreated from view, going back into his young host's body and disappearing from sight. Izuku paged through it, before finding All Might's page and finding the hero's signature penned on it. Shocked, Izuku immediately bowed. "Thank you. Thank you, sir," he said, before yammering on about how the autograph would become a priceless family possession of unimaginable importance and would be treasured forever. "You know, I'm impressed how well you handled yourself," All Might said, cutting through his monologue. "But something's bothering me, young man." Izuku fell silent, as Venom's head twisted and snapped out of his side, watching All Might in silence, as the hero gestured to the symbiote. "That quirk of yours reminds me a bit of the lethal protector that was prowling the streets a few months back," All Might said, scratching his chin as his smile softened slightly. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" "No, of course not. Venom likes to trash talk, but he's mostly harmless," Izuku said quickly, holding up his hands quickly. All Might watched him for a moment, before giving him a warm pat on the shoulder. "Well, probably just similar quirks. You stay safe, all right. Keep practicing with Venom, you're on your way to being a hero in no time." All Might jumped away, flying through the skies, as Venom turned to Izuku. "I don't think he believes us." "You had to go on a rampage, you ravenous freak," Izuku snapped, as he and his symbiote began the walk home. "Don't you think people would notice? You ate several criminals' heads." "Fuel in the tank," Venom merely muttered, head tilting backwards. "We need to keep a low profile," Izuku grumbled in agitation. "So don't do anything stupid until we get into UA. We should just go vigilante," Venom suggested. "We'll get further, given our MO. I want to inspire others, not eat them," Izuku grumbled. "Got it. As you wish," Venom hissed, mouth twisting into a frown, despite the grin. "You're my ride after all." The two looked off to the distance, ready for what happened next. Izuku approached the massive building, the entrance to UA, his mouth agape as he watched it in shock. Venom's head twisted and turned, springing from his shoulder, as he looked at it in slight wonder. He didn't even notice the cool autumn air, nor the other people hurrying inside to get in the warm building. "It's certainly large," Venom quipped slightly, before looking to Izuku. "I thought it'd be bigger. I can't believe this is UA." Izuku yammered in shock. "I mean, I've always dreamed of coming here, but this is so unreal and—" He continued on, as Venom's head bobbed slightly, before the creature made a growling sound and hissed. "Come on, we need to get moving." Venom grumbled in agitation. "Quit nerding out." Sorry. Izuku muttered sheepishly, marching up to the open gates with the other students. Some of the students eyed Venom, but most simply carried, as the small, blackish serpentine creature twisted and turned about, observing the other students, before turning to his host's ear. "So, what is the plan, Deku?" Venom asked. "I don't know, there are bots I think," Izuku muttered to his companion. "So probably just smashing things up, right?" "We can do that rather easily," Venom said, his fang-filled grin widening. "And I've got the written exam covered," Izuku replied with a little smile. Venom bobbed its head slightly, looking around for a moment. He seemed slightly taken aback by everything around it. Izuku raised an eyebrow at his symbiote's behavior. "What you thinking, Venom?" he asked, trying to see which ones we'll have to deal with. Venom said, turning to his host. "Only a few can get in, after all." Izuku laughed nervously. "Well, it's just an entrance exam. We're not gonna hurt them, all right?" Venom hissed to himself, as Izuku gave him a wary look, but said nothing. Venom knew not to hurt innocent people. Even in his rampage, he stayed away from civilians. Izuku hoped he'd keep that up. Izuku made their way up along the path. The two walked along, Venom's head looking around once more, before they heard a familiar marching behind him. He turned, before his eyes widened in surprise slightly. It had been a long time since the two had last seen each other. "Oh, hey Kaken," he greeted cheerfully. "Even look at me and I'll light you on fire." Katsuki snapped, as Venom made a small shriek and lurched backwards. 𝐒𝐿 himself jumped out of his way, holding up his hands as his eyes bugged out. Hey, good luck, 𝐒𝐿. Okay. He watched Katsuki walk by, smoke rising from his body, as 𝐒𝐿 watched him leave, several others moving out of Bakugo's way, as Venom looked up at his host, shaking his small head slightly. You are way too scared of him, given everything we can do. Venom replied, leaning into his ear. We're destined for something far greater than him. Embrace it, Deku. 𝐒𝐿 took a deep breath, rolled his shoulders, and nodded. You're right. We can do this. I'll become a hero, no matter what 𝐭𝐻𝐿 or anyone else says. The young hero hopeful began walking along, heading down the path and towards the main doors, his head held high. As he took his step, his foot caught on a step leading to the front gates, causing him to lose his balance and go flying into the ground. I guess I'll die. He thought deadpan as he flew to the bottom, face first into the stone pathway. He prepared for the horrific face first slam into the bricks, and the horrific embarrassment and injury on his first alone. Even Venom tensed up within his brain and body, coiling around within like a serpent, as 𝐒𝐿 shut his eyes tight before the impact. Before he could, his body came to a stop, freezing right then and there, and suspended in midair, like his entire body was being held by wires. He stopped for a moment, looking down, before yelling in shock, struggling to move, before a hand gently gripped his shoulder, and righted him, putting him on his feet, and releasing him. A girl around his age, standing to his left, pressed her fingers together, as the feeling of weightlessness left him. He turned, to see the girl, with shoulder-length brown hair, cheerful blue eyes, and a small smile on her face. He found himself at a loss for words, as Venom appeared out from his body, looking her over, his slated white eyes narrowed. Sorry I used my quirk on you, she said, pressing her palms together with a wider smile. I figured it was bad luck to start the day with a trip. Thank you, Venom replied, bowing his head slightly in a nod, as 𝐒𝐿 stood there slack-jawed. Venom almost wanted to roll his eyes, if he could. Never change, Deku. Anyway, I gotta go, and I guess you do too, she said with a bubbly laugh, as she waved and ran off. Good luck. Oh my god, 𝐒𝐿 stammered as he watched her leave. I just talked to a girl. Venom wanted to say something about that, before stopping himself. He didn't want to ruin his host's good spirits, so simply chuckled to himself. I like her. We should pay attention to her. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, running off to the front gates, and into the wider academy awaiting them. 𝐒𝐿 found getting to the auditorium rather easy. It wasn't just following the mobs and crowds of other students, but also Venom's ability to locate large bodies of people in an area around them. Though the school was throwing him off today, he was quite proud of himself when they arrived, and took their assigned seat from the invitation letter. So what now? Venom asked, having withdrawn into 𝐒𝐿's body and out of sight, not liking to appear within such an enclosed area. Just wait, and don't do anything to draw attention, 𝐒𝐿 muttered, looking around, as he plopped down in his seat. We don't want any negative attention. Got it? Venom hissed, falling silent for a moment, as 𝐒𝐿 waited, going through his backpack, and putting notes and his books in order as he waited. He didn't even notice Venom tense up within his body, or Bakugo sit down beside him without a word. His former classmate glared at him, before focusing ahead. As 𝐒𝐿 finished up his organizing, the stage before the students opened before them, revealing the pro-hero down below. He was dressed in a leather jacket, with shades over his eyes, blonde greased into two large tufts above his head, and fingerless gloves along his hands. How you doing, students? He shouted, his voice almost shrill with excitement. 𝐒𝐿 yelled in agony immediately, grabbing his ears, as spines and tiny tentacles of black sprang and jumped from his body, as Venom's own screams of agony joined his hosts. Many of the students turned and looked at 𝐒𝐿, many terrified of his reaction or mystified by it. One of the students to his right, a tall, athletic young man, with combed back, groomed hair and wireframe glasses. Excuse me, sir, are you all right? The athletic boy asked, slightly annoyed by how Izuku was acting during a course. Present MIC stopped to look at him, as Izuku fell silent, his breath heavy, eyes unfocused, as sweat drenched most of his body. He shook heavily, as he looked up, his vision still blurry and unfocused. I'm sorry," he muttered, struggling to raise his voice. My quirk is sensitive to high sound. Sorry my dude." Present MIC shouted, his voice softer, apologetic, but still excitable. "I didn't realize it, I'll keep my voice more in check." "Disgusting," Bakugo muttered. "Disgusting and pathetic. Hey, don't speak down to one of your fellow future students." Glasses shouted at Bakugo. "Don't look down at him for a shortcoming." Glasses leaned in towards Izuku, grabbing his shoulder. "Are you all right? Do you require medical attention?" "I'm good." Izuku gulped with difficulty, as his vision returned to normal. Venom made a primal, gurgling growl within Izuku's mind. I hate that creature." "Calm down Venom, it's fine," Izuku thought, as Glasses withdrew to his seat, still eyeing Izuku uncertainly. He tried to concentrate on the rest of Present MIC's words, but still was having difficulty from the loud noise and sound that had hit him and Venom. He was still breathing heavily. Venom had withdrawn from making any commentary, as Izuku struggled to focus on MIC's words. He barely comprehended what he said, before the class was dismissed and told to head out. He looked around in confusion, before Glasses came up and grabbed him gently by the shoulder again. "Excuse me, we're heading out to the field tests, are you alright?" he asked, as he helped him to his feet. Yeah, I'm good." Izuku managed through his teeth, following Glasses along. "You don't have to help me. It's fine, this is hero work after all," he replied with a grin. "The name's Tenya Ida by the way." "Izuku Midoriya," he replied, nodding his head, as Venom's own tiny head swirled and manifested from his shoulder. "And this is Venom." "Hello you too," Ida said, not missing a beat, as he guided them along. Izuku was surprised he could see a Venom and not freak out. Ida led him along, helping him along to the gym room. Venom seemed more silent than usual, as though he was still recovering from the injuries it took from the Present MIC shout. Izuku wasn't sure if he could keep going with this, but kept going. Even after everything that had happened, he couldn't give up on his dreams of being a hero. // Unlike the others, Izuku didn't need to change. The rest of the class looked at him strangely, as he stood stiffly in the school uniform. He had recovered mostly. He looked out across the crowd, to see the girl from earlier, the one who had saved him from falling on his face. He had a lot of things to say. Perhaps he could say his thanks and start a conversation with her. He began to step forward, before his limbs stopped. He jumped slightly, before Venom's head appeared from his side. "Hold on Izuku, you need to hold still and focus," Venom cautioned. "We need time to build our body back up again after the last incident." "A what?" Izuku asked, rather confused by his attitude. "Your nerves are almost fried, and we still have to fight a bunch of robots, right?" Venom stated, looking out at the gates to the testing grounds and the other students. "So just hold still and let me work." Izuku nodded slightly, still feeling rather off after everything, rubbing his eyes slightly. "All right. Besides, she needs to focus," Venom hissed, nodding slightly. "As do you. We can't work well together if you're distracted." "All right, gotcha," Izuku said with a nod, as Venom withdrew back into his body. He still felt out of it, but as time went on, he began to feel more refreshed and recharged. "We're going to have to eat a lot to get back in shape," Venom cautioned him in his mind. "Unless you don't need this liver." Izuku opened his mouth to hold Venom back, before Present MIC's voice shouted off again. "All right future heroes, begin." Izuku's eyes widened as the rest ran into the opening gates, as he sprinted after them with everything he could muster. Some eyed him sideways, already writing off the weirdo kid for his strange dress habits for a physically active course, and his response to loud noises. He looked around for a moment, as he tried to scan the replica of the city around him. "Venom, come on!" he shouted. "Hold on!" Venom hissed. Izuku continued on, looking for anything to fight, as venom bubbled inside him. He could feel the symbiote pushing and brushing against him, like something was squirming and moving just below the skin. He looked around nervously, as the time ticked on in his head. What was Venom doing now? They couldn't take on anything or get in the course if Venom wasn't going to come out and fight. "Venom, come on!" Izuku shouted into the wind. A massive machine, nearly twice Izuku's height, swung out of the corner of a building, two massive clawed arms hanging from its shoulders, a single red eye dominating its head. It slammed into the ground, focusing on Izuku. "Target detected. Prepare for extermination," the machine announced. "Mask!" Izuku shouted, as Venom finally responded. "Copy!" Venom hissed, bursting alive and into the air, expanding and enhancing Izuku's body into a muscular frame of blackened muscle and claws. Venom's fang-filled grin appeared, as he clenched his fists in preparation. Though he staggered slightly, before slamming his foot down and regaining his balance in preparation for the coming battle. He bared his fangs, opening his jaws with a savage growl of glee. The machine prepared to attack him, before a blazing beam of blue energy, fizzling and sparkling like a burst of energy from a star. Venom recoiled back in surprise, as the machine was almost completely vaporized, before falling apart and into pieces, smoke rising from its remains. Venom and Izuku gaped at it in surprise, before looking up to see the source of the beam attack. "Thanks, Moni-mi," a voice called, as Izuku looked over in shock, to see a thin, blonde kid around his age, with a small smile on his face. "I couldn't have gotten that without you. Thanks." The kid ran off, as Venom shook his head slightly. "Is he Spanish?" "Let's find a robot," Izuku commanded, as Venom bounded off, smashing through the buildings and getting to atop one of the building. The two looked around, Venom's eyes scanning the area, before spotting a machine still in one place. He jumped off, clawed hands held out in front of him, before smashing down into the machine fist first. The machine barely had time to react before it was crumbled like a massive tin can. Venom stood up, shaking himself off, as his mouth split into a slightly wider grin. "1 point," Izuku said. "We can't pass with just one." Venom looked around, walking around for a bit to try and find anything to fight, but could detect nothing but warm bodies and humans that would have made a nice quick snack. Nothing else could be picked up by his senses. "I don't detect anything," Venom muttered in reply. "What are we going to do?" Izuku shouted in reply, panicking. I can't fail." "We won't, Deku," Venom said, bounding away, before coming to a stop, his white eyes narrowed as he slowly looked around. "Keep calm." Venom stood still, almost completely motionless, as the other students watched him in shock and awe, the vaguely reptilian creature slowly rising to his full height once more. "What are we doing?" Izuku said, still panicking. "We need to find more bots." Venom turned his head down the street, to the left, eyes still narrowed. "Something is wrong, Izuku." Suddenly, a massive foot crashed down into the earth, shaking the replica city's streets and the students within. The machine rounded the corner with another lumbering step, as Izuku gasped in shock. Most of the others took only a moment to look over the massive machine, before running off in the other direction. Not only was it too big to fight, but there were easier points to get from the smaller bots before time ran out. Its massive clawed hand knocked over one of the building, utterly pulverizing it into small fragments of rock and metal. "Should we run too?" Izuku asked, voice shaking in fright. "I think not," Venom said simply, pointing to the girl from earlier. "You like her, no?" It was indeed the girl who had saved him from getting his face smashed in by the street, now pinned under a piece of the building from earlier. Izuku gasped, as he looked around to see no rushing in to save her, or even noticing them. "We have to do this," Izuku commanded, as the two bounded off towards the massive skyscraper-sized mecha. "You can do this, right?" "I might, but it will overtax us. Expect to be asleep for a long time, and hungry when you awaken," Venom advised, as his hand claws tore apart the street beneath him with every stride. "Don't care, just save her, Venom." Izuku repeated, intense and focused. Venom grunted in repentance, before briefly standing and swinging his right arm out, a long strand of his biomass swinging out and sticking onto the machine's right leg, before he swung his other arm upwards, in the direction of the machine's massive clawed limb. Another massive strand of tissue-made rope extending out, and enveloped part of the machine's fingers. Venom crossed his arms, growling and cursing slightly, as the machine struggled to get free and crush the symbiote hero. It lifted its free arm up, intending to crush him, before Venom roared in response, and pulled back with both arms with more intensity than before. With a groan, the machine fell and was toppled, slowly falling to the ground, as yet more buildings were crushed and pulverized by its form, yet more pieces falling all around them. More massive chunks of masonry and rock headed right for Uraraka, as Venom sprouted another strand of biomass from his shoulder, knocking the rock pinning her under, as she scampered to her feet and ran off, before the rocks could crush her. The machine fell to the ground, crushing most of the road beneath it, as the street struggled to hold its weight. Venom retracted all the strands back into itself, before throwing his right arm to the side, and grabbing up a rock, swinging it around and over his head like a flail, before swinging it down at the machine as it disappeared into the pit it had made, the rock smashing into the head of the machine, and with the added force of Venom's swing, combined with the damage, caused it to explode with stunning force. Venom marched away as fire burst to life from behind him, as he threw his head back and roared to the skies. He looked around for a bit, before falling on his knees, and gradually disappearing into Izuku's body, who fell to the ground, eyes closed tightly. The girl he had just saved rushed forward, grabbing him and gently lowering him down, as the last parts of the machine crumbled and broke apart, fires roaring behind him. "Amazing!" one of the students said. "All that power and noise is what does him in. I can't believe he only scored a point." Another replied. "What the heck was he doing?" Uraraka looked back in shock, eyes wide at the statement, the breath almost taken right out of her like she had been hit in the gut. How could someone who took down a machine like that have only destroyed one of the easier bots? Surely there was a mistake. She was about to say something, before President MIC's voice called over the intercoms. "And that is it. We hoped you got all the points you needed, students, because the practical exams are done." Uraraka could feel her heart sink like a stone inside her. After everything this weird boy and his quirk had done, and he wouldn't be able to get in. She wasn't sure what to say, before an old, gentle voice called out. "Everyone hold still, and don't move. Let's all take a deep breath, okay?" She called out, as the rest of the crowd turned to her. The lady was very old, and short, dressed in a doctor's coat with thick-framed glasses that could have probably picked up even health imperfections on skin cells and gray hair. The lady walked along with the help of a cane in her gloved hands, handing sweets to some of the students, and kissing some of the others, fully mending and healing the injuries in seconds. Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise, as she watched the old lady approach. "That must be Recovery Girl," she thought, as she stayed with Izuku. Recovery Girl hobbled over, looking him over, as she raised an eyebrow in surprise. She kneeled slightly, touching and prodding his muscles and examining his bones. He pulled 3 muscles in his arm, hyperextended his left elbow, and tore the muscles in his lower back, she reported. Uraraka cringed in terror at her words. "But something is healing them rapidly." Recovery tapped her chin slightly, before taking out 4 gummies, and began to prepare to feed them to Izuku, or test if he was responsive. Before either could react, Venom took over his upper body again, his night black head splitting into a wide maw, as he snapped forward like a ravenous alligator and chopped up all 4, barely chewing them, before swallowing them. Venom disappeared out of sight again, melting back into Izuku's body, as he slowly got to his feet, dazed and confused. Uraraka made a small yelp in the back of her throat, as Recovery Girl blinked several times in disbelief. "Like that giant lizard from 84. Recovery Girl thought, shaking her head, before clearing her throat to speak to him. "Excuse me, son, are you all right?" Recovery Girl asked slowly, as Izuku looked at her, his eyes distant and hollow. "Yeah." He stuttered with difficulty, before looking over at Uraraka. "Are you okay?" He tried to walk over to her, before Recovery Girl held out her cane, stopping him. "Hold it, I need to figure out if you hurt yourself, alright?" Izuku swallowed slightly, and nodded. Recovery Girl eyed him carefully, before holding up her fingers. "How many am I holding up?" "3 fingers. Izuku answered. "Where are you now?" "UA testing grounds." Recovery Girl nodded slightly. "You're not having a concussion. But you do appear exhausted." "My quirk needs a lot of food," Izuku explained tiredly, legs wobbling slightly. "Alright, don't move about too much," Recovery Girl said, steadying him. "We'll get some food in you, and check you out for any other injuries." Izuku nodded slightly, as venom slowly sprouted and solidified from his shoulder, shaking himself off. "No MRIs or high noises," Venom growled, shaking slightly like a snake ready to strike, before Izuku lifted a hand to stop him. "Alright Venom, calm down," Izuku said deadpan, rolling his eyes. Recovery motioned for him to sit, before turning to the other candidates. "Alright, move along, move along. You're all finished up here." She turned to Uraraka, smiling slightly. "You can go to Sweetie. He'll be fine." Uraraka shifted uncertainty, before looking at Izuku in worry. "Are you sure?" "He'll be fine, just get on home now," she said, patting Uraraka on the shoulder. She readjusted and zipped up her tracksuit, before nodding and heading off, looking at Izuku's dazed form, before running off. Izuku spent a lot of hours being examined by Recovery Girl and her assistants, and they're analyzing the young hero recruit, making sure it was just exhaustion from overdoing it with his quirk. The young hero was still rather tired out from everything, but otherwise had mostly recovered, and Venom had been able to fight back the urge to start snacking on Izuku's organs. Though some of the heroes that passed through the infirmary zones of the school gave him some odd looks, he didn't mind. The young hero wasn't put off by it, and Venom didn't seem to mind their gaze, just happy to get something inside them and some nutrients. After a large slice of chocolate cake was handed out, Venom almost didn't want to leave the place. Despite this generosity, however, Izuku found himself on edge about everything. "Do you think we passed?" Izuku muttered to Venom as they walked away from the school, the sun now setting behind them, waving to Recovery Girl and the team. "Hard to say," Venom hissed slightly. "1 point is hardly anything to write home about," Izuku responded, focusing ahead as he began the long walk home. "I don't know if we'll make it in. Maybe not, but perhaps being vigilantes would be more our style," Venom suggested with a gleeful chuckle. "Snacks would be much easier to come by." "We're not doing that," Izuku commanded. "We're going to do this the right way." The symbiote and host continued on their way, heading for home after a long and very stressful day. Whatever happened next, they had to leave up to fate from here on out. After the Izuku's destruction of the gigantic machine, most of the heroes were very amazed by the strength and power he had shown, and the dedication to heroics in such a situation. All Might stood below the platform where the rest watched, dressed in a great yellow and black striped suit, while in his muscle form. Next to him was the skinnier, pale form of Aizawa. His scarf was wrapped around his neck, and hid everything below the nose. He focused on the reptilian creature and its tendrils with interest. "You see something, Aizawa?" All Might asked, glancing at his grumpy peer. "That kid. He's rather similar to that lethal protector that was running around a few months back," Aizawa said, lifting up his chin, and scratching his scruffy chin. "Who is that?" "Izuku Midoriya," a voice reported, before scratching his chin. "Funny, I thought his report said he was quirkless." "Late bloomer," Principal Nezu replied, watching in fascination. "He definitely made up for lost time. We never caught that lethal protector. He just disappeared," Aizawa remarked. "Could there be a connection?" "The protector was savage and uncontrolled," Midnight remarked, adjusting her glasses. "This one's a lot more measured in all his moves. Still, it can't be a coincidence," Aizawa muttered, running his hand through his greasy hair. Two similar fighting styles, almost similar quirks, same general area. All Might looked as though he wanted to say something, that irritating, always beaming smile softening if just for a moment, before Nezu spoke up again after taking a long sip of tea. Well, I doubt it's the lethal protector, he said with his usual brand of cheer. Why would he come waltzing right into an academic place full of heroes that would want to bring him in? Aizawa didn't seem to care for that answer, but turned to the other students. So, what the heck are we gonna do with this kid? Many of the teachers began to reach for small numbered signs near them as Nezu shrugged. Obviously, we grade his reaction to this like any other. Aizawa watched as most of the teachers gave him 9s and 10s, a passing score. His written exam scores, his one measly practical exam point, and now about 60 on the heroic grading would let him join. Present MIC seemed quite pleased with the score, as Aizawa leaned in towards his friend. You really shouldn't grade him based on guilt, Aizawa whispered, as the heroes began to review everything. I kinda screwed him over before the matches even started, MIC remarked, scratching the back of his neck. Kid was like a zombie at the start, now look at him. Aizawa looked again at the replay of the various young students, each one's technique and how they tore through each machine in their own way. Most were unrefined or needed more training, but a lot of them were on the way to the right path. Izuku was the one that stuck out the most. His movements, while animalistic, seemed perfectly measured, like he had a sense for what was going to happen, and prepared for it accordingly. The one machine he did destroy was completely wrecked in a move that was far too careless for Aizawa's taste. Completely flattened and smashed apart. It was different, but he didn't buy the words from his colleagues. He had spent months tracking the vigilante nicknamed Jet and called the lethal protector by so many. He stalked the underbelly of the city, helping the homeless, and feasting heavily on crooks and those that targeted them. Aizawa had poured through every recording of Jet in his time. He had no reason to call him a protector. Aizawa may have been considered blunt and unlikable for a hero, but even he had standards. Biggest one being Aizawa didn't chomp down on people's heads. Or their limbs. Or whatever else caught the protector's fancy. I don't even think Knuckle Duster was that bad, Aizawa thought wearily. He had no reason to pity any of the criminals, but someone cannibalizing people, no matter their rap sheet or record, was something he would never support. And what annoyed him the most was how the protector just vanished. As though he had come up to eat for a bit, then disappeared into the darkness without another word. A lot of the more night-going heroes had tried to pursue them, but none seemed as determined as Eraserhead. And now this kid comes in with the same fighting style, look and everything. Aizawa thought darkly, still glaring at the image of Venom as it worked to save Okiko. It can't be a coincidence. He gave an aside glance to All Might, who seemed interested in the kid as well. Did he know something? All Might was always a terrible liar compared to every other hero in existence. What connection did he have with the strange, vaguely reptilian beast rampaging about? Aizawa presumed he could wait until the school start and investigate Izuku himself. Whatever students I have, I don't want him too close to, he thought, as he put his hands in his pockets. But if the others pass him, I'll have to bite the bullet. It would at least give him a chance to keep an eye on Izuku. If he failed, there was no telling where he could run off to with that quirk, and Aizawa might lose any way to find a connection between him and the mysterious lethal protector. Even if he found no connection, he could at least keep an eye on him and hopefully put those skills to good use in heroics. He'll be no All Might, but powers like that will give other villains a good reason to stay hidden. Aizawa thought as he watched the image of Izuku Venom pulling the machine down 2 strands of its blackened, slimy biomass tendrils. Backslash 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 Izuku sat on his couch, going over his hero notes, as Venom's serpentine-like head bobbed to his right, then his left, looking things over, before looking to the TV. The symbiote seemed much more touchy than usual today. He had been acting odd the whole past week, especially after the exams. How much longer must we wait? The symbiote asked. It takes a while for the heroes to grade the performance and all, Izuku remarked. How could it take so long? Venom hissed in irritation. We only had 1 point. I know Venom, 𝐒𝐿 said with annoyance. I mean, that shouldn't take long to add up. Venom continued as though his host hadn't said a word. I get it, 𝐒𝐿 said in irritation, grinding his teeth in annoyance. For someone in my head, you really don't know when to quit. Sorry you're such a softie. Venom teased with a chuckle. We will avoid hurting your delicate feelings from now on. You're not funny, 𝐒𝐿 muttered, rolling his eyes, as he gave an agitated huff. There was a knock on the door, as a package was slipped through the mail slot in the door, as the person walked off. 𝐒𝐿 looked up in surprise, and stood up from the couch, as Venom overtook his arm, and snapped outwards, latching onto the package and slowly drawing it into his host, like a fisherman drawing in a wrangled fish. Finally, 𝐒𝐿 felt it touch his real hand, as a surprising amount of weight fell onto it. What is in this thing? Venom wondered aloud, his head slithering close to it. No clue, 𝐒𝐿 said with a shrug. It could be a bomb. Venom hissed wearily. Who would bomb us? 𝐒𝐿 demanded in irritation. Your friend Katsuki. Venom ventured. 𝐒𝐿 gave him a rueful glare, but simply shook his head and headed to his room. The envelope was from UA itself, the stamp of approval formed the highest office and everything. He looked over the envelope for anything else, like any words or phrases written on it, but only he saw was the seal of UA, and his address written across it. He turned over and over again and again, trying to find anything else, but simply opened the door to his room, and placed it on the desk gently, not wanting to break it or anything. 𝐒𝐿 held up his hand, as Venom overtook his pointer and middle finger, transforming them into blackened claws, as he hooked them into the envelope, and swept through it, easily slicing the paper in two, and letting him reach in and grab the small, semicircle device from the letter. It was all black, with no writings or markings on it. You think it's a bomb, Venom? 𝐒𝐿 asked, glancing at the small head of his symbiote. I don't sense anything, Venom remarked. Of course, I can only sense things about 10 seconds in advance, so you might still end up fried and crispy. 𝐒𝐿 rolled his eyes, as he tried to tap any part of the machine, shake it a bit, and try and get it to work. No combination of pushing or prodding would get it to activate. Finally frustrated by it, he made a fist, and gently bopped the top of the machine, only for it start rumbling and vibrating, before the top flashed an off-light blue. Venom drew back slightly, eyes widening. You've doomed us all, he hissed in a panic, before a hologram appeared, showing the familiar form of All Might. 𝐒𝐿 gave Venom a tired glance, shaking his head at the symbiote's panic attack as the creature bent his head low slightly, a sheepish expression in his white eyes. Sorry. Hello young Midoriya, Venom. All Might greeted with his booming voice, the camera shaking slightly. Apologizes for how long this took, we heroes are busy with two things, paperwork and fighting crime. He laughed heartily as 𝐒� gave a small smile, and he continued. After all, with great power comes a great amount of pencil pushing. A figure beyond the camera whispered something to All Might, before his hand appeared, and motioned for All Might to speed this up. All Might shrugged, his infallible smile never fading. Sorry, I have more to do, he stated, his voice softening from a massive typhoon to a small hurricane. Anyway, you scored near the top on your written exams, but you only got 1 point on your practical tests. That, unfortunately, would mean you fail. 𝐒𝐿 felt his heart drop like a stone, as tears began to well up in his eyes. All Might held up his hands. But wait, there's more, young man, he stated, as the screen shifted and changed to that of security footage of the offices the heroes used while teaching. There was present MIC, Venom hissing slightly at the sight of him, as the girl that had saved 𝐒�'s face and who, in turn, 𝐒� had saved from the robot. He watched in shock, trying to dry out his eyes. Excuse me, that boy with the plain face, and the scary monster quirk, I heard he only scored 1 point, she said, looking around nervously. I was just wondering, since he helped save me, that if I could give him half of my points. It's only fair. Present MIC seemed to consider her words for a moment, before slightly shaking his head. I'm sorry, but that isn't allowed. I can't say much, but he'll be fine. He gave Uraraka a pat on the shoulder, nodding slightly, as the screen shifted back to All Might. Izuku was taken aback that someone he had barely talked to would try and help him out. You not only risked yourself to help another, but inspired others to move and do good themselves. All Might said encouragingly. That's the essence of what a hero is, and for that, you were awarded 60 hero points, putting in the passing grade. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, as a fresh set of tears began to roll down his cheeks. Venom wanted to say something to mock his host for being so soft and emotional, but decided against it. He could make fun of him later, this was too special a moment. With that, you'll be able to study at UA. Welcome to the hero course. All Might stated, giving a quick thumbs up. Lucky for you, I'll be teaching this year. I can't wait to see you there and help get that quirk to tip-top shape. All Might gave him a final salute, before the screen faded, and a broad smile spread across Izuku's face as he turned to his symbiote. Thank you, Venom. He managed through his tears. Venom bobbed his head back a bit, before shaking it. No, I only need you for a ride. The heroics was all you. I only gave you the powers to accomplish it. Venom shifted his head around, looking back at the device, before hissing slightly to himself. You are not as much of a loser as I originally thought. Thanks, you're too bad yourself, said Izuku with a sniffle as he dried his eyes. For a parasite. Parasite. Venom growled in rage. Apologize. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// lifted his spirits in a way he didn't think possible, and nothing was going to get him down, especially when he had Venom with him all the way. When the day finally came for the two to make their way into 𝐂𝐸, could hardly sleep, until Venom began toying with his brain to release some chemicals to finally put him to sleep. When they awoke early, the two were able to prepare a large breakfast for 𝐒𝐸𝐺's mom and let her see them off. Venom had still kept himself a secret from her, but was showing some of his powers as he prepared the meal. As they walked along to the great gates of 𝐂𝐸 took a deep breath as he looked it over again. Amazing! It's still the same place. Venom grumbled in his head. What's so amazing about it now? Nothing, let's get moving. 𝐒𝐸 replied quickly, running off to the gates, and to get to his class. It was a big school, and 𝐒𝐸 probably would have gotten lost had it not been for Venom's senses. He merely directed 𝐒𝐸 towards the highest concentration of bodies, on the floor and hall where 𝐒𝐸 knew the class was at, and let the rest work itself out. 𝐒𝐸 came to a stop at the giant door marked 1A, and turned to Venom's small head projected from his shoulder. You think this is it? Most likely. Alright, let's make our first steps, he said with a smile, opening the door. Hopefully 𝐭𝐸𝐽 isn't in our class. He opened the door, only for his smile to falter immediately, as he saw Bakugo himself seated in the back, leaning back in a chair, with his feet on the desk. The glasses guy, Tenya, who had helped 𝐒𝐸 earlier was there, standing over, yelling at Bakugo. 𝐒𝐸 cringed slightly. Either this guy was very brave, or very stupid, or didn't know Bakugo and what he would do quite yet. You must remove your feet from the desk, he insisted, gesturing sharply to Bakugo's shoes. This is simply improper. What a stiff. Bakugo taunted with a harsh laugh. Were you born with that stick in your butt, or have it surgically implanted? How dare you, he began, before glancing over to see 𝐒𝐸 standing in the doorway looking at them shocked. He darted over immediately, and before 𝐒𝐸 could even blink, he was standing in front of him, readjusting his glasses. Hello. I believe we already meet 𝐒𝐸. Good to see you made it in. Yeah. You too. 𝐒𝐸 said nervously, looking around the class. I was worried you were acting most strangely. Tenya said, making a slight chopping motion with his right hand. I was worried you wouldn't be performing at 100%. Nothing can keep us down. Venom bragged, his twisted grin widening. Not even that horrific sonic attack. Tenya merely shrugged. Well, I am impressed with your abilities. You obviously knew something else about the test I didn't. 𝐒𝐸 was about to say no, and say he knew just about as much as Tenya, if not less, before someone ran up behind him. "Wow, you made it in too," a familiar voice said behind him, excited as ever. He turned to see the same girl who had done so much for him, standing there smiling. "It's the girl from earlier. She looks nice in a school uniform." Venom sighed, narrowing his eyes in agitation, before he grumbled into his host's ear. "We need to get you laid." Izuku blushed brightly, as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. I don't think we formally introduced ourselves. I'm Okiko Uraraka." She greeted with a wide smile. "It was amazing watching you at work, all those ropes or whatever you shot out, webbing I think it was." "Not webs." Venom corrected defensively. "Not a fan of spiders." "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he said quickly, barely able to catch his breath from excitement. "And it was nothing, I just reacted and went from there and I thought it was cool, even if your quirk is a little scary." She gushed. "I wonder who our teacher is, if it's a hero or..." "He's behind you," Venom said. Okiko raised an eyebrow in confusion, turning in time to see a human dragging himself across the ground in an oversized sleeping bag, his tired face poking out. As he looked up at them, his face cold and tired. Well, if we're here to make friends, you better find somewhere else to do it," he muttered in agitation, as he shifted slightly to bring a juice box up to his mouth, and sked in hard, sipping up whatever was left as it crumbled. "Let's get class started." The three went as fast as they could to their seats, as the man, dressed in beat, ratty black cloths, with an unshaven face and greasy black hair down to his shoulders, stood up from his sleeping bag, shoulders sagging. "So, it took you 3 minutes to get to your seats," he said, shaking his head. "Not good. You kids gotta sharpen up if you're gonna do well." He dragged his bag behind him, as he walked to the front of the class. "We'll be skipping the entrance ceremony and heading over to the gym. Get changed and get ready." "But I thought..." Uraraka began. "We teachers are free to do as we want with our classes," he interrupted tiredly. "We don't need an entrance ceremony anyway for what we're doing. None of you are in high school anymore." She fell silent, looking down at her desk, as Izuku looked up at him. Was he a hero of some sort? He didn't look like any that Izuku had seen, or looked like he would fit in with any for that matter. He could defiantly recognize him, but it was the name that was escaping him and the quirk with it. Venom, however, seemed unusually bothered by the man's presence, slipping back into Izuku's body and speaking into his mind. "That is Eraserhead," Venom hissed from within Izuku's ears. "We must be careful. I always wanted to meet him, he has such an interesting quirk and style of combat and..." He thought excitedly, before lowering his eyebrows. "Wait. What do you mean by careful?" "He was one of the heroes pursuing me when I went on my little buffet experience," Venom stated nervously. "We never meet, but we did catch sight of each other, and he was talking about bringing me in or something." "You said no heroes were trying to find you," Izuku thought in a panic, sweat beginning to drip from his forehead. "I thought I could slip by with that little lie," Venom said, before making a sound as though he had clicked his teeth. "We should be very careful, he could already be..." "Izuku, is something wrong?" Aizawa asked, as the rest of the class began to get up and file towards the locker rooms. "No, sir," Izuku said nervously, bolting up. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." "Well, get a move on, and don't let your mind wander. You're in the big leagues now," Aizawa said, his cold expression softening only slightly, as he gestured with his head to the exit. "Come on." Izuku bolted from his seat, and made his way to the door as fast as he could, Aizawa raising an eyebrow at his strange behavior, but merely sighing and waiting for him to leave before he closed the door behind him. It was a school of heroics. He doubted any would be normal by any sense of the word. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// / the area outside that the class ended up walking to was a wide open field, almost like a track and field practice area, with all sorts of fields and areas for testing different quirks, abilities, and powers. Venom pensively popped his head out of Izuku's shoulder, looking the place over, before he turned to his host. "What are we doing here?" he hissed. "I'd rather smash robots, not join a track or baseball team. You always struck me as the cheerleader-type Venom." Izuku muttered with a small grin. Venom's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he shook his head, before turning it to Aizawa, hands still in his pockets, back still slouched, as he looked over the group, obviously sizing them up. After a moment, he stopped, and produced what appeared to be a baseball, but with a black band in the middle, and held it up for the class to see. "Here at UA, they pride themselves on being more free than other schools with how they run things," Aizawa explained. "And this applies to us teachers. We'll be running a quirk apprehension test." "A test, so soon into class?" Izuku thought with worry. "Relax, Deku," Venom said, rumbling beneath his skin. "We'll crush anything Eraser puts in our way." "I don't know about this," Izuku mentally stated, shaking his head slightly. "Softball throws, seated toe touch, stuff like that. The schools tested you with non-quirk-related physical exercises," Aizawa explained. "The country still wants to treat us all like we're born equal. It's illogical. The education group is just dancing around the issue. Procrastinating." He looked around the students, many of them shocked, most of them uncertain, as he held up the ball for them all to see, before looking to Bakugo. "Bakugo, you scored highest in the practical exam," Aizawa stated, tossing him the ball. "How far could you throw in school?" "About 67 meters," Bakugo said, tossing the ball into the air, and catching it a couple of times. "All right, now try it with your quirk," Aizawa suggested. "I don't care what you do, just don't leave the circle, okay?" Bakugo nodded, stretching his limbs slightly, as he winded up his throwing arm. "All right, I'll throw it like I always do," he thought, as his grip tightened on the ball. "I'll just add a little boom to it." He pulled back, and threw it hard, yelling to the skies. "Die!" Aizawa remained impassive, as Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Die!" The explosion consumed most of the air and area in front of Bakugo, as the flaming ball tore into the atmosphere, shattering the sound barrier, before falling to the ground several meters ahead, smacking into the ground, and burning the grass slightly as it landed. Aizawa held up the recording device from his hand for them all to see. 705, 2 meters outward. The rest of the class was instantly amazed. Many of them began to mutter amongst themselves and talk with excitement about the prospects of being able to use their quirks without having to hold back. "This is awesome. We'll finally be able to use our quirks, this will be fun." "Fun?" Aizawa asked, glaring at them through his greasy hair. "So you plan on going to the greatest school for heroics, and just having a fun, dumb old time?" He shook his head slightly, his icy glare freezing all of them in place. "Fine then. In this test, the person to score last will be expelled immediately, no questions asked." "That's not fair." Uraraka pipped up from the group, as they all fell silent in shock from the statement, many still trying to process it fully. "Oh. And natural disasters that destroy whole cities are monstrous villains, madmen and power-hungry crime lords," Aizawa remarked. "You came here to be heroes, so it's time to live up to that standard. Plus ultra, right?" He turned away, moving to pick up the ball, as he continued on. "I'm sorry to say, but UA will be running you all through the gutter for the next 3 years, so get used to this." Venom seemed to sense Izuku's tenseness, squirming beneath him slightly, as he spoke. "Relax, Izuku, we have much more power than most of these kids. Don't be so jumpy. We still have to be careful." Izuku thought, looking around nervously. "If he was stalking you and we show too much." "Relax," Venom repeated. "If you act like a spastic idiot, we'll certainly get caught. Be exceptionally normal and physically fit, got it?" Izuku wasn't certain, but tried not to let his worry show on his face. Aizawa was studying them all, but seemed to focus his cold glare upon Izuku. Perhaps it was his worry playing tricks on him, perhaps it really was Aizawa looking him over, trying to figure out or piece it together, yet if indeed Izuku and Venom were the same as the lethal protector he was trying to track down. He bit his lips slightly, focusing on the trials ahead, rather than letting his fears hold him back. If he started freezing up, 𝐒𝐲 would notice something and start asking questions. Like it or not, he had to follow Venom's advice. "I'm definitely cutting you off on tater tots after this," Izuku thought as Venom merely chuckled. The coming tests proved easier than expected for Izuku. While he couldn't bring Venom out in full, both due to 𝐒𝐲's careful attention to detail and all, and so he wouldn't give any of the other students something to haunt their nightmares, Venom proved useful in every regard, enhancing his hands and arms with his mass to improve their grip strength, enhancing his legs to improve running speed, and a variety of other methods to improve their score. He quickly noticed that he wasn't really measuring up to many of them. Ida was faster, Shoji edged out in the strength department by a thin margin, and the list went on. Don't focus on them. As long as we stay away from the bottom, we can improve our abilities going forward, Venom advised, as they prepared for the next test. When did you become an encouraging mentor? Izuku muttered to him, as they made their way to the baseball diamond. I just want you focused, so we can stay here, Venom said. We don't have the vigilante option anymore. If we do, 𝐒𝐲 will piece together you dropping out, and the return of the lethal protector. He'll put 2 and 2 together. Maybe you could avoid eating heads for once. Izuku thought bitterly, shuddering at the thought. Why would I do that? They taste too good to waste. Venom replied in confusion. All right, you know the drill, 𝐒𝐲 said, tossing the ball repeatedly into his palm. Use your quirk, throw it, don't step out of the circle, got it. They went down the order, students called up, using their techniques, and sending the ball flying away. The highest, of course, was Uraraka, who managed to send the ball flying off into the skies with her gravity power. 𝐒𝐲 showed no signs of any pride or encouragement, merely recording their throw distances and nodding for them to get back with the group. After half of the class finished, 𝐒𝐲 gestured for Izuku. Midoriya, you're next, he stated, as he came forward, catching the ball from 𝐒𝐲, as the shimmering, slimy coating of Venom's mass overtook his right arm. His blackened claws tapped against the surface of the ball as he walked up to the circle. Izuku brought his arm back and swung it forward, the ball flying into the clouds from the force of Venom's enhanced throw. Fantastic! In everything, we are beyond most others. Even in baseball, Venom boasted within his head. Calm down, Venom, Izuku thought, carefully watching 𝐒𝐲. Izuku headed back to the rest of the group, as several of the students congratulated him on his amazing throw, except of course Bakugo, who was merely glaring at him out of the corner of his eye. 𝐒𝐲 went through the scores, looking out at the students, before displaying the scores for all to see. At the bottom, lowest of all, was Mineta. The purple, bald-haired dwarf looked ready to break down there, before 𝐒𝐲 spoke. I won't bother talking to you about your quirks. We'll work on what we need to throughout the year, 𝐒𝐲 said, even as Mineta looked ready to drop. Anything else? No one said anything, only a few giving Mineta some pitiful glances and apologetic looks. 𝐒𝐲 began to walk away, before turning back around. Oh, and no one's getting expelled, he said, a Cheshire cat grin on his usual door face. That was just a rouse to make sure you did your best. You all get to stay. He walked away, taking a small vial and dropping some sort of liquid into his eyes. Izuku watched him in confusion for a moment. When had he used his quirk? Class is dismissed for today, you can all get ready for home, he said, walking away, as they all began to talk and chatter among themselves as they headed back to the gym lockers. 𝐒𝐲 rounded a corner, surprised to see the mountain-like frame of All Might waiting around the corner for him. What are you doing here? He asked, raising an eyebrow at him. I just wanted to check in on Midoriya, All Might stated, looking out at the young student, as his quirk's blackened mass appeared from his back, forming a serpentine head. Did you find any connection to Jet? No, but the strangest thing happened, 𝐒𝐲 said, pointing to his eyes. I'm not sure what happened, but I used my quirk on him, and nothing happened. I'll have to try it again, but I'm not sure what's going on with him. All Might said thoughtfully. What's the plan? I have no clue, but I'll keep him around to see what he does. Aizawa remarked, before raising an eyebrow at him. Why are you so interested in him? Little early to be playing favorites, right? Something about him caught my eye. All Might replied with a shrug. Other than becoming a 7-foot-tall, slime-covered reptile. Aizawa asked. Other than that? All Might said with a nod. Aizawa considered his words for a moment. I think he could be a good hero, like the others, if given time. The two stood for a moment, an awkward silence hanging above them, All Might almost wanting to gently mocking him for going soft on a student, before Aizawa spoke. See you around, All Might. Aizawa muttered, walking off towards the building. Backslash 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 Izuku, after getting changed, made his way to the front gates to head home, before he was stopped by Tokoyami, the raven-headed student, who stepped beside him. He stood there awkwardly for a moment, as though not sure what to say. Hey, you okay, Tokoyami? Izuku asked, looking around in confusion for a moment. Tokoyami was not the most outgoing type to talk with. Yes, Midoriya, I was just wondering about your quirk. He said, as Venom morphed and shifted out of Izuku's back, looking him over, falling silent as the symbiote watched him. If you want to speak, then speak. Venom growled in irritation. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes in annoyance, but merely shrugged. I was about to ask how you keep your quirk under control so well, but I see he can be just as rambunctious as my dark shadow. A large twirling mass appeared from his chest, forming into a large, clawed hand, and giving them the thumbs up. Well, Venom's just a dumb parasite sometimes. Izuku said a shrug. I keep him under control with promises of chocolate. Piracy. Venom began, before Izuku shoved his hand into his toothy maw, stopping him. Venom shook slightly with rage, but said nothing. Interesting. Tokoyami stated deadpan, before turning to walk away. I was just curious about the similarities between our abilities. Apologies, but I have to head home soon. Tokoyami began to walk towards the exits, as Izuku began to call out for him, before stopping himself. He wasn't sure what else they could talk about. Tokoyami didn't seem to be the most outgoing sort, and Izuku wasn't sure even where to begin with their powers. Izuku, you're still here. Ida's voice called out from behind him, as he turned to see Uraraka and Ida approaching, backpacks slung over their shoulders. We were hoping to catch you before you left. Oh, hey Ida, Uraraka. He said, slightly surprised. Venom turned his head slightly towards Izuku. Can't we leave now? I'm getting hungry. You won't need that spleen anyway. Stop. Izuku commanded quietly, before turning to the others as all three began to walk out. So, that exam was pretty scary here. Oh yeah, that guy's a total nightmare. Uraraka said. I'm surprised he didn't follow through on his promise. I heard from someone he once expelled an entire class. Then he has high standards that I'm sure our class will meet. Ida said defiantly. I doubt any of us will fall short. Except for Mineta. Hissed Venom. Given his below-average height. Venom, no short jokes. Izuku warned. I'll cut you off on tater tots tonight if you don't watch it. Calm it down, Deku, just poking some fun at him. Venom said, his smile broadening a bit. Deku. I've heard Bakugo call you that too. Why? Uraraka asked. Oh, it's a nickname. It's supposed to make fun of me. Izuku said with a shrug, looking down slightly. He's called me that for years, and Venom kinda picked it up. Well, I think it's kinda cute. Okako said with a smile. Has a really determined vibe to it. Really? Izuku asked, taken aback. Yeah, I do like it. She said with a happy nod. Then I guess there's nothing wrong with it. He said quickly, hiding his face in his palms. Dekuwhatif. Really, it was supposed to be a hurtful nickname, I thought. Ida said in surprise. What's gotten into you? I can't explain it. Izuku said sheepishly, shaking his head. Venom growled to himself, shaking his own miniaturized head. "You are shameless, Deku." Izuku was again up early the next morning, preparing himself for the day to come, not what to expect from any of his teachers. While he had settled into a comfortable schedule, English with presentacy even though Venom loathed being in the same room, lunch which Venom was always eager to get to, several times taking control of his legs to force him along and everything else, including art, history and normal school stuff. A lot of it was surprisingly easy, even if Venom grew restless at many times, and demanded they go off to fight something to relieve the stress. So there was Izuku, preparing his notes for the coming day, as Venom hung out beside him, his tiny head sprouting from Izuku's left shoulder, as he watched his notes. "Do not forget the detail on English imperialism in Ireland," Venom suggested. "Though it wasn't covered, it will impress your teacher if you know more than what was taught." Izuku raised a wry eyebrow in surprise, as he gave a small grin. "Where did you learn about Irish history and all that, Venom? Did you eat a historian's brain while I was asleep?" "No, I just use your phone and fingers to look things up while you sleep," Venom stated, bobbing his head slightly in his form of a shrug. "I don't need to sleep, so I need something to pass the time." "Better than you eating people, I guess," Izuku muttered, as he jotted down some of Venom's suggestions. "Is that why I'm finding Godzilla's hero records and movies on my phone too?" Venom bobbed his head again, which Izuku had come to recognize as his way of shrug. "He's similar to us. Big, night black, fangs throughout his maw, and savage in a fight. We would do well to replicate him." Izuku scratched his chin for a moment, considering it. "I mean, I always wanted to be like All Might, but our style is really different from him." Izuku was silent for a moment, contemplating what Venom had said, as he considered everything. As always, he was reminded that, even if he graduated and became a hero, there was no way he was going to inspire people with his smile and positivity, not with Venom as his look anyway. He'd quickly climb to the top of the list of heroes that look like villains. He didn't mind Gang Orca, Godzilla and the like either, but scaring people didn't suit him. "Your plans may have to change," Venom suggested, obviously reading his mind. "I know we are not exactly a welcome sight to any in need, but look at Godzilla. A vibrant movie career and life in the spotlight with millions of fans even all these years later. There is something to learn there." "Maybe," Izuku muttered, still uncertain. He took a deep breath in, and shook his head. He would have to pass all his classes and tests before he could try and figure out where his hero work would take him. And something big was coming up. He needed to have a hero costume. At first, he wasn't sure about it. Venom was always with him, always covering him and protecting him, while working the same look as a costume. But he also didn't want to be left out. "Izuku, before you go to school, I have something for you," his mother called from near the front door. Venom retreated back into his body, bubbling and moving just beneath his skin, as Izuku sat down his notepad and walked to the kitchen. He saw his mother waiting there, holding a green jumpsuit of some sort in a dry cleaner's bag. "I saw this in your notepad, when you feel asleep studying one night," she explained, holding it out for him. "I felt bad, pitying you and all, when you did nothing but push yourself to be a hero. So I made this for you. To apologize for not believing in you." Izuku was speechless for a moment, as he stepped forward, and took it from his mother. He blinked several times, before smiling to her. "Thanks, Mom," Izuku managed, fighting back tears, as he motioned towards the living room. "I gotta get ready." "All right, Izuku, good luck out there," his mother said with a warm smile. Izuku went into the living, carrying his new hero costume with him, as he loaded up his book bag. Venom snacked around, under the skin around his back, before speaking again. "I like your mother," he remarked. "She's not quite the loser you are." "Thanks, Venom. Despite you being you, I wouldn't be here without you," Izuku muttered with a small smile. Venom seemed satisfied with his answer, not giving another snarky remark again, as they headed to the door. // Izuku sat at his desk, as Venom for once remained hidden within his body, as they waited for 𝐈𝐻𝐻𝐼 to arrive. The class strangely silent as they waited, until Venom stiffened with his body, his head popping out again. Denki shuddered slightly as he watched. "Dude, I don't want to say anything," he began. "It's alright, I know Venom's disgusting," Izuku said with a nod. The head came out, as Venom pulled back in shock. "How dare you? What do you want, Venom?" Izuku asked. "Someone's coming. Someone different than 𝐈𝐻𝐻𝐼," Venom reported, as the other students looked at him in surprise. Before anyone could ask, the door swung up, and the bright red, blue and white frame of All Might was already through the doorway. "I am here, coming through the door like a normal person," he shouted with the force to knock those closest to him out their seats, cat billowing behind him. Everyone whispered excitedly among themselves at the sight of the world's greatest hero, as Venom retreated back into Izuku's body. All Might went to the front of the class, bounding with every step like he had more energy than most people did in their entire lifetime. "Today, class, we'll be doing hero basic training," he announced. "The sort of thing that puts you right through the ringer, but will lay the foundation for a great hero." He pulled out a card from his costume, holding it out for all to see. "And today, we'll be going through battle training." "Battle?" Izuku thought with worry, as Venom bubbled beneath the skin in excitement. Bakugo ahead of him was grinning from ear to ear with way too much excitement. He hit a button on the desk, as case upon case was unfolded from the walls, each marked with a student's number across it. "First you're going to need the look to go with it, friends," All Might declared, gesturing for them. "Costumes are the basis to all great heroes." The students began to file in to grab their costumes, as Izuku took out his perfect folded and prepared costume from his mother, looking at it for a moment, before nodding. "I'll make sure to take the brunt of the injuries," Venom said within his head. "Your mother put a lot of hard work in, after all. Don't get soft, big guy," Izuku thought, as the class headed out to the lockers to change. "Remember, with these, you truly have begun your path as heroes," All Might stated. "After you're done, head to the practice zones. Backslash 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 backslash." Izuku was the last to finish getting dressed, running to the practice city zones, as Venom melted through his body and overlapped, his body stretching and growing in height and power once again, as Venom's fang-filled maw twisted and snapped into shape around him. His powerful strides brought him out into the open, his back hunched slightly, as Venom took his position behind the rest of the young heroes, careful not to surprise them with his appearance. "Alright, time to begin with today's simulation," All Might announced with his usual wide grin. He went into detail over what was expected of them. Divided into teams of 2, each would either be assigned hero or villain detail, and work to either protect or capture a nuclear weapon hidden within a building. The heroes would have to disable or hinder the villain team, and capture the weapon, or outmaneuver them and get to the weapon. All the villains had to do was either wait them out, or knock them out. It sounded simple enough. The students were divided up, Tenya and Bakugo ending up together, which would have made Izuku laugh had he not been so nervous about the coming test. Could he do what he needed? What if Venom went out of control? "Deku, we're partnered up," Uraraka said excitedly, smiling despite Venom's ferocious looks. I know," he managed, nervously, as Venom's face split open and pulled back. You've got a nice costume." "I know," she said. The black and white jumpsuit was adorned with pink light purple highlights, as a visor helmet was placed over her face. "It's just a little tight. I should have been more specific." Mineta stepped beside him, giving him the thumbs up, eyeing Uraraka. "This hero course is the best." Venom made a grumbling noise deep in Izuku's ears. "This dwarf irritates me." "Watch it, Venom," Izuku whispered, as Venom's face twisted and snapped back over Izuku's own. Venom's deep baritone overtook Izuku's as he spoke again. "So you don't find this scary to look at?" "A little bit, but Venom did save me, right?" she said with a sweet smile. "Hard to be terrified of a quirk like that." "We appreciate your words," Venom stated, his Glasgow grin broadening. We told Izuku to keep an eye on you. Alright, the first two teams up to bat will be. All Might declared, interrupting their talks, reaching into the two boxes with him, before yanking out a large white and red ball, each with a letter on them. Teams A and D. D will be villains, A as the heroes. Izuku froze up, as Venom's sliver-like eyes narrowed and glanced over at Bakugo, who had a murderous grin on his face, as he slammed his fist into his palm, smoke rising from both hands as a vein throbbed in his forehead. Ida looked at him with slight disdain, still not liking the idea of working with someone who went against what he considered heroic, but decided against saying anything. Best to see how he acts. Midoriya described him as a bully, but perhaps being in the hero course will help him work some of his issues out. Ida thought, as the two went off towards the building with the bomb. Perhaps we got off to a bad start. Maybe he was just trying to impress people with his rebellious attitude. Venom glared at Bakugo through narrowed eyes, even as he passed, clicking his fangs together slightly in anticipation for battle. Izuku was still nervously, his body shaking within Venom's glistening form, as the symbiote snarled with annoyance slightly, trying not to get Uraraka's attention. Izuku, quit that. Venom mentally ordered in agitation. We have nothing to worry about. But he's looking for a fight. He'll come after us. Izuku said nervously. And with fire being your weakness. We will be fine. We're far too good of a match for him to defeat. Venom replied as they followed the other two towards the building. Just relax and focus, we both need each other at our A-game to win. Just don't eat any heads. Izuku said, sounding like he was about to get sick. I make no promises. Venom hissed. Backslash 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 Uraraka was the first to climb up and onto the first story window, and get inside, as Venom scampered upwards after her, pulverizing and smashing the bricks leading up to it, before forcing himself through the window, rolling over his shoulder, and coming to his feet. Uraraka raised an eyebrow at his loud entrance, but said nothing, figuring Izuku would have trouble switching between a normal body and the massive alien form he had now. Venom turned to her, his muscled frame bent low to look her in the eye, as his lips pulled in to cover his fangs. Do you have a plan? He asked, his deep voice sounding like a serpent's warning hiss. No, I thought you would. She admitted. Venom stood up slightly, looking around the dirty, dusty halls for a moment, before gesturing for her to follow. We know the bomb is at the top. Venom remarked, still keeping his voice low, as they made their way towards one of the corners. Now we just have to make our way up there. They were about to round the corner, when Venom came to a sudden stop, freezing in his tracks, as Uraraka looked up at him in confusion. The alien held up a finger to quiet her, as he carefully stepped towards the corner. He peeled the black flesh of his lips back, his dagger-like fangs exposed to the air, as he began to move around the corner to get a good look. Right as he did, an explosion tore through the area, knocking Venom back with a surprised roar, as he hit the opposite wall, before a second explosion roared to life towards him. Uraraka yelled in surprise, as Venom rose to his feet slowly, half its face burned off to reveal Izuku's own, now scorched and scared. Venom snarled in rage, Izuku's eye briefly turning black as it narrowed and focused ahead. Are you alright? She asked in terror. His eye returned to its green appearance, as he looked at her, nodding slightly. Yeah, it's just a scratch. He said quickly, as Katsuki rose from the rubble, smoke still smoldering from his fingertips. Venom enclosed Izuku's face again, as he glared at Bakugo, the explosion-using quirk user slowly approaching. Come on Deku, let's not waste time. Bakugo yelled in rage. Let's see what your overglorified gimp suit can do. Venom snapped his jaws threateningly, flexing his clawed hands in preparation as Bakugo approached, seemingly undeterred by the appearance of Venom at all. To him, this would always be Deku. Weak, pathetic, easily crushable Deku. He's just a pebble. Just a pebble. Bakugo thought to himself, as he lifted his right hand, small explosions sparking off his palm and fingertips. You hide that DMN quirk from me. Don't lie, I know you lied about being a late bloomer. That's bullshit. Uraraka, stay back. Venom warned. "Remember what I told you when we were kids?" Bakugo demanded, pupils shrinking into two rage-filled pinpoints within his eyes. "No matter what quirk you have, I'll always be better than you. You're about to learn that the hard way." He rushed forward, swinging his right palm at Venom's head again, as the symbiote lashed out with his left, grabbing above the grenadier gauntlet, before locking down on his opposite shoulder. Bakugo yelled in protest and surprise, before Venom turned on his heel, and tossed the smaller teen over his shoulder, and onto the ground, with a crash. Bakugo groaned in agony as he bounced off the ground, Venom standing his ground as he bared his fangs at him. "For years, you've been so cruel, 𝐭𝐿, but through it all, I watched you. I learned what hand you like to lead with," Izuku said, as Venom's face peeled back like a fruit. "When all I've done is tried to be more like you. I'm not gonna be your worthless punching bag Deku forever. 𝐭𝐿. I'm gonna be the Deku who wins no matter what." Venom's face peeled back over his host, his fang-filled grin taking over, as Uraraka watched with a pride-filled smile. "Today, you will learn, Bakugo. We are Venom." Bakugo slowly got to his feet, eyes burning pure red with rage, as smoke rose from his entire body. Venom was almost impressed. Perhaps his pride and rage was so great, even Venom couldn't intimidate such a mad beast of a child. "Then show me what you got," he yelled. "I want to see what that useless quirk of yours can do." Venom shot Uraraka a glance. "Get to the bomb, and neutralize it." He focused back on Bakugo, Venom's eyes narrowed as he studied his foe. Bakugo would be focused on him, and would probably hurt Uraraka if she got in the way. Further, trying to get to the bomb would lead to them having to fight both power quirk users at once. Both trying to take out Bakugo might take too long. This is the only option, Izuku thought. "I would want to fight both usually, but Bakugo has a beating coming," Venom whispered, as the explosion user held his back behind him, and exploded towards him. "A personal beating from us truly." Bakugo rushed at him, explosions propelling him along, as he stopped in front of Venom, and swung a kick aimed at the side of his head. Venom's left arm shot up, blocking the striking, as he reached over with the other limb, black strands of goo and biomass shooting out and beginning to wrap around his ankle. Bakugo almost pulled back in surprise, before swinging his other arm forward and trying to blast out Venom's face. The symbiote merely dropped him, and ran off around the corner. In the control room far from the battle, All Might and the other students stood watching the battle, surprised at the twists and turning events, many taken aback by the appearance of Venom himself. All Might knew all about the quirk, yet it continued to surprise him with how useful it was in a pinch. Usually quirks are very situational, forcing a hero to rely on teamwork, he thought, watching with interest. Yet young Midoriya is given a quirk that lets him have both strength and utility in many situations. "Why is he running away?" Kirishima asked, crossing his arms in front of his bare chest. "He could probably overpower him." "I think he said something about being weak to fire," Momo replied, watching with interest. "He'll probably put together an ambush to gain the advantage." Bakugo looked around, fuming with rage. First the nerd had managed to hide a powerful quirk like that from him, then had outmaneuvered him in a fight, and was now running off and hiding while he was left on the back step. He snarled to himself, before his communicator buzzed to life inside his ear. He pressed it with a growl. "What is it? Where are you?" Ida demanded. "I can't guard the bomb alone. Did you at least neutralize of the team members?" "No, just stay put, I got bigger fish to fry." Bakugo barked, as he closed off communications. He looked around, eyes focused in rage. One of his gauntlets flashed red with a loud click. He grinned in excitement. Deku was in for quite the surprise when he finally caught the little twerp. Even with that weird quirk of his, he hadn't changed a bit. He could have easily tried to outmuscle, but he went with what he always did, acting the coward. Bakugo almost felt like he didn't need to put him in his place, but didn't want him thinking he would let off easy. "No matter what powers you pull out, Deku, you'll always be a pebble in my way," he thought, narrowing his eyes with rage. As he stalked through the building, silently fuming with rage, Izuku and Venom were planning their next move, Venom gripping the corner of a ceiling, just out of sight, though a little difficult to completely blend in, given his incredible size. "What's the plan, Deku?" Venom asked, looking around and alert for any approach. "From Bakugo. We need to keep him busy so Uraraka can get to the bomb." Izuku replied, as he started to mutter slightly, before Venom hissed to silence him. "We should make for the outside. You and I both know Uraraka isn't quite up to stuff in personal combat." Venom replied. "Especially with one such as Ida." Venom began to scale across the ceiling, heading towards one of the outer windows. If they could scale up the side of the building, they could avoid the whole trouble of Bakugo, and team up against Ida without Katsuki able to catch up with them. He climbed towards it, before something barreled towards him from the corner of his eye. Venom reflexively jumped away from the ceiling, as something blurred to where he had been climbing, and an explosion of fire and noise, as Venom hit the floor, rolled across the ground, and came to his feet, fangs bared. "Come on, Deku. No holding back, you little SID." Bakugo yelled, sparks flying off his fingertips, as the grenade-shaped gauntlets on his arms flashed red again. "Show me what your quirk can do. No running this time. I think our plan has hit a snag." Venom muttered, as he watched Bakugo carefully. "We'll have to develop another approach." Ida stood in front of the dud bomb, trying to contact Bakugo again with his earpiece. He had no clue where Bakugo had run off, and he was refusing to answer any further communications. He grunted in annoyance, shaking his head slightly, as he readjusted his glasses. "This has been a disgraceful experience," he muttered, putting his helmet back on. First being a worthless villain, then being stuck with such a teammate. Troublemaking may come naturally to him, but to me, it is a disgrace to the family name. He took a deep breath, as he focused ahead. He needed to pass this course, and give it his all, even if it meant disgracing the family name for a moment here. He took a deep breath, and threw out a deep, booming villainous laugh. "I will be the greatest villain this course has ever seen," he declared with a wide, devious grin behind his helmet. He snapped out of it when he heard stifled laughter from one of the corners of the room. He narrowed his eyes, looking towards there, as he titled his head slightly. "Uraraka, how did you sneak in here, hero?" he asked, surprised. Bakugo had been so eager to try and go ahead and capture them, and he had let one slip by. He did seem focused on Izuku. I hope his rivalry isn't blinding his strategic abilities. Uraraka, meanwhile, covered her mouth and hid behind one of the pillars, absolutely surprised and terrified Ida had managed to hear her over his acting. If Ida knew she was there was no way she could take him alone, given his strength and skill in battle. "Uraraka, if you are there, you had better surrender. I will show no mercy, hero," Ida shouted, beginning to step towards her hiding spot. "I know your power. There are no objects in here for you to use." She stiffened, trying to think something out, as she heard the distant sound of explosions and roars down below, a great many things, obviously, getting smashed and destroyed in their battle. She was almost thankful Deku Venom had told her to run to the bomb instead of staying to fight. Ida stopped, clicking his earpiece again. "What is going on down there?" he demanded. Venom jumped away from another explosion from Bakugo's palm, as he watched the gauntlets around his wrists carefully. Something was going with them. He had a bad feeling about those. He growled slightly, as Bakugo pointed his right hand at them. "Young Boo, this is getting out of hand, hold back." All Might called within his ear. "He'll be fine as long as he dodges." Bakugo yelled as he released the pin from his wrist gauntlet. "This isn't good," he muttered, before a massive explosion tore free from Bakugo's palm and blazed towards the two. Venom roared in agony. As he barely got out of the way, the left side of his face and part of his arm instantly burned off, as he fell to the ground, smoke rising from the two. Izuku got shakingly to his feet, groaning slightly, as his eye focused on the burnt parts of Venom's form. It was grey and flaky, like ash, as it fell away from his body and crumbled away out of sight. "You all right, Venom?" he asked, terrified. "This is very painful," the symbiote reported, sounding like it was struggling to focus through the pain. I told you, fire. I know, fire hurts you badly. Izuku replied, still uneasy. We have to finish this now. Were it so easy? Venom grumbled, as Izuku's visible eye turned black, and the two focused ahead on Bakugo. Young Bakugo, do that again, and you'll be disqualified. All Might yelled within his ear. Such a move is not only unbecoming of a hero, but dangerous to your allies, hero or villain. DMN it. Bakugo growled to himself, left eye twitching in rage as he turned to Izuku. Come on Deku. Your quirk talks a lot about eating organs, but you're acting like the same nerd you've always been. Venom stood up, Izuku, and he looking down at Izuku's exposed arm. Bakugo ran at him and jumped towards him, as Izuku reached out his exposed arm at him as he pulled back his venom-covered arm, the mass shifting and increasing the size of his fist, before Bakugo blasted an explosive blast at his arm, before flying over Venom's head, and fired a second blast behind his back, Venom's mass flaking off and crumbling off some of Izuku's back, as Venom struggled to stay on his feet. Here it comes, your favorite right hook. Bakugo shouted in mocking praise, swinging his right forearm, and slamming the gauntlet into Izuku's left, a loud crunching sounding. Izuku stumbled, Venom roaring in pain, as Bakugo grabbed the slick, blackened mass of Venom's left arm, and used his explosions from his other arm, to spin himself around faster than normal, before throwing Izuku over his shoulder. Deku! You will always be beneath me. He shouted in rage, as Izuku hit the ground with enough force to put a small crater into the ground. The world spun around Izuku for several minutes, as his exposed turned back to its normal color, now bloodshot and unfocused, as he struggled to his hands and knees, before crawling away as quickly as he could. Once he had put some distance between himself and Bakugo, he stood up, his venomless arm and face slightly scorched and bruised, the exposed hair singed and smoky, but he stood up, breathing hard, but not done and out yet. His eye turned pure black once more, as he focused ahead at Bakugo. You've hid your quirk, this nasty monster inside you for years. Bakugo shouted, flexing his fingers as sparks flickered from them. I know you've been mocking me. Why else would Venom talk as much SHT as he does? He's just saying what his owner doesn't have the ball to. He's got a point, you are a bit. SBMSSV. Venom mentally muttered, as Izuku glared out at Bakugo, ignoring Venom's barbs. It's only because you're so cool that I want to beat you. Izuku said defensively, shaking slightly in his boots. At the control room, the rest of the students watched, many of them taken aback by the short melee. He's completely instinct-driven. Momo muttered in a mixture of fear and awe. His attacks are impressive, but barely worthy of even a villain. Tokoyami muttered, shaking his head. Teach, should you step in on this? Kirishima asked All Might, worried. This is getting a little out of hand. All Might said nothing, merely watching as Izuku struggled to get away from Bakugo. Perhaps he should. He knew these two had history with each other, and he definitely could tell a hated rivalry between the two was brewing deep in their hearts, but part of him wanted to see where this could go, especially what Izuku could do. Despite all appearances of both him and his quirk, he had the makings of a hero in him. If I want to see how far he can go, I have to see his limits. All Might thought. Venom's already powerful, and if we can push him, there's no limit to what this young man can do. Midoriya focused his glare, Venom's white eye narrowed and focused like a hawk sighting a pigeon, Izuku's, though pure black, filled with determination and pent-up rage, despite the obvious terror on his body. We should retreat. Venom advised cautiously for once. We need to recover and... No, we don't have time. Izuku muttered back, almost too loudly for either one's liking, as he locked eyes with Bakugo. I want to be able to beat you, you idiot. Don't look at me like that, you demon nerd. Bakugo yelled at him, holding up one of his palms, as smoke gathered and built up in it once more. Uraraka, be ready. Izuku yelled into his communications device, not waiting for a response as he squared off with Bakugo. I'm giving you everything I've got, Deku. He shouted, sparks fizzling and building up on his palm, As Izuku Venom ran straight at him, Venom's fangs bared in a horrific smile of anticipation and hunger. He jumped upwards, right above Bakugu's head, hands outstretched to strike him, as Bakugu threw up his palm, as energy flared from it. Both yelled at the top of their lungs, as a massive explosion tore through Bakugu's hand and raced towards them. Izuku could feel Venom shudder and vibrate in fear across his body, but waited. Waited, until finally, at the last possible second, he flicked his hand out, and sent a tendril of mass away, latching onto the remains of the shattered window frames Bakugu had destroyed in his rampage. The explosion, meanwhile, tore through the entire ceiling, racing up through the building, and destroying everything in its path. At that moment, near the top floor, Okiko had grabbed onto a pillar, much to Ida's confusion, until he felt the ground rumble beneath them. He looked down for a split second, only for a massive fireball to tear apart the ground beneath them, ripping the column free, as Uraraka removed the gravity from it, and swung it like a bat with a confident smile. "Sorry Ida, but we've got to win this one," she said, as she swung the pillar, and smashed several of the shattered pieces of stone and rock aside, and towards him at high speed. Ida lowered his face and raised his arms, trying to block out the flying stones and debris from his face, as they ricocheted off of him. Uraraka dropped the stone pillar and jumped over him and the gap, making herself weightless with her quirk as she sailed overhead. Ida only had time to look up in shock, before released and latched right onto the bomb. "Bomb captured," she declared in triumph. "Impossible!" Ida yelled in disbelief. As she did so, Izuku climbed off the window frame, staggering slightly, as parts of his costume flickered with tiny flames, Venom slowly receding back into his body and fading away, as he staggered, looking absolutely drained. Bakugu didn't even look at him, eyes locked at the massive hole he had been tricked into making above him, as Izuku staggered backwards, and leaned against a wall, eyes shut tightly. "The hero team wins," All Might announced over the communications. Bakugu looked on in shock, mouth agape, hardly noticing anything changing, as Ida and Uraraka approached. They were stopped by the sudden appearance of All Might, who appeared in the doorway leading into the room where Bakugu and Izuku were. "You two need to get back to the class," All Might said softly but firmly. "But Deku," Uraraka began to protest. "It's admirable you're looking out for your friend, but I need to handle this." All Might responded with a small smile. "Besides, it's a bit dangerous to remain here. Don't get yourselves hurt trying to look out for a friend." They both looked uncertain, but after a moment, nodded, and headed for the bottom floors. All Might watched them closely, nodding to himself, before walking into the room. Bakugu still seemed in shock, and All Might wasn't sure why. I lost," he thought, not for the first time. "With my own power." He staggered a bit, as All Might put a steady hand on his shoulder. "Now young Bakugu, this loss is nothing to let yourself get worked up about. Win or lose, you should be able to always take something away and learn from your battles." He placed a large, powerful hand on his shoulder, as Bakugu nodded slowly, as though coming to his senses. He looked up at All Might, who patted his shoulder, before moving towards Izuku. Despite seemingly being knocked out, he was leaning against the wall. The only thing one could see was that his eyes were shut tight, and his breathing was shallow. All Might approached slowly, wanting to make sure he was okay before he called for medical transport or recovery girl. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" All Might asked softly, trying not to startle or terrify the young man. "Can you stand?" Izuku nodded slightly, as his eyes slowly opened, entirely black like Venom, as he took a shuddering step, and took a deep breath before his eyes cleared again. He breathed in deeply again, shaking slightly. His hero costume soaked with sweat. All Might could see the bags under his eyes, and his skin looked pale and frigid even. "I'm calling you medical transport," All Might said, hitting his device. "Yes, I need help here." "I'm fine, All Might," Izuku slurred, looking like he was trying to stay standing. "No, you're not, young Midoriya," All Might stated, before turning to Bakugu. "Young Bo, please, head back to the rest of the class." Bakugu silently nodded and disappeared, as two machines appeared, carrying a stretcher between them. Izuku shook his head slightly, as All Might put a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Young man, just visit Recovery Girl. You don't look well at all," All Might said, his booming voice somehow soft and reassuring. "We're fine," Venom said defensively, sprouting from Izuku's shoulder. "I'll go," Izuku said, turning to nod to Venom, who stiffened for a moment, before nodding and retreating back into his body. He laid down and was carried out. All Might watched him leave, still very worried. Had he overexerted himself? Why was Venom being so touchy? He shook his head and merely waited for Izuku to leave, before looking around to make sure no one was around, before turning off the cameras with the device in his wrist, and deflating and turning back to his skinny form, giving himself some time to breathe and cool down, before heading back to the class. All Might got back to the class, returning to his muscle form once more before any could see him as he marched in, holding up his paper and pencil. "So class, today the heroes won, but who's the real MVP today?" All Might announced, stopping all of them from their gossip and muttering amongst themselves. "I know, teacher," Momo stated, holding up her hand. All Might nodded to her, to give her the go-ahead. "It was Ida of all of them," she stated, putting her hands on her hips. Bakugo was aggressive and strong in the fight, but he was too focused on his personal grudge with Izuku to truly reach his full potential. Izuku tried his best to keep Bakugo out of the way, but overextended himself and knocked himself out, taking himself out of the fight. She gestured towards Okako and Ida. Uraraka was quick to move, but went too far with her powers, and took advantage of the fact that this is only training. Ida, meanwhile, adapted to all his opponents, tried to change on the fly, and didn't let his ego blind him. Ida looked absolutely touched, smiling proudly to himself as he touched his chest. All Might, meanwhile, carefully hide his reaction, an eyebrow shooting up in surprise. That was better than anything I could have said," All Might thought, tensing up. "How can she be a better teacher than me?" All Might didn't stop for a second, not wanting to seem unprepared in front of his students. "Yes, that was perfect, very good Yoruzo. Now, let's move on to the next teams." The rest of the teams went by as normal, Todoroki amazing everyone with his ice powers, Tsuyu and Tokoyami coordinating their abilities well, but halfway through, All Might had to stop the exercises after receiving an important call from the nurse's office. He called up one of the other teachers on break and headed out. It did not take him long to arrive, finding Izuku knocked out in a bed, and Recovery Girl looking over some files. Though he wanted to, he couldn't afford to deflate himself, lest Izuku wake up and see his secret. "I'm glad you're here," Recovery Girl stated, turning in her chair and holding up some pictures for All Might to see. "Something was off with him, and I couldn't do a full X-ray. The machine produces high-frequency noise that might damage him, so I had to use one of my assistant's quirks." She showed All Might the X-ray of Izuku's organs and the severe atrophy they had endured. His spleen was gone completely, the lining on his stomach looked rotted, his liver looked like that of a 70-year-old chronic alcoholic, and his heart looked like he had endured several cardiac events. All Might was absolutely horrified by what happened. "I don't know if it was you and your lacking training methods, or something else, so I gave him some food that his quirk Venom likes," Recovery Girl said, motioning to a plate that once held chocolate chip cookies and some chicken nuggets. "Then I went back to have a look." She held up the second set of pictures, all of his organs extremely healthy, to the point All Might would have sworn they looked healthier than any normal teenager. "I have no idea what caused the healing, and his quirk began to act up," she stated, gesturing to Izuku. "I gave him some medicine to put him to sleep just in case his organs acted up again, and called his mother. He himself was dodgy as well." "Should I speak with his mother?" All Might asked, deflating to his skinny form. "Yes, but I need to know more before I release him," Recovery Girl replied, looking at Izuku in worry. "If this quirk can eat him up like that, we need to plan out how to do exercises like this. I encountered him once more. He came here, but everything seemed normal," All Might remarked, looking at Izuku's prone form. even if Venom is a bit dark in humor. When he wakes up, I need either you or Aizawa, whichever teacher he feels most comfortable with, to talk to him. Recovery Girl stated. It was a few minutes before he finally did wake up, and All Might quickly returned to his muscle form to hide his injuries, as Izuku looked around in confusion. What happened? He asked. Recovery Girl was rather scared for you, young man. All Might said with a laugh. She just wanted me to ask you some serious questions is all. Venom's head shifted and twisted out from Izuku's shoulder, as he looked him over. Why are you hiding? What? All Might asked in confusion. I can see your organs are damaged, one of my abilities. One lung is almost non-existent. Venom replied, as Izuku looked at his quirk in shock. What happened? All Might looked at the symbiote sternly, before merely shrugging, and deflating, his body reducing to that of the sickly, scrawny man from before. Izuku was quiet in an instant, his mouth agape as he watched his hero and idol reveal himself like this. His costume, once form-fitting, now a baggy, oversized clothes on him. All Might undid part of it, revealing the right side of his chest, and the horrible red wound across it. I had a run-in with a villain a while back. His voice far more remote and less bombastic than before. Destroyed most of my respiratory system. For the sake of everyone in society, I've been keeping this a secret, understand, both of you. I gain nothing from revealing it. Venom hissed, as Izuku silently nodded, eyes focused on the wound. All right, I shared my secret, now it's your turn. All Might said, gesturing his head towards Venom. When I encountered you, I thought it was a strange quirk, this Venom, but now I'm seeing all sorts of strange things. A weakness to sound and fire, and now Izuku's organs being atrophied like mine, before regrowing. What's going on? Venom looked at Izuku, then to Recovery Girl, before finally looking back at All Might. He seemed uncertain of what he was about to do, before finally nodding to himself, and speaking with them. Izuku looked at Venom in silent shock as the symbiote swayed around his shoulder, looking at the two before him. Finally, the symbiote spoke. I require certain proteins and chemicals to remain active. If we overexert ourselves in a fight, then I need to replenish myself. Venom explained. So, I need to eat certain foods. You ate away his organs. Recovery Girl said, voice low and angry. He could have died if I hadn't treated him. I didn't want to. We work too well together. Venom said, shaking his head. I can also eat people and living flesh, like the lethal protector, but I don't want to. Izuku's my MSTR, he has more control over me than the barbarian. Izuku looked like he wanted to something, but closed his mouth slowly. All Might could tell something was off, but didn't want to push it. I need to build myself back up, then I would have gotten food to build him back up. Venom explained. All Might nodded, placing a hand on his bony chin, as he looked at Izuku and Venom with slight worry. So, are you a quirk? Izuku began to sweat bullets, as he silently looked at Venom in fear. The symbiote seemed taken aback by the question, before nodding. Yes, why do you ask? No reason. All Might replied quietly, before standing up. Listen, what you just saw, with me, this is dangerous stuff. The world always needs All Might. Don't tell anyone. We have no reason to. Venom replied. But I can see your body is not going to be able to handle this stress. What will you do? That's not for you to know. All Might explained. The villain who did this popped up 25 years ago. He's been dead and gone a while now. He's not a villain any of you would know. Izuku was silent in thought, before he began to mutter to himself about what this could mean, before Venom hissed in annoyance, and manifested several strands of biomass, wrapping around his mouth and silencing him. Quit nerding out. Venom hissed in irritation. Now is not the time. If you two are well, and she's all right with it, you can head back to class. It's almost over, but you've got friends worried about you. All Might said, turning to leave. I can't believe it. Izuku muttered. That you have friends. Venom asked, sounding innocent despite the sarcasm. That All Might is. Izuku began, before looking angrily at the symbiote. And that you almost killed me. We are fine though, are we not? Venom asked. Besides, your teacher knows what he's doing. And I've told you before I would snack on your organs. I thought you were joking. Midoriya said in shock. Izuku said nothing else, and fell silent, as they walked out to meet with the rest of the class before the day ended. Izuku wasn't sure he was ready for whatever it was that would come up at the end of the class, but tried his best to mentally prepare himself. As he got to class and opened the door, he wasn't sure what to expect. He opened the door, and almost immediately upon stepping in, was surrounded by his classmates, each talking excitedly, unable to contain themselves. His eyes widened in surprise, one of the boys speaking about how his efforts pushed them to do all the better themselves in their trials. Countless names were spoken: Mina, Tsuyu, Kirishima. It was almost dizzying how many wanted to talk to him. In his time at the other schools, people usually ignored him due to him being quirkless, or after he got Venom, were too scared, or disgusted, by his new quirk's repulsive words. Now, he had the entire class jumping to congratulate and know more about him and what he was doing during the fight. He was briefly taken away from his conversations, when Uraraka entered the room with Denki, the two talking about lunch, before Uraraka ran up. Are you alright? You looked so out of it after the fight. She asked, worried. People were saying it looked serious. No, it's nothing. Izuku said with an awkward laugh. Venom just overextended himself a bit. And me. That's a relief, you really need to take care of yourself in a fight. Ida stated. My brother always said the key is to pace yourself while you push your limits. If you go too far, you won't be able to help anyone. Izuku looked around for a moment, before seeing Bakugu's empty desk. Where's Kaken? Oh, Bakugu. He was having a fit since he lost, so he left early. Kirishima said. Izuku was quick to leave and meet him outside, wanting desperately to straighten things out. Venom was of course quick to reprimand him and remind him that, no, they didn't need to explain anything to him. Bakugu had made their lives miserably, and had nearly killed Venom. Izuku, of course, didn't listen, and meet him while he was still at the front gates, on his way out. Wait, Kaken. He called. If you came to rub it in Deku, I don't want to hear it. Bakugu called, stopping but not turning around. I just wanted to explain, as best I can. Izuku began, looking down softly at his feet. That this isn't even a quirk. Bakugu looked at him in a mixture of his usual brand of rage, and now confusion, not saying a word as Izuku spoke on. It's something else, and even after years of having it, I haven't worked everything out. He explained, as Venom tensed up within his body, making every signal that he didn't like where this was going. One day, Venom and we're going to beat you, once we've worked out our limits, and pushed past them. Bakugu narrowed his eyes at him, eerily silent for a moment, as though he was processing everything. For a moment, Izuku hoped he would accept what he said, perhaps accept the challenge, become rivals of some kind and not let things spiral out further. What the hell? Not a quirk. Are you kidding me? Bakugu snapped, voice slowly rising as his rage increased. But I guess you did come here to rob your shitty victory in my face. Izuku looked on in shock, as Venom tried to take control of his legs and get him to leave this area, but Izuku fought back, keeping his feet rotted. He wasn't done yet here. Ah hell. And I lost to you of all people today. Bakugu shouted, looking down in shame. And if that weren't enough, that ICBSTRD completely outdid me. How can I measure up to that? That one girl was completely right. Everything she said was right. Bakugu shouted, holding his face in shame. DMN it. DMN it. DMN it. He glared up at Izuku, focusing a death glare that even Venom shuddered at the sight of, tears beginning to form at the corners of his eyes. From here on out, YA hear me. From here on out, I'm gonna beat you all. He turned on his heel, heading away as he rubbed his eyes with his sleeve. Enjoy the win, Deku. It won't happen again. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 watched him leave, as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 let out a small sigh, and venom sprouted from his back, watching him leave for a moment, before turning to his host. Wow, what an butt! Suddenly, something red and blue blurred past them, almost knocking them both down with the force of the wind, as All Might appeared behind Kaken. Baku! Go! I found you! All Might shouted, placing a hand on Bakugu's shoulder, before he lowered his voice. Now, young man, having self-pride like that is important. You've got the makings of a pro. But All Might, get your demon hands off me. Bakugu growled like a dog ready to snap, before glaring at him over his shoulder. I'm gonna be a hero who surpasses even you. All Might let him go with a simple, brisk move of his wrist, simply shaking his head as Bakugu left. Around his back. This teacher business sure is hard. I'll have to watch him carefully this coming year. Bakugu's fuse had been light, but 𝐒𝐿 was determined above all else to meet him and prove he could go beyond him. He made that his resolution, his entire goal, to accomplish as he and Venom moved on with becoming heroes. Venom, however, was mostly silent, strangely withdrawing into his own thoughts for the moment. Whatever happened next was up to fate. / in the darkened, forgotten corners of the city, in a seedy bar that few even looked at anymore, much less knew about, the dark, run-down place looked so nondescript, one could forget it if they looked away for even a second. It seemed unimportant, not anywhere even a bored alcoholic or party-goer would go to unless they had been kicked out of the more important places. In this shady establishment, seated at the dusty old bar, on the creaky floorboards, was a young man, with silver hair, all black cloths, and grey, almost rotted and stiff hands along his arms, neck and over his face. He threw a paper on the counter in front of him, as an older gentleman, dressed in a dress shirt and vest with a tie, with a body seemingly made from black-colored smoke, watched him closely. Can you believe this garbage? The younger one asked. It says he's a teacher. He took a sip of his drink, before laying it on the paper, right over All Might's face within the page, as the liquid fanned out and darkened both the picture and the surrounding text. Hey, the hand-covered man said after a moment, his voice sounding a bit more gleeful. What do you think would happen if the villains finally killed the legendary symbol of peace? Both fell silent, as they looked over at the stoic, hulking frame of the barely human-looking beast standing near the door to the back of the bar. A creature as black as night, its top skin peeled away to reveal its brain, with jagged, pure white teeth and wide alert eyes, a body so thick and heavily built, the floor should have crumbled beneath it. The young man-covered hand's eyes gleamed with joy at the mere idea of spreading malice and mayhem in the times to come. Very, very soon, he would put his work to the test. The day after began as any other, 𝐒𝐿 awakening early to prepare breakfast and get ready for school, while Venom made his usual remarks and comments to him while he worked, often summoning tendrils to latch onto and grab objects for his host as they worked. So what do you expect to happen next? Venom asked, summoning 2 tentacles from 𝐒𝐿's left wrist to latch onto and bring him some 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and salts. What do you mean? 𝐒𝐿 asked as he put the finishing touches together. What exercises and such do your teachers have planned? Venom wondered, as 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the objects and Venom's tentacles disappeared. I hope it's another battle. Simulation for us to test our claws on. You almost burned to death, and I also had my organs eaten. 𝐒𝐿 muttered, shaking his head wearily. I want something far easier to practice on. That's no fun. Venom hissed. I want to test my abilities against your class. We'll have fun another time, work comes first. 𝐒𝐿 replied, sighing to himself as he shook his head. Fine. Venom said with a huff, like a disheartened child. 𝐒𝐿 reflected not for the first time that, for all his savagery and lust for BLD, Venom could act like a spoiled and very short-tempered child sometimes. Part of him almost wondered if this was common with all the symbiotes on 𝐿, or if Venom was just special. Then again, he would rather not find out about or meet other members of the species. Finish up. Venom commanded, interrupting his thoughts. We need to eat, before we get a repeat of yesterday. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ground his teeth together, wanting to say something back to the symbiote, but decided against it. Venom already knew how he felt, and given 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had, for the last 3 days, not had any tater-tots, sent a clear enough message to the symbiote about what he had done. He knew Venom didn't much of a choice, but having his organs eaten and nearly dying didn't make him happy either. After finishing their meal, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 hurried out the door and was on his way, going his usual route to the school. The day was largely the same, with him going his usual route and stopping by a shop owned by a Mrs. Chen. An immigrant was the frequent target of low-level thugs looking for easy money. He had apparently saved her during Venom's rampage. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 walked in, the bell above the place ringing as he entered. "Hi, Mrs. C." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 greeted happily, as she looked up from her magazine. "Hello, 𝐒𝐭𝐴." Mrs. Chen greeted back. "Is tall, dark and ravenous still with you?" "Yep," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said with a nod, as he went around trying to pick out a snack for later in class, as Venom appeared from his shoulder. "Hello, Mrs. Chen." She merely nodded to him, and went back to her magazine. Venom shuddered slightly, looking to 𝐒𝐭𝐴. "Why doesn't she like me?" he whispered in anger. "I ate 3 guys trying to rob her. Left no evidence, mind you. Maybe that has something to do with it," 𝐒𝐿 suggested, as he picked out some snacks that Venom enjoyed. "People don't like cannibalism. Usually. It's not cannibalism if I eat humans. It's not like you're really eating them," Venom stated, confused at the suggestion. Besides, if they didn't want to be eaten, they shouldn't have been committing crime. 𝐒𝐿 merely shook his head in dismay, and grabbed a few of his snacks, and left to continue his trek. As he out the door, the bell signaling his exit, he almost ran right into Tokoyami, also on his way. Walked. He froze up, as his peer almost didn't seem to notice him, before stopping and giving 𝐒𝐿 a sideways glance. "Greetings, Midoriya," Tokoyami said simply. "Oh, Tokimi, good morning," he said nervously. 𝐒𝐿 lingered for a moment, before stepping alongside the raven-headed classmate. "So I didn't really get to see much of the other matches," 𝐒𝐿 said, as they walked along. "How did you and Asui do?" "Well enough to win," Tokoyami replied. "How are you doing? I've heard some things about what Venom can do. Did you recover all right?" 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. "Yeah, I just needed to eat. He can't draw that strength form nowhere, even if he's still on probation for what he did." Venom appeared from his shoulder, glaring at Tokoyami, studying him like he studied most people, sizing him up slightly, though the boy didn't seem bothered by him. "Why did you want to talk with us that last day? You've said your quirk is similar." 𝐒𝐿 was grateful for once that Venom was acting as normal as he could manage, eyeing Tokoyami slightly, as he shrugged. "I have Dark Shadow, a spirit-like creature that manifests from my shadows to fight for me," he explained. "I'm rather worried about him getting up to mischief at times, so I try to keep him under wraps." "That's an amazing quirk," 𝐒𝐿 breathed, smiling broadly. "Hey, maybe you can join Ida, Uraraka, and me at lunch later." Tokoyami seemed to consider it for a moment. "Certainly, as long Dark Shadow doesn't cause any trouble." A large, ethereal limb appeared form under his jacket, black and purple in coloration, with 4 large fingers, forming a thumbs up. Tokoyami merely shrugged, as the two continued onwards. The rest of the time was dominated by small talk and awe, Venom and Dark Shadow retreating back into their respective hosts to disappear from sight. By time they made it to the front of the academy, the area around the front gate was swarmed by various reporters, camera crews and others trying to get interviews with the various students and staff on their way in. 𝐒𝐿 and Tokoyami were on their way in, trying to sneak by, when a young reporter jammed her microphone in his face. Venom immediately snapped out, growling at her. She seemed completely unperturbed. "So what's it like learning from All Might? And you must be the student who's rumored to be related to the Lethal Protector or Jet." I have an appointment to keep," 𝐒𝐿 stuttered nervously. "Keep away from my host," Venom snarled. "You'll find out how similar we are to Jet in due time." 𝐒𝐿 held up a nervous hand to his symbiote's small, miniature head, as they walked away. Calm it down, dude. I've been bound to a report before. These corporate media types are just vultures and slaves to their rich owners' whims. Venom snarled in agitation. The media should be holding irresponsible heroes accountable, not racking up CRP on All Might. Alright, but you can't pull the moral crusader revolutionary thing when you're on the run from the law. Izuku muttered, as they walked past Uraraka getting interviewed. We're on the run. Venom countered simply, as he moved back into Izuku's body. Besides, we have to keep outsiders from learning too much. So what does All Might look like? We've heard he's getting ready to retire. Another reporter asked Uraraka. She looked uncertainly, before scratching her chin and smiling nervously. Well, he's really muscly. She flexed for show, as they merely shook their heads in disappointment, before moving on to other pickings to get to. They then spotted Ida, swarming over the tall, athletically built student expectingly. How is All Might's teaching style? Is he really prepared for the teaching role? Yes, I am quite humbled by his presence here. It reminds me of the goals I have set forth and what I seek to achieve, with such a mighty, powerful and inspiring hero teaching and advising, reminding me we can all potentially be number one. He stated, before going on and on with his ideals of heroism and teaching. The press members, the reporters, all began to doze off and their eyes glazed over as he went on. Finally, they made their way to the front gate, bored of 10 years' long-winded speeches, to the one adult, obviously a hero teacher within the school. They mobbed around him, eager for an answer, though many were taken aback by Aizawa's appearance. Is All Might? The female reporter began, before cringing slightly at his appearance. Are you really a pro? You look really messed up. All Might isn't here today. He muttered tiredly, before shooing them away. Now go, you're disturbing my students. He turned and left as the final students shuttled into the front gates. The female reporter glared for a second, before running after him, trying to get in with the other staff and students. Now hold on a sec. She shouted, as a warning alarm sounded, before a massive series of gates slammed shut in front of her. She stopped a split second before it all closed and locked in, preventing anyone else from entering. That must be the UA barrier. One of the others commented. It closes automatically if it detects someone who doesn't have a pass badge or don't match any camera images. Yeah, there's even more crazy sensors inside, some have said. Another remarked, pulling down his camera and adjusting some of the pieces. They really don't want people getting in. What could they be hiding about All Might then? The female reporter asked, as they all gathered to talk amongst themselves. No one noticed the silver-haired stranger standing over a hill, just a few feet from them, watching and listening to them closely. No one seemed to notice him for quite a while, and by time anyone turned to the hill, after seeing him out the corner of their eyes, he was gone without a trace. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// day was normal as the class could be anyway, Bakugo simmering with rage in front of Izuku, the class gossiping among themselves, Venom out and speaking with Izuku, as Aizawa entered, Venom retreating out of sight, as he stepped up to the front of the room, an icy aura around him, as the class looked on in slight apprehension. He looked at them, before breathing in. Something was bothering him, but no one wanted to broach the subject. "I've reviewed all your fighting results and footage, and I'm somewhat impressed," he stated dryly. "Katsuki, you've got potential. Don't sit on your loss and sulk like a child." Bakugo looked at the window with a huff, muttering, "Yeah, whatever. Midoriya, you've got an interesting quirk. We'll have to talk about it with your mother after class," Aizawa stated. Izuku didn't react immediately, keeping a stone face, even as his thoughts were immediately filled with OCRP, repeated around 50 times. Venom's voice sounded within his head. "Don't panic, you idiot, we'll be fine," he hissed in annoyance. "Just play it natural and don't be your usual loser self. Actually, maybe I should do the talking." "Hell no," Izuku almost said aloud, before merely mentally shooting the message to Venom. Fine, just don't be stupid," Venom muttered. "Or more so than usual." Next, We will be working on something that will define the rest of your career as heroes. Aizawa stated, looking out coldly across the student and the classroom. Every student took a sharp breath in, cringing slightly at what he would say next. You must choose a class president and vice president, Aizawa declared, grabbing his sleeping bag. Though no one said anything, the tense silence immediately lifted, as everyone gave a tiny sign of relief. Just normal school things. Immediately, the class broke into chaos, as everyone began to jostle and throw up their hands to try and get everyone else to vote for them and support their run. Kirishima and Mina gave the heartiest shouts, as Mineta was busy giving a promise of some sort about thigh length and skirt shortness. This is getting annoying, growled Venom, coming out from Izuku's shoulder. Must you all be so loud? Relax, Izuku said, placing a hand on top of his small head. Everyone, quiet down. Ida shouted above the chaos, everyone falling silent as he stood from his desk. This office requires ambition, but more so than anything, it requires ability. Ida looked up, his glasses glinting in the light. As such, it requires absolute trust from its supporters. It requires a vote from everyone here. But Ida, we've only just met each other, Tsuyu pointed out, placing a finger on her chin. Is that really enough time to build trust? Then that simply proves whoever gets the most votes will be the most trusted, Ida remarked, before turning to Aizawa. Teacher, would you mind this? Whatever, just get it done before my nap, Aizawa muttered, zipping up his sleeping bag, lying down, and quietly slurping up his juice box. Then let us begin our election, Ida declared, as Venom looked to Izuku. Our friend is certainly energetic, Venom whispered. After all the votes were counted, in which Venom tried to claim his vote should count as well, and was promptly told he couldn't count, because of him being a quirk. Venom grumbled in agitation and anger, but said nothing else, though Izuku swore he could hear Venom grumbling that the whole class were racist fascists and something about denying him his rights. He almost wanted to roll his eyes. What a drama queen, he thought with a sigh to himself, as the votes were counted out. I'm not. Venom snarled like a dejected child. All right, Midoriya gets 3, and Yozu gets 2. Aizawa said with a sigh, looking up from his sleeping bag, as though he didn't want to stand up. People voted for me, Izuku asked in surprise, as he came to the front, Momo looking at him with slight worry and weariness. Venom popped out of his shoulder, as Momo looked at it with slight apprehension. Yeah, who would vote for a loser like you? Ida held his head down, looking like he was struggling to keep it together. I didn't get a single vote. You mean you didn't even vote for yourself? Zero asked, mystified. Ambition is one thing, the ability is another, Ida said, shaking his head. Let's just continue on, Aizawa grumbled, unzipping his sleeping bag, before muttering to himself. I didn't even get a good nap. I still can't figure out how you got that many votes. Venom hissed into Izuku's ear, not disappearing from sight. It's not a mistake, Izuku said aloud, still in shock. It has to be, Venom said, shaking his head. You're like completely unequipped for anything resembling power. I know, Izuku replied, shaking his head. Backslash 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 backslash. By the time lunch rolled around, Izuku was practically running to get his food there. He didn't know why he was so ravenous. Perhaps it was nerves from the election, perhaps Venom was just burning through their food faster out of spite for not getting to fight anyone or practice fighting. Whatever the reason, Izuku was ready to eat half the lunchroom by time he got his tray and was seated with Ida and Uraraka. As the two sat down, Tokoyami sat down with them, looking slightly put off, but seated next to Ida. I invited Tokoyami to hang out with us, that's all right, right? Izuku asked. Of course, Ida replied, taking a sip of his water. We're not an elites club. Thank you both, Tokoyami said quietly. Look at that, Venom said within Izuku's head, hidden from view. You got another friend. You're getting good at this friend thing. Stop, Izuku thought in annoyance, before clearing his throat. I'm not sure about this whole class president thing. You can do it, Deku. Uraraka said with a warm smile as Ida nodded. Indeed, your determination and spirit is an inspiration to all of us. Tenya remarked. It's why I voted for you. Myself as well. Tokoyami stated. If you can keep Venom under control, you can do anything. Izuku was surprised at their words, before Uraraka looked at Ida. Did you want to be president though, Ida? She asked, munching on rice. You've got the classes and smart guy looks and everything. She really says whatever's on her mind. Izuku thought as Venom shifted beneath his skin slightly. Yeah, she's a weird dork like you. You too would. Never mind. Before he could question what Venom meant, Ida merely shrugged. Ambition and suitability are very different matters. I made the choice, and felt I was not yet ready to lead. The way you talk, Ida, do you come from an elite family? She asked, pumping both fists. Yes, you seem quite confident in your ideals of leadership. Tokoyami remarked. I don't like to speak on it, but yes, I come from a renowned hero family. Ida replied, eating some more rice. Tell me, do you know of the hero Ingenium? Izuku beamed excitedly. Yes. He's an amazing pro-hero. He employs more than 65 sidekicks across his home city alone. He blabbered on with joy, as Ida merely raised an eyebrow. Very well informed. Ida stood up straight with pride. Well, he's my oldest brother. It is his devotion to the rules and regulations, and his tireless protection of the people, that inspired my own becoming a hero. He looks up to his brother, the way I look up to All Might. Izuku thought. Yes. Good goals to shoot for. Venom remarked within his mind, as Izuku raised an eyebrow. No snarky remarks from you. On Clinta, we care little for familial connection or even have concepts of family. Venom explained. There is the host and the Clintron, and their team, nothing else. But I realize you humans, and others, are different from us. I wouldn't degrade an ally. Look at you, actually caring and being nice to people. Izuku mocked him mentally with a small grin. You getting soft, big guy. I can be nice when I want. Venom growled in agitation. He should be encouraged, his combat abilities will assist our own, nothing more. That's a good person to follow, Ida. I'm certain you'll become the best with a brother like that. Tokoyami remarked, Dark Shadow's hand appearing to give him a thumbs up. Thank you all, but He began. Before an alarm blart over everything, Uraraka pushed forwards by a panicking student, grabbing her bowl of rice and holding it protectively. Izuku yelled in pain, holding his ears, as Venom's own form flickered over his own. Uraraka rushed to his side, helping him to his feet, as all the students stood up. Security level 3 has been breached. A robotic voice announced. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Level 3. Tokoyami asked. It means someone has infiltrated the school. An older teen replied, looking around. It's never happened before here, it must be serious. The students began to run out in a panic, the crowds practically sweeping them along, as Uraraka helped Izuku along, who was still in agony from the shrill sound of the siren overhead, his hands pressed firmly against his ears, as pieces of venom wiggled and squirmed from his skin. If this kept up, he would lose his symbiote in the chaotic noise, and who knew what would happen then? His eyes watered as he tried to focus ahead, and get away from the malefic sound all around him. Ida, meanwhile, was laser-focused, looking around as best he could to find the source of the chaos and figure out how to counter the anarchy that had taken hold over the school. He looked out the window, to see the reporters from earlier. He pressed himself against the class, eyes scanning the area for any malevolent figures among the press, but found none. He turned quickly to Uraraka, holding out his hand to her as the crowd surged around them. She was concentrated on helping Izuku, as although the sirens had stopped, he had obviously damaged himself. Random pieces of venom manifested from his body, before disappearing beneath his body again. Tokoyami stepped calmly behind Ida, manifesting Dark Shadow's bird-like form in front of him. Tokoyami, I need your help. Ida stated. I can see that. Tokoyami replied, as dark shadows circled around the two. What do you need of me? Ida pointed to the exit just ahead. Get me up there. Tokoyami scratched his beak-like chin, before Dark Shadow took Ida in its arms. Certainly. Though this will be dangerous. Just let me worry about that, alright? Ida said, as Dark Shadow threw him with as much force as it could use with hurting him. He flew overhead, most of the students stopping to watch him in shock, as he activated the jets within his legs to boost forward and slam into the sign above the exit doors. He plastered himself onto it, before taking a deep breath in and shouting down to them. Everyone! Calm down. Everything is fine. He shouted down to them. It's just the press. We have nothing to worry about. This is UA, calm down, and act in a manner worthy of this school. Uraraka and Izuku looked up in awe as he commanded the students, everyone instantly calming down, and listening intently as he gave them direction and focus. Now, seeing the press corps outside, most of the students were able to calm down and realize this most likely wasn't a villain trying to infiltrate and murder them all. The police were there within an hour, and managed to escort almost all of the press out of the premise. Those that chose to stay outside the barrier had little to no reason to try and test their luck and wisely chose to leave as well. Izuku took some time to recover from the high noise, but Venom managed to repair his damaged nerve endings and systems in time for the next PRD's class. After dealing with some of the police and all, Aizawa was back in his classroom without a word, and began to organize the choosing of other student council members. As Izuku thought over the past events, he came to a decision. I just want to say that after today, I don't think I can be the best student council president of this class. Izuku declared. I think Ida should step into the role. His intelligence and quick thinking really saved the day. He turned towards the bored-looking Aizawa for confirmation. Is that all right, teacher? If the rest of the class wants it, whatever. Let's no waste time. Aizawa muttered, rolling his eyes. The rest class looked to Ida, as they began talking amongst themselves. Sure, the way he handled the whole evacuation thing was badass. Kirishima stated with a grin. Yeah, I couldn't believe he handled it so well. Kaminari said, shrugging. I'm down for it. The rest of class, except for Jiru, spoke in favor of it, giving thumbs up and other signs of approval. As Aizawa sighed. Fine, then Ida is now the class president. He grumbled, shaking his head slightly. Can we just move on? I got more votes than him though. Momo muttered to herself in annoyance, as Izuku made his way to his seat, not hearing her. Good job running from your duties. Venom muttered inside his ear. We both know I couldn't handle it. Izuku thought simply. Ida is the far better leader. I am not used to you humans. When we receive a job, we accept it without question. No matter what. Venom muttered. We didn't even vote for our leaders, the team leader always was the best, and if not, the others could challenge him for position. You were part of a team, right? Izuku asked. Correct. They haven't appeared though. Probably died on orbital entry. Venom said simply. They were made up of Scream, Mayhem and Riot. Which one lead the team? Izuku asked. Venom seemed hesitant for a moment, shifting within Izuku's body for a moment, before speaking. Riot. I don't want to speak of him. Izuku nodded slightly as he sat down behind Bakugo. Something about the way Venom said his name gave Izuku the faint feeling that, for all of Venom's brutality, this Riot might be worse, somehow. He just hoped he never meet the guy. At the front of the school, the principal and a number of other teachers were gathered outside, looking at what remained of the UA gate. It was one of the most highly advanced pieces of technology from Japan and the world. Built with technology from Detonate, G-Force and countless other scientific bodies that wished to help protect the future of heroics. And somehow, someone had managed to reduce it to rusted chunks and ashy pieces as though it was nothing. Nexu folded his hands behind himself, worried. Whoever did this was no simple reporter. This had to be the work of a villain. The only question left, is this a simple act, or the start of something worse? He turned to the gathered heroes around him, nodding. Make sure the students avoid the front entrance until we clean this up. Though everyone had the heavy feeling they were being watched, no one noticed the young man dressed all in black, watching them from a darkened alley, his eyes focused and hate-filled. 4 years earlier, the darkened back alleys of Tokyo were mostly abandoned, especially now that some strange space object had come crashing into one of the buildings, taking a good chunk off the side, and smashing into the dumpsters. A tall man, dressed in a dark Valentino suit approached, adjusting his tie slightly. He leaned heavily on a cane, despite not appearing that old, and his face was covered by a strange breathing device of some sort. No one was around to see much of anything, his many quirks not picking up any nearby life signs. My, exactly as my contact predicted. He muttered, his face turning into a twisted smile. I didn't expect you to show up here, however. Out of the burning wreckage, a shifting, shimmering mass of silver rolled out of the flames of the wreck, carefully avoiding everything. Flecks of red appeared in its body, resembling crimson drops of blood in the silver mixture. It headed towards him, as the man carefully approached. I think you'll be fine with us, he stated, as he held out his arm. I will need you soon. The slime leaped forward, about to merge into his arm, and was about to merge with his body, before the creature was locked in midair by an unseen force. Air manipulation is a difficult quirk, but it works for the job at hand. The man remarked, as an assistant appeared behind him, carefully positioning a cylinder of some sort, before the creature was forced into it. But I need you stored away for the moment. The cylinder hissed as the air was completely purified and all contaminants removed. A pure holding cell, to keep the symbiote inside of. The man held it up for a moment, before disappearing from sight. I need you, and your kind, but not for me. The man remarked. You are to wait. Tomura simply isn't ready. Aizawa stood in front of the class, mentally preparing himself for the day ahead. Taking care of the students was difficult enough for a man of his disposition, but having to work with All Might was going to make things more hectic. He's the biggest kid here, Aizawa thought to himself, as the class got seated. He looked at Izuku from the corner of his eye, his hair covering up much of his face, making it difficult for anyone else to see him and where he was looking. Izuku had shown himself a strong classmate, but that quirk of his still bothered him. What was it? And how had two figures, if they were separate, shown up in the same general city area, within a few months of each other? And were they separate? Perhaps Jet's user got his organs eaten from the inside out. Aizawa thought. I couldn't imagine a more fitting fate. He banished the thoughts from his mind, focusing ahead on the task at hand, before holding up a card for the class to see. All right, class, today, All Might, myself and a third hero will be overseeing your training in a new field. The card showed the words rescue as he spoke. It's disaster relief, first aid and fires and flood. The class began to talk among themselves in excitement. Aizawa simply glared at them, silencing them all in an instant, before he cleared his throat. I'm not finished. He clicked a button in his hand, the uniform racks popping out from the wall beside him. As many of your costumes are either heavily damaged or ill-suited for the task, you're free to just wear your gym uniforms. Sorry, Izuku. Venom muttered. The location is remote. He continued, before pointing outside. We'll be taking a bus there. So be ready in the next 15 minutes. Izuku chose his gym uniform over his still ruined custom. It didn't matter either way. Venom would cover up everything anyway. He could have gone in his pajamas and it wouldn't change anything. Venom was, however, in a foul mood. Or a fouler one than usual. Rescue missions. Venom growled with venom in his voice. This is disgusting. And beneath us. A hero's got to be able to do everything. Izuku muttered. Perhaps you could learn to apply it to combat or something. Hey Izuku man, I get Venom talks a lot, but careful how you do it. Kirishima said behind him, dressed in his strange, practically shirtless costume. Too much out loud will make you look nuts. Yeah, sorry. He sounds like he's always with me all the time. Izuku said nervously. Like, Out with me, I mean. He continued on towards the bus, as Venom's head appeared from his shoulder. I hope something fun happens. Relax, it's only boring if you let it be boring. Izuku remarked. Fortune cookie nonsense. Venom grumbled. Izuku wanted to remark how that might be a tad racist, conflating Japanese and Chinese sensibilities, but stopped himself. Venom probably just saw humans as one massive form. Race meant nothing to him. Just potential hosts and meals. All right everyone, we are going to organize our seating arrangements by student number. Ida announced, cutting off his thoughts. Let's do this quickly and efficiently. Venom turned to Izuku, taken aback slightly. He's quite energetic today. Yeah, he's gone into full overdrive. Kirishima remarked, crossing his arms in front of himself. Venom seemed surprised at first that someone in class had replied to his remarks, but merely bobbed his head slightly. Uraraka walked behind them, in her costume as well, before looking at Izuku oddly. Is your costume still damaged? She asked. Yeah, not that it matter when you have Venom here. He said, gesturing to the miniature alien head by him. If you light me on fire, I'm eating your liver. Venom threatened, as Izuku gave him a playful smack on the head. The class filed in, only to find the bus was not structured like the traditional ones Ida had planned. He clenched his teeth in agitation, and sat down on the first seat, holding his head in his hands as the rest of the class filed in. All my planning, for nothing, he said gloomily. Mina sat down beside him, patting him on the back. It's all good Ida. You tried. Izuku was seated next to another student, Tsuyu. She wasn't exactly emotive, but perhaps that had something to do with her frog-like abilities and features. They sat down for a moment, no one saying anything, as the bus started up and drove off to the secret facility. Small gossip broke out among the various students. As turn after turn was made by the bus, she placed her finger on her chin. You know, I always speak my mind about most things, Midoriya. She commented out of the blue, as Izuku looked to her in surprise. Oh, is that so Asui? Izuku replied, uncertain of where this was going. Just call me Zu. She suggested. Oh. All right. He said. That quirk of yours, it's very similar to that vigilante jet that was all over the news a while back. Tsuyu commented. Izuku stiffened slightly, before Venom shifted around his neck and back slightly, sounding like he was hissing into his ear. Don't act stupid, Deku. He snarled in a low voice. People have said that. A lot actually. Izuku said. Though Venom shifted nervously, he didn't even notice Aizawa looking at him with a curious gaze. I'm sure it's a coincidence. Luckily for him and his poor lying skills, Kirishima spoke up for him. You know, that might be similar, but Venom's a cool dude. Even during that one battle, he didn't even go for the head. Would have liked to. Venom muttered in Izuku's head, causing him to shudder slightly. A quirk like that though, that will be prime hero material. Kirishima stated with a smile. You'll be like Gang Orca and Godzilla, big scary dude with badass fighting ability and a flashy quirk. He held up his arm, before it hardened with a sharp click, gaining a rock-like exterior. Wish mine was as flashy. Hard to do much with a hardening quirk. I wouldn't be so negative, I think that's a great quirk. Izuku replied with a smile. Indeed. Venom remarked, appearing out of his host's body. It's not too different from when I modify my molecular structure around Deku's body to enhance our strength and hitting power. Well, thanks Ven, Kirishima said, shrugging slightly. I guess that does make sense. We even both some manly fangs on us too. As far as flash and strength, none are as dazzling as my laser. Ayama remarked. Mina put a hand on his shoulder, smiling a bit. Yeah, but it's kinda lame if you gives you a tummy ache, sweetie. Kirishima rubbed his chin, nodding to himself, while Ayama looked like he had been kicked in the shine, Ajoru's confidence seemingly restored, while Ayama's had been deflated. Venom seemed to consider his words for a moment, as Izuku leaned back to relax in his seat, before shooting Venom a mental message. What's with the emotional support? He asked, taken aback by how nice he was. Did Bakugo almost burning you alive soften you up? No. I mean, I did once think of us as destined for greater things and all, but their abilities are rather useful. Venom remarked defensively. Many of them are quite powerful. I would almost be tempted to take one of them as a host. Why stick with me then? Izuku thought, slightly nervous at Venom's tone. You're an easy host. The first one of a species is always the most useful. Venom explained simply. The others would be harder for me to get into. Izuku had a feeling Venom was lying again, but didn't want to push the issue with him. Kirishima put one of his boots over his knee, as he looked out at the back of the bus. Yeah, if anyone here has flashy quirks, it's Todoroki and Bakugo. The red and white-haired boy was busy napping in the back seat, while Bakugo looked as though he wanted to say something, but decided not to. Tsuyu, however, was not as tacit. Yeah, but he's always angry so he'll never be that popular. She stated. Bakugo bolted up, eyes focused in rage, as Aizawa watched him warily. What did you say? I'll kick your butt. You see. Tsuyu said, pointing to him. You know, we've only just met you, so it's kinda telling we can all tell your personality is flaming garbage mixed with CRP. Denki remarked with a wry smile. You'll all regret the day you ever applied here. Bakugo shouted in impotent rage, as many of them chuckled at his empty threats. Bakugo's getting bullied while I'm the popular one. Izuku thought, shaking his head in shock. I can't even comprehend how weird UA is. Momo meanwhile placed hand over her mouth, shaking her head slightly. This conversation is so disgusting. Yeah, but it's kinda fun though. Uraraka said with a broad smile. // // // // // // // // They arrived at the facility not long after, a large, domed structure that resembled an observatory of some sort, with a large dish and built into the side of a mountain or hillside of some sort. It stood above the road, and if one were to make the trek up the step hill or to the top of its dome, you could see the whole city stretched before you, and much of the countryside. We ought to climb up there one night, when there's no one watching. Venom suggested, as Izuku nodded in silent agreement. The group was herded in by Aizawa, who brought up the rear, as they huddled in through the massive doors. The place before them was huge, a great cavernous area filled with a great plaza and fountain, overhead lights that dominated the ceiling to keep it light at all times, a flooded area with a large butte, a rocky area with a quarry and canyon, and a fiery city area. It was an amazing how much detail and work had gone into it. Standing before them was a hero in a bulky, body-obscuring suit of some sort, most of their frame hidden under the thick white padding, and a large white helmet with a black glass dome across the top, and two white eyes, eerily similar to Venom's own, though less jagged and savage in appearance. Aizawa walked past his class, and up to the astronaut-looking hero. That's 13. I'm a huge fan of hers. Uraraka whispered excitedly. Yeah, she's a specialized rescue hero. Izuku remarked with a grin. She's really good. What's Major Tom doing here? Venom asked, almost coming out of Izuku's body to look himself, before Izuku stopped him. Knock it off. He thought sternly. Aizawa kept his back to the class, looking over the place as he spoke to 13. Where's All Might? He couldn't make it, he's tied up with a hostage crisis. She answered. He'll try and show up at the end. That man is the height of irresponsibility. Aizawa grumbled, before gesturing slightly with his head. See the kid in the gym uniform, green hair. Yeah. I'm worried about his quirk, keep an eye on him. Aizawa asked, before turning around and raising his voice. Let's get started. Indeed. As you all know, you have some great quirks, but can be highly dangerous at times. 13 stated, holding up her left hand. My quirk, Black Hole, can be used to help people, but is extremely dangerous and can potentially kill people in the wrong hands. Why is Major Tom giving us a lecture? Venom grumbled in irritation. It's 13. Izuku thought in annoyance. And quit listening to David Bowe, you're chewing through my phone's memory. Whatever. Venom hissed. You're training under 𝐈𝐻𝐷 and All Might has shown you what you can work on, and I hope your training here at USJ will let you see other applications for your quirk. She finished, nodding to 𝐈𝐻𝐷. As he was about to gesture for them to come forward and get ready, Izuku stiffened, every hair on his body standing on end, as his feet locked up. Kirishima and Ida gave him odd looks, as venom manifested from his back. We need to leave, the alien symbiote warned. Right now. What is your quirk doing, Midoriya? 𝐈𝐻𝐷 asked, irritated. We don't have time for games. Just because it doesn't involve fighting. What do you mean, Venom? Izuku asked, as a swirling mass of black and purple appeared in the fountain plaza below. 𝐈𝐻𝐷 turned, looking surprised for once, taken aback as the swirling mass strengthened and expanded outwards, like a blackened cloud, that was pulled open by a pale, bony hand pulling it open to reveal an equally pale face, covered in a grey, half-rotted hand, leaving only his red, focused eyes visible form under his strange mask. The figure stepped forward, similar rotted hands attached to his arms and neck. Other figures stepped out, some mutated into inhuman forms, others still vaguely human, but with the rough features and build expected for low-level gang members and thugs. The hand-covered figure, despite his smaller size, seemed to be the leader of the group. Beside him stepped a massive figure stepped out beside him. It was massive, standing as tall as All Might, with pure, night black skin, a bird-like face, and serrated teeth in its massive maw, and large, unblinking eyes jammed into its head, and right above them, an exposed brain left in the open area. It wore only breathes, the rest of its body covered in red, aching scars, and, if one looked close, one could see pus of some kind leaking from the wounds, giving the creature a strangely luminescent appearance. It stopped at the silent command of the first man, as the portal reformed and reshaped itself into a ghostly figure that loomed over all of them. Are these bots? I thought this was rescue. Kirishima asked, stepping forward, before Izuku's arm snapped up without meaning to, tentacles snapping outwards to pull him back. Stay back, 𝐈𝐻𝐷 commanded, his voice far angrier than they were used to, as he placed his goggles over his eyes. Those are real villains. This is a real attack. 13. Can you contact the school? 𝐈𝐻𝐷 asked. No, I can't raise anyone outside. She reported. They might be jamming our signals. 𝐈𝐻𝐷 remarked, readjusting his scarf, as he got ready for the fight ahead. Kaminari, you try. Kaminari placed a hand onto his earpiece, clicking it on twice, as static met his ears. Nothing, sir. We're cut off, 𝐈𝐻𝐷 remarked. The ghostly man looked closely at them, his thin yellow eyes studying them coldly, before he spoke. I see only Eraserhead and 13. He reported in a deep, booming voice. Oh, where is All Might? I brought so many friends, so eager to play with him. The hand-covered one asked, his voice a raspy tone barely above a whisper. I wonder if a body count of kids will bring him out. Shouldn't there be sensors active in this facility? Momo asked, looking around as the lights seemed to dim. Yes, here and at the main campus, but if they are blocking our communication, same probably goes for sensors. 13 remarked. I'll try to hold them off as long as I can, make sure they get to the exit. 𝐈𝐻𝐷 ordered sternly. But sir, you can't. You're specialized for quick capture and binding. Groups will. Izuku began, before 𝐈𝐻𝐷 glanced at him from over his shoulder. I appreciate the concern, Midoriya, but heroes always have more than one trick up their sleeve. 𝐈𝐻𝐷 remarked, as he jumped down onto the plaza below, heading straight towards the gathered mass of thugs below. I know All Might and 13, but who's this jackass? One of the thugs asked, his fingers ending in gun barrels. Ah, doesn't matter, shooting squad, get in position and take aim. He raised his fingers, as two others got in position, but as his fingers activated, all that came was a dry clicking sound. What? Where did my bullets go? One of them asked, dumbfounded. 𝐈𝐻𝐷 didn't even respond, sending out his cloth at the speed of light and wrapping around their waists, before tossing them upwards, and slamming them face first into each other, then releasing them to fall in a pile on top of their third peer. Stay back, you idiots, that's Eraserhead. One of the thugs shouted, sounding slightly fearful. He can erase your quirk just by looking at you. A massive, four-armed brute, his body appearing to be made of jagged rock of black and yellow color appeared, flexing his arms with excitement. "Bet you can't to a heteromorphic type like me," he taunted, barreling at Aizawa, his four arms raised for a fight. Aizawa was within arm's reach in a second, hardly wasting any time, and on him in the blink of an eye, slamming a punch into the man's rocky face, before sweeping out with his leg and taking the mutated human off his feet. The man was tossed aside over Aizawa's shoulder, and landed in a pile behind him. "You're right, I can't," he muttered wryly. "Any other gutter punks want to try?" The worst thing about heroes is when they live up to all the hype," Shigaraki remarked, scratching his neck with an outstretched finger. "Even with all these numbers, we're not making a dent." "Amazing, just look at him go," one of the students remarked. "This is no time to nails and cheer him on, we have to move," Ida commanded, stiffly gesturing to the exits. Izuku barely had time to even comprehend what Ida had said, before the massive form of the shadowy, ghostly figure loomed over him and the rest of the class. "Greetings, heroes, forgive our audacity, but we of the League of Villains have come to this bastion of heroics for one simple reason," the figure greeted, his mass shifting to encircle them. "To kill the vaunted symbol of peace, All Might." He shifted his head around, as Venom appeared, gelling and covering up Izuku's body, and readying his claws. Kurogiri stopped to stare at him for a moment, before he returned to analyzing the crowd. "But he appears to not be here," he finished, the area around them howling like a massive storm overhead. "This changes nothing in our mission." Izuku shuddered slightly, as Venom raised his fists into a fighting stance, stepping in front of Uraraka reflexively, before two figures jumped out from the crowd, rushing at the ghostly figure before anyone could react. Kirishima and Bakugo both charged Kurogiri, Kirishima hardening both arms up, as sparks fizzled from Bakugo's fingertips. Kirishima jumped and slashed outwards, as Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion where the guy's face should have been, dissipating his body like a cloud. Before anyone could celebrate, the figure just as quickly reformed himself, looking as though he had taken no damage at all. "Very impressive, exactly as expected from the top school of heroics," Kurogiri declared, his eyes narrowed in determination. "I'll just have to deal with you all first." His body extended outwards all around, buffet of wind almost blowing them off their feet, as his voice strengthened and grew louder, like a roaring tornado right on top of them. "Writhe in terror, and suffocate before our might," he declared, Venom roaring, and struggling as darkened tentacles wrapped around him and plucked him away, as the shadowy mass of Kurogiri obscured everything around them. He struggled for a moment, blind, before a tunnel of light opened before him. Venom almost blinked in surprise, before seeing the water churning below him. He prepared himself, as he hit the water, sending a funnel of it upwards, as he expertly maneuvered himself around the water. Venom looked around for a moment, before speaking. "Deku, you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, are we in the flood zone?" he responded, turning his head to and fro. Venom nodded their head, as he pulled back his lips in a growl, and began heading to the surface. "We should try and regroup with the others. While I'm no fish, I can survive well in this." He stopped again, growling and turning in the water, as a shark-like figure appeared before him, hands ending in webbed claws, and his surreally human-like eyes hidden behind diving goggles. The shark man opened his cavernous mouth, revealing double rows of sharpened fangs. Venom raised his clawed hands quickly ready for battle, before a green and black blur jumped out of nowhere, smashing into the side of the sharkman's head, and Tsuyu looked up at him, opening her mouth for her tongue to spring out, wrap around Venom's muscled middle, and jumping away and out of the water. "CYA." The shark gurgled out from his injured mouth. "CYA." Tsuyu repeated back, as she dashed out of the way. Tsuyu's tongue breached the surface, as Venom receded back into Izuku's body, making a lighter load for their partner, as she gently set him down on the large yacht before them. As Tsuyu retracted her tongue back into her mouth, Mineta was held onto Tsuyu's side. "You know, for a frog, you got pretty big melons, Tsu," Mineta said, brushing his head against one of the melons in her jumpsuit. She clenched her teeth, before constricting her tongue around his body, as he gasped for breath, before tossing him onto the boat, Mineta yelping in pain. Tsuyu jumped onto the side of the ship, scampering upwards quickly, before jumping onto the boat. Thanks, Tsuyu. Izuku managed, as Venom appeared from his shoulder. Indeed, we are on your debt, Tsuyu Asui. No problem, but call me Zu, she remarked as she climbed onto the boat, before hunkering down on all fours, in a very frog-like stance. Venom looked out at the gentle waves of water, before turning to Izuku. What now, Deku? I'm not sure, he muttered, looking around, as he got to one knee, hiding out of sight of anyone who would be swimming there. But they apparently had our schedule and knew All Might should have been here. But why come here? Mineta asked, sounding like he was trying to control himself despite his terror. All Might'll show up and smash them all in no time. Mineta, Zu began, looking to their dwarven classmate. They came here with a plan of action. They wouldn't come here just to be beaten. That smoke-like guy almost killed us as well. We should focus on not getting killed ourselves, or tortured to death. Izuku placed his hand on his chin, as he began to mutter to himself, before Venom growled slightly. If they came to fight, Izuku and I will give them much to regret. Don't get arrogant, we need to figure why they came first. Izuku cautioned, still looking down at his feet. They had to have a reason. Why come here to kill the symbol of peace? They have to have a reason behind it. He's been the biggest destroyer of villains the world has ever seen. Venom hissed, shaking his serpentine body slightly. What other reason is there? Izuku nodded slightly, as he stood tall, looking out at the gathering aquatic quirk users before them. Whatever their reason, we have one job to do, Izuku declared. We have to fight like hell to win. What are you saying? Mineta yelped. You're not making sense. If they can kill All Might, what chance do we have? We should find somewhere to hide and wait for UA to come get us. Mineta, are you sure this whole hero thing is the right fit for you? Tsuyu asked, sounding like she was trying to fight back irritation from bleeding into her voice. I concur. Venom growled, fixing Mineta with a hateful glare, before leaning in and whispering to Izuku. We could just eat him if worse comes to worse. I doubt even his parents would miss him. No, Izuku said simply, as Mineta looked to them in anger. Listen, I know my quirk. He began, before Izuku held up a hand to stop him. Hold on, we need to think this out. Izuku ordered. Backslash 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 as they were busy trying to survive the onslaught of various aquatic quirk users coming for them in the flood zone. The rest of the class, what hadn't been scattered across the various biomes, was back at the front gates, completely uncertain and unsure of what to do, as Kurogiri loomed over them. Most of the students had essentially locked up, unsure of even what to think. Right now, in the face of such a serious villain threat, especially with some of their top fighters scattered and them not knowing where to look. 13 unclicked one of her finger capsules silently, as Kurogiri billowed around them, silently studying them, his inhuman face inscrutable. Her quirk would activate soon, but this wasn't the full scale of her plan. Ida, head for the emergency exit and head back to the school, 13 commanded slowly, sounding as though she grinding her teeth. Warn anyone you can. But, as class president, I cannot abandon my peers. Ida said, stiff as a board. This isn't the time, so think of it this way. 13 remarked. A hero is often supposed to use their quirk to help in any way he can, even without combat. Ida, we'll be fine here. Uraraka counseled. You're the fastest of us. If anyone can bring the teachers back, it's you. Touching and inspiring, young heroes. Kurogiri said deadpan, before chuckling to himself. But you are fools to speak your plans in front of me. Oh, I don't intend to let you defeat us so easily. 13 declared, pointing her finger at him as massive torrent of air issued forth, beginning to drag everything in front of her towards her, including Kurogiri himself. Ida, move. 13 ordered, as Kurogiri struggled against the powerful pull. He would have cursed himself for not taking into account her abilities, but centered himself. Shigaraki, everything considered, needed him to complete this mission, and this would be easy enough to handle. 13 was no combat-oriented hero compared to Aizawa, and dealing with her would be easier than most other pros. As Ida turned to run for the exit, Kurogiri opened a portal within his twirling mass of a body, and opened directly in front of 13, before quickly opening another portal directly behind her. Your abilities are laudable, but you are not a combat hero, 13. Kurogiri declared, as the black hole within her finger rapidly tore apart her back and shredded much of the suit. Within seconds, terrible damage had been done to 13's body, as she closed the cap on her suit's finger, and collapsed in front of Kurogiri, as he reshifted his mass back to normal, before turning to Ida's fleeing form. 1 down, 1 to go. He swirled and headed straight towards the hero student, cutting through the air like a shark through the water. Ida continued to struggle against the locking mechanisms on the doors. "You're next," Kurogiri declared, as he focused on him. So focused, in fact, was the shadowy, cloud-like figure, that he didn't notice one of the other students jumping towards him. The largest student, Shuji, jumped at him, creating a large variety of hands and limbs, trying to wrap around Kurogiri's neck. He barely had time to smother Kurogiri, before the ghostly figure collapsed in on himself, and teleported a few feet away, heading towards Ida, unperturbed. He barely had time to react, before 2 hands had latched onto his neck brace, and he found himself weightless for a moment. "What is this?" he demanded, surprised and enraged, as Uraraka dropped away, giving Ida a thumbs up. "Alright Ida, you're good," Okiko declared, as Ida finally opened the doors, and gave a thumbs up to the class. "I will return," he declared, running off. Kurogiri shifted around in midair, trying to shake off the weightless feeling that had overtaken his body, before opening a portal and collapsing in upon himself, disappearing in an instant. He would need to report this soon. ////////////// back at the yacht, things were not getting better. Growing impatient, one of the thugs had tried to smash the boat apart to lure them out, and the boat was cracking and crumbling in upon itself. Even without the other thugs, it would not take a genius to realize they didn't have long to formulate a plan of action. Venom, finally growing irritated with Mineta's whining, and Izuku's muttering, grumbled, as he overtook Izuku's body, and stood over them. "Is that the jet vigilante?" one of the thugs shouted in fright. "What is he doing here?" "Relax you idiots, it's just a kid with the same quirk," another shouted. "He won't be as experienced or as vicious as him." "Listen closely," Venom ordered, gesturing towards the center of the waters. "I will try and land there, and use my tendrils to wrap them up. You will jump away with Mineta. I'm not sure you can survive so many Venom, ribbit," Tsuyu remarked, placing a finger on her chin. "Hopefully I can capture enough then," Venom remarked, grinning. He jumped away, and went for a dive, smashing into the water's surface with a splash, as the villains all turned to each other in surprise, before rushing towards where Venom had landed within the waters. He waited effortlessly, hardly caring about the water or even seemingly affected the different environment. "Are you sure you've got this?" Izuku shouted, terrified as the various fish mutants rushed at them. Venom grinned to himself, as tendrils extended from his hands. "No, but I got tired of waiting, and wanted some seafood." He wiped his left hand behind him, then his right in front of him, lashing out, and striking at several of the thugs, before wiping around and jumping out of the water, spinning in midair as his tendrils wrapped around themselves, and coiled around the thugs, leaving them immobilized. As he did so, Tsuyu had jumped away from the crumbling remains of the boat, Mineta in tow, as the remaining aquatic thugs turned and saw them leaving. "Don't let them get away," their leader shouted, as several jumped out to try and give chase. Mineta, seeing the approaching thugs, began tearing off the ball from his head and throwing them with all his might at the thugs, and though each hit was enough to put them down or knock them out, each one did knock them out of the sky a bit, and sent them careening into each other as they tried to avoid every sphere he threw, often only succeeding in knocking into a team with one attached, and sticking them both together, as they fell back into the water. Though he was bleeding from the scalp by time it was over, Mineta had done what Venom thought impossible, made himself useful. The symbiote jumped into the air, following after them, as the duo landed in the shallow ends of the pool. He turned to normal, retreating into Izuku's body, before emerging from his shoulder. "I must admit, you're more useful than I thought," Venom muttered to Mineta. "That was quite a useful strategy to clear them out." "Yeah, I had a good poop this morning, they're going nowhere," Mineta said unabashedly. Venom merely sighed to himself, shaking his serpentine body. "Don't make me regret complimenting you, dwarf." The group hunkered down near the water's edge to watch Aizawa at work. He was knocking out thug after thug that got within his reach or the reach of his scarf, and although he was obviously getting tired out, the thugs still hadn't been able to damage or even scratch him since the fight started. The leader watched for a moment, before running at the lone hero, hand-readied. "Final boss." First it was 30 seconds, then 25, then 23 seconds, Shigaraki muttered. As Aizawa's scarf flew at him, he moved to the side slightly and caught it in his fist, and, as expected, nothing happened, as he kept running. Then 20, now 17 seconds. Aizawa slammed the back of his fist into Shigaraki's chest, as the villain pushed inwards, and grabbed Aizawa's elbow in his crusted hand. "I found your tail, it's your hair," Shigaraki whispered. "It goes up whenever you use your quirk." As if on cue, Aizawa's hair went down, the clothing around his elbow turned gray, then flaked off, followed by his skin, rapidly cracking and falling apart as the muscle underneath became exposed to the air, red and raw. Aizawa grunted in pain, but kicked Shigaraki away. Two more villains tried to tackle him, one stabbing him in the shoulder, only for him to throw his hips out and toss the one latched to his back into the second one, and turning back to Shigaraki. "By the way, I am not the final boss," Shigaraki stated, as a massive shadow appeared over Aizawa, who turned in surprise to see the barely human form of the beast Shigaraki had brought with him. It reached out, and, with beyond human speed, and Aizawa's slowed, tired reflexes, it didn't take long for BLD to fly into the air, along with his broken goggles. The creature quickly overpowered him, throwing him to the ground with no effort, and getting on top of him holding his right arm in one hand. "This is 𝐿𝐿, the bioengineered antisymbol of peace," Shigaraki stated, as it snapped Aizawa's arm with a wet, bone-chilling crack. "It's true your quirk is dangerous, against lone thugs, but against someone like 𝐿𝐿, you might as well be a quirkless child trying to take him head-on." "I thought I neutralized his quirk," Aizawa thought through the horrific pain screaming up his arm. "Which means he's this strong without it." 𝐿𝐿 lifted up its other arm, and slammed it down with enough force to leave a crater under it, as the other arm snapped and bent at an unnatural angle. The creature's grinning face glared down at him emptily, as it held them there. Within a moment, a black and purple swirling mass appeared, before expanding out into the form of the smoke-like villain. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 gave Aizawa a sideways glance, studying him for a moment, before Shigaraki interrupted him. "What is it?" Shigaraki asked impatiently. "I took care of the Hero 13, but one of her students escaped," he reported. "It couldn't be helped." "DMN it 𝐒𝐻𝐽," Shigaraki hissed, as he scratched at his neck. "If you weren't our ticket out of here, I'd reduce you to dust." "I'm certain you would," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 muttered dryly. "What is our plan going forward? We can't take all the heroes on with this small force, especially with so many scattered," Shigaraki remarked, before catching sight of the students near the pool, as a smile came to his face. Izuku and everyone locked up, shaking in terror as Shigaraki's hand loomed over Tsuyu's face. His fingers touched as she looked on in terror. Shigaraki looked down at her for a moment, before sighing and turning back to Aizawa, his head barely held up, BLD running down his face as his eyes burned red, both from his damage and the activation of his quirk. He grunted in pain, as Shigaraki sighed. "You really are so cool." Tamura sighed, turning back and giving a quick hand signal to 𝐿𝐿, who smashed his head into the concrete with a growl, the ground immediately splintering and shattering from the force of the impact, the ground and water shaking ever so slightly even near Tsuyu and Izuku's position. Shigaraki lifted his hand up again, preparing to disintegrate her again. "All right, let's try this again. This time, we're making this a bloodbath. No. Let her go. 𝐒𝐿 shouted, Venom's mass and tendrils wrappings around his right fist, enlarging and empowering it further as he swung at Shigaraki. Before he could even get close to the villain, the 𝐿𝐵 had placed itself between 𝐒𝐿 and Shigaraki. The creature's abdomen bending slightly inwards from the impact with a gut-twisting, wet crunch. Despite this, 𝐿𝐵 did not react at all. Shigaraki looked at him in surprise, standing from Tsuyu to glare at 𝐒𝐿. You've got the same power as that jet guy from a few months back. Shigaraki remarked, leaning in closer, right by 𝐿𝐵's shoulder. You've got a symbiote. From Clint to right. 𝐒𝐿 shuddered in shock at his words, turning to look up at him. What? Nothing, it's nothing you need to worry about. Shigaraki remarked, before gesturing to him. 𝐿𝐵, break him. The 𝐿𝐵 grabbed 𝐒𝐿 by the right arm, crushing it instantly in its hand. 𝐒𝐿 screamed in agony, as Mineta and Tsuyu jumped back in terror, before the creature released his damaged hand, and swung his open palm into 𝐒𝐿's body, swatting him like a fly, and sending him flying yards away into the waters behind them, BLD rising to the top. Kurogiri, if we have any water teams left, send them to get his body. Shigaraki remarked, turning away. We might need that thing in the future. 𝐒𝐿's broken body floated down to the bottom of the waters, the darkened waters turned crimson by his BLD. His leg was twisted like a smashed-up pipe that had been crushed by a head-on car crash. His arm was crumbled like a can, bones sticking out as two of his fingers twitched. Two long white ribs and broke off and sliced through his flesh, the bones sticking out of the uniform, what was left of it at least. His left eye remained open, BLD rising all around him, his BLD, vision barely focused, as blackened mass spread across his body. I'm sorry Midoriya, I shouldn't have let you get this injured. I am a terrible symbiote. Venom's voice said in a conciliatory tone. I failed you the first time. But let's make up for it in the second round. 𝐒𝐿's eyes focused as he took a deep, shaky breath, as Venom's form snapped and slipped over his own. With a growl, Venom kicked up his feet and headed to the surface. Backslash 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 backslash. What are we to do against the other students? Kurogiri asked, hovering over Shigaraki. Oh, right. He said, turning to the 𝐿𝐵. Crush those ones too. His voice stopped as he saw a blackened form heading for them, much larger than any of their aquatic teams, and rising from the same spot as where they had dumped 𝐒𝐿. 𝐿𝐵, to me. Shigaraki ordered, as the creature quickly lumbered to stand over its MSTR. The ground cracked and crumbled beneath the creature, as it looked at the waters. What is it, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked, before seeing the blackened shape. That's not one of ours. I know Kurogiri. He remarked, clawing at his neck. Venom burst from the water, liquid dripping down his form and glistening in the light as he stomped his left foot down. Standing in front of his two classmates, his eyes narrowed as he growled and prepared for battle, his claws flexing as he prepared to fight. He lowered a hand to jam 𝐒𝐿's two exposed ribs back into his body with a wet crack, as his long tongue dangled from his maw. 𝐿𝐵, do your thing. Shigaraki said, pointing to Venom. You two, get Aizawa and head for the exit. Venom ordered. 𝐿𝐵 stomped his own foot, the ground vibrating like an earthquake, as he clenched his fists and roared. The two stood there for a moment, sizing each other up for a moment, before Venom roared, a disgusting sound, a mixture of a human yell of pure rage, mixed with an animalistic, inhuman roar of fury and hunger. The 𝐿𝐵 roared back, before the two charged each other. The two moved with inhuman speed, 𝐿�'s every step shattering and pulverizing the ground. Venom bounded forward on all fours, clawing apart the ground with every small leap he made, and, as they got close, jumping forward, and landing fist first into 𝐿�'s face. The creature barely reacted, growling before trying to swing a hook into Venom's head. The symbiote merely brought up his other arm, blocking the earth-shattering strike. The sound of crunching bones echoed, as his feet dug deeply into the ground, before his other hand reached out and gouged into 𝐿�'s side, the claw shredding through the thick muscled flesh and blackened skin and tearing out a chunk of his innards, BLD spraying across Venom's front, as the engineered beast staggered back. Venom jumped, and slammed a kick into 𝐿𝐵𝐻's face, sending him end over end. The creature came to a stop as its BLD dripped from Venom's chest and face, Venom's long tongue slipping from between his fangs to slowly lick up the ichor from himself, as his permanent grin widened. "Foul, but I'm not picky for snacks," Venom hissed, slowly stepping towards him. "It took a lot of energy to heal my host. This one will make a good feast." 𝐿𝐵𝐻 charged, jumping upwards, the ground rumbling again, as it threw both arms overhead and swung downwards at Venom. The symbiote merely rushed in, tackling the creature, and driving him into the ground. The 𝐿𝐵𝐻 roared in rage, as Venom slammed a punch into its stomach, before driving more into it, as though to crush 𝐿𝐵𝐻's guts, and through to the other side. He pulled back his left for another strike into the 𝐿𝐵𝐻, before it snatched his arm in its beefy palm, crushed it, and threw him away. Venom flew away into one of the large hills nearby, heading into the canyon zone. Dust and dirt was thrown into the air from the force of the impact, as 𝐿𝐵𝐻 slowly stood up, Shigaraki watching with interest. "Do you believe that killed him?" Kurogiri asked, sounding as though he already knew the answer. "If what we were told is right," Shigaraki remarked, "it's gonna take more than that to knock out that guy's HP." As if cue, Venom leapt from the hill and slammed down onto the ground. The arm 𝐿𝐵𝐻 had grabbed filling out again and back into its original state, as he snapped his jaws at 𝐿𝐵𝐻 and Shigaraki's direction. Without wasting any time, the 𝐿𝐵𝐻 barreled at him again, hands ready to tear him to shreds as Venom roared, charging at the creature as well. The two meet, a shockwave of air sent pulsing outwards as the two struggled against each other, trying to overwhelm the other. "Izuku, he's too strong for us," Venom reported, as he shoved 𝐿𝐵𝐻 back and gave him a strong kick to the side of his face, knocking him to the ground. "What next?" The 𝐿𝐵𝐻 stood up, roaring again, as it charged. Venom's right arm snapped up, a tentacle of night black mass shooting out, wrapping around 𝐿𝐵𝐻's head, and swinging down, sending him straight into the ground. The 𝐿𝐵𝐻 attempted to stand up, before Venom swung another kick upwards and sent him flying further back. "If we can't overpower him, try removing his limbs," Izuku suggested, sounding like he was sick from the suggestion. "I don't like it, but I don't think he's human, so." "I see, human life is less important to you," Venom remarked, charging at the down 𝐿𝐵𝐻. "That's not what I meant and you know it." Izuku barked in anger. "All right, I'll take off an arm and leg," Venom said, licking his lips. "They're not brains, but they'll go good with the scrawny hand guy's guts." The 𝐿𝐵𝐻 stood up, swinging its right hand outwards, and trying to wrap them around Venom's head. The symbiote reshifted and feinted to the left, grabbing 𝐿𝐵𝐻's wrist, before swinging at its shoulder with its claw. And, after a struggle, tearing the limb completely off. Red-brown BLD splattered across the fields and Venom's body, as the creature stumbled from his injuries. Without wasting a second, Venom dropped the limb, before grabbing the leg on the same side, and tearing it off. The 𝐿𝐵𝐻 fell, struggling and screaming in inhuman rage, its BLD drenching the fields. "Now, let's eat, before I start going after those intestines of yours, Deku," Venom hissed, snapping his jaws down on the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's thigh, and tearing off flesh. "It tastes tainted, but this will do." Venom quickly tore into the rest of the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's body, before long, leaving nothing but picked clean, white bones on the ground. It turned, as the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's eyes rolled around for a moment, before focusing on him. "You think we only gave him strength, symbiote?" Shigaraki taunted. "You're about to see something that can regenerate like you can. We designed him to kill All Might, and you're nowhere near his level." "What do you know about us?" Venom asked slowly, before noticing something. The gauge he had made in the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's side was gone. Red muscle fibers and tissues burst from the creature's shoulder, spreading and wrapping around, until they formed the barest semblance of an arm as its leg followed suit. Blackened fibers spread across, like a growing pool of liquid, as the creature's arm and leg were soon restored to their proper form, scars and all, but none the worse for wear. "You thought we'd come here unprepared," Shigaraki taunted with a laugh. "Shock absorption for the attacks, regeneration for anything to counter that, and super strength and speed to counter those as well. You're beaten, symbiote. Then 𝐿𝐼𝐻's just a never-ending buffet. Venom hissed, grinning at the mutated beast, before charging again. The 𝐿𝐼𝐻 ran as well, obviously still trying to get used to his new limb, before Venom stopped. The 𝐿𝐼𝐻 swung a fist at his head, only for the symbiote to create a shield form its right hand, stopping the attacks from hitting him, before his other arm snapped out, grabbing the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's other arm, and yanking it off balance. As the creature staggered, Venom dispersed the shield and lunged forward, his jaws snapping around the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's throat and tearing out, the thick, slime-like BLD bursting outwards, as the 𝐿𝐼𝐻 stepped backwards, holding its wound. Venom then lunged forward, striking at the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's sides, just below its ribs, and ribbing outwards, shredded hunks of flesh torn right from its body as the creature swung a defensive uppercut, slamming into Venom's chest. The symbiote roared in pain, before another, open-handed strike, was swung, sending him to the ground. Venom struggled to get up, before the 𝐿𝐼𝐻 swung both fists down, smashing him into the ground. Again and again, the creature tried to crush Venom, putting him into the ground, and leaving a massive venom-shaped crater there. Izuku groaned, as Venom struggled to get up. Is this what it's like to be hit by All Might? Venom fell back down, groaning in pain. I think so. The 𝐿𝐼𝐻 stood over him, ready to keep going, before Shigaraki signaled for him to step away. That was a good warm-up, 𝐿𝐼𝐻, but we need you for All Might. Shigaraki commanded, as the mutated human stepped away. Kurogiri, warp him away. We'll need him in One Piece 4. Home. Shigaraki approached, before Venom tore himself free and grabbed him by the throat before either of his companions could react. Shigaraki struggled in vain against the monumental strength of Venom, as the creature growled at him. Eyes. Lungs. Pancreases. Venom listed off, looking at each one, in detail, liking his fangs. So many snacks, so little time. Shigaraki grabbed the offending limb, as Venom looked at it in confusion. The slimy texture of his arm at first did nothing, as he prepared to tighten the grip enough to make Shigaraki pop, before the symbiote's arm grew drier, losing its luster, then turning a dry gray, and beginning to flake off. The symbiote dropped him immediately, as he looked at his limb in confusion. How did he damage us? Venom growled in surprise, before the 𝐿𝐼𝐻 turned and barreled at him again. As Venom turned to face off against the 𝐿𝐼𝐻 again, Bakugo stood atop a hill, Kirishima watching the fight closely. He had arrived just after Venom had finished devouring the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's body parts, looking down at Izuku at work, his eyes completely focused on Venom, not certain what to think. This was almost impossible to him. Not only was the kid he bullied for most of his life now one of the best students in their class, he was fighting it out with several villains, one of them a mutated beast. He clenched his fists in anger, as he watched the fight continue. Venom created a tendril of biomass from one hand, wrapping around the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's face, and crushing it, before creating another tendril, and wrapping around his legs. The creature struggled to pry them off, as Venom whipped him upwards, slamming him into the ground repeatedly, turning to find some new area of earth to crush with 𝐿𝐼𝐻, as though he was determined at all costs to leave nothing smashed and pulverized by 𝐿𝐼𝐻's body. Finally, satisfied with the attack, Venom turned on his heel, and swung outwards, sending the 𝐿𝐼𝐻 flying away and into the sea zone. A massive splash signaled 𝐿𝐼𝐻's landing as Venom turned his head to the skies and roared, freezing the BLD of everyone that heard. He lumbered towards Shigaraki, baring his teeth in rage. We are not done with you yet. Venom growled in rage. You almost killed my host. And how do you know about my origin? Shigaraki was busy, not actually listening to what Venom was saying, of course. He was more busy clawing at his neck, to the point even Venom was concerned he'd tear the skin off. Of course, Venom didn't want to lose any meat before he got in on him. Just as Venom was about to approach the young man, his tongue sticking out of his maw, and dripping with green slime, the doors were bashed open, and there stood All Might, dressed in his dress shirt and breathes, but glaring down at Shigaraki. I happened to encounter Ida on my jog to school, and he told me of what was going down here. All Might declared. I must say, I'm impressed by the audacity. But this little game is over. Shigaraki froze where he stood, as 𝐒𝐭𝐲 walked in next to him. Our forces are still scattered, and the 𝐿𝐴𝐽 will take time to get to the surface and heal. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 reported to him. What should we do Tamura Shigaki? Get us out of here. He commanded simply, eyes still locked on All Might. Leave the thugs to distract him. What of the symbiote? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked, as his form enveloped Shigaraki's own. We'll deal with him in time, just get us out of here. Venom wanted to pursue them, but had burned up most of his energy fighting 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Just one step, and he'd have to start breaking down Izuku's organs for food, something he was taking pains to avoid now more than ever. He simply watched as Shigaraki disappeared into the portal, glaring back at Venom. You'll pay in BLD for denying me the kill, Shigaraki declared, as he and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽 vanished without a trace. All Might will fall. I will be the one to do it. Venom watched the portal swirl and wrap around itself, like a maelstrom, before vanishing in the blink of an eye. He looked around, as All Might rushed down the stairs, through a crowd of thugs just standing up from their beating from Aizawa, and beat them down again. He stopped in front of Tsuyu and Mineta, to gently take Aizawa's crumbled form in his massive arms, as Venom bounded to him. There is a villain, bioengineered. Venom hissed. We beat him down and threw him in the waters there. Bioengineered? All Might asked. Probably as strong as you. Venom explained. I only beat him through luck. If you go near there, be careful. My colleagues will show up, with the police, to deal with it soon. All Might said, as he shepherded all of the gathering students out of the USJ facility. Is young Midoriya well? Venom peeled away and vanished beneath Izuku's body. Although there were slight bags under his eyes, he looked none the worse for wear. Alright, good. All Might said with a nod. Do you know anything about what they wanted? They specifically built 𝐿𝐴𝐽 to kill you. Venom hissed, as he shifted and appeared from Izuku's shoulder. The one covered in hands. 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 Izuku and Venom affirmed at the same time with a nod. He was focused especially on killing you. Freaked when we took 𝐿𝐴𝐽 out of the picture. I see. All Might replied, scratching his chin, as he carefully cradled his broken colleague. Thank you for what you did. That was very brave of you. Both of you. Izuku nodded, silent as they exited the building, and waited out front of the police and paramedics to arrive. All Might placed Aizawa gently on the grass, and gestured for two other students to watch him and 13. There are still some left in there, he remarked. They won't be for long, because I am here. He rushed back inside, as the students watched in awe. This gave him time to both clear out any villains left, and to think about what Venom and Izuku had told him. Shigaraki stumbled out of the portal, followed by 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽, now in a more humanoid form, and dressed in a dress shirt, slacks, and vest. Shigaraki was silent for a moment as he sat at one of the bar stools, head low, and as he groaned to himself. The large computer screen to their left flickered to life, as the words sound only flashed across it. Tamura Shigaraki, are you well? The calm, cool voice of his teacher sounded. We didn't even get to fight All Might. Shigaraki shouted in rage. We only took out their two useless teachers. Shigaraki, calm down. Tell me what happened from the beginning. His MSTR spoke, still even and controlled. Some stupid brat with a symbiote defeated 𝐿𝐴𝐽. What? 𝐿𝐴𝐽? His MSDR's personal doctor, Dr. Yujiko snapped. How could this be, after all the work we put into him? Describe the symbiote. All for one stated, still focused on his student. Black, like the jet guy. Shigaraki snarled. He threw 𝐿𝐴𝐽 into a pool or something. Jet. Venom. Sensei remarked to himself. It's fortunate you got out of there. What's the point, we lost everything. Shigaraki muttered to himself. I can assume the thugs are gone, but they are disposable muscle anyway. All for one remarked, before sighing to himself. And the loss of 𝐿𝐴𝐽 is a setback, but as long as you and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽 are here, we can still work with this. How? We only failed under that cheap, cliched League of Villains name and not our true identities. Yujiko stated. They won't know who hit them. Not the real ones. You must simply find stronger troops. Sensei declared. This fodder approach won't work against a symbiote, even one like Venom. Take all the time you need, I must remain hidden in the shadows for now. His MSTR advised. Next time, the world will know the terror you represent. Shigaraki, I know it. The video feed shut off, as Shigaraki and Kurogiri were left alone and in silence within the abandoned bar. All for One, meanwhile, at his secret location, sat back in the shadows, stroking his chin in silence for a moment. Should I unhook Riot from his tube? Yujiko asked. You want the two together, right? MSTR. No, save it for later. All for One replied. We must let Tamura Shigaraki figure things out for himself, for now, and work this out on his own. If you say so, MSTR. Yujiko remarked. All for One sat back in the shadows, turning slightly to watch the writhing, silver-red form of Riot within the specialized tube, struggling to be free. Doctor, send in another bum. Riot's getting hungry. All for One ordered. It took 3 days after the event for class to begin to return to a feeling of normalcy. Although everyone escaped with only minor scraps and bruises, with the exception of Kaminari, who many worried had fried his brain during the fight, it was a rather uneasy atmosphere after the fact. Even though few had seen it in person, the class was amazed at hearing Izuku take on the biggest, baddest villain and live to tell about it. Still, the class notably lost of that energy they had before. When the year had started, it would be a slow and hard process to get back to where they were before. Venom seemed far more cheerful than usual, probably on account of his finally having gotten a good, bloody fight that he had hungered for. Ever since then, while Izuku thought over everything he had seen, Venom was a bit more silent. A day after the attack, Izuku was called in by Detective Naomasa. After their greetings, and learning the detective was part of All Might's inner circle, Izuku went over everything he had done and seen from them, Venom chipping in to provide details as well. The room they found themselves in was comfy, with a small plant in the corner, a snack fridge and a round table, but not much else. The early morning sun was just beginning to rise from above the hills, the two having come in early to get the interview done before class started. So did it talk at all during the fight? Naomasa asked. No, simple roars and growls. Venom reported, as he hung from Izuku's shoulder. And this Shigaraki, based on what some of the other students said, reacted like a child to Nomu's loss, correct? Yes, compulsively scratching himself. Izuku said with a nod, thinking back to it. He seemed to think killing All Might was his thing, and didn't want anyone in the way. Interesting. Naomasa muttered to himself, stroking his chin. We don't have any records of him or his getaway guy, so I'll tell you what the teachers told me. Keep your eyes open for anything. Naomasa stood up, grabbing his beat-up old hat. You took out his prize, and almost took him out, he'll want you if he ever gets the opening. The detective and Izuku both left the interview room within UA, before heading off their own separate ways. Naomasa was bothered by some of what had occurred. Even the heroes at UA, with all their resources, and the investigation teams he had, couldn't find a thing on this Shigaraki. There was a Shigaraki family from before the rise of quirks, but they had no records showing any children. He probably picked the name at random, and went form there. He thought, placing his hat back on his head. But why the cover? He was so proud of himself and his toy, why not give his real name and really hammer in how he outsmarted the heroes? There was also the fact that he was still bothered by Izuku's quirk. He and Aizawa had both agreed something was off about how similar they were, but the whole thing just didn't seem right. The lethal protector fought nothing like Izuku and Venom. Of course, the students hadn't seen anything regarding Venom devouring Nomu's limbs, so that left Naomasa with only half the picture. Once Aizawa recovers, we'll have to look into this kid closer. He thought, as he left the building. Izuku and Venom both headed off to their class, as Izuku rubbed his eyes slightly. Even getting to bed early and all had not helped him with the fact he had to get up so early to do the interview. Let me help with that. Venom's voice responded from within him, as he felt a sudden jolt of energy spike through his body. Just playing with the chemicals to keep you awake. Why did we have to do this before school, and not after? Izuku grumbled in irritation. Perhaps he's busy, but I agree. Venom replied. Messing with your sleep is especially dangerous for us, given the chemicals and all. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused. It's complicated. Venom remarked. But if any part of your body is thrown off balance, it affects me too. Izuku turned and entered the classroom, several of the students jumping slightly at his appearance, before sitting back down and returning to normal. So jumpy, after I pretty pulverized that gnome you freak. Venom growled. You'd think they'd be grateful for our bravery. You only were able to bash him up a little. Izuku mentally corrected. And I'd be jumpy after all that too. Bah, any more thugs show up, and I'll eat them for snacks. Venom grumbled. Izuku shook his head slightly as he took his seat. A moment later, Ida came running, stopping in front of the class, his body straight and alert. Everyone. Class is about to start, take your seats at once. He shouted to the room. We're sitting already. Soto remarked. In fact, you're the only one standing. Ida took his seat, grumbling in frustration, his shoulders hunched as he cursed himself for not following his own rules. A moment later, Aizawa marched in, to the surprise of all, covered from head to neck in bandages, and his arms completely wrapped up. Mr. Aizawa, should you be here? Mina squeaked in surprise. I'm well enough to walk, so I'll manage. Aizawa replied dryly. Besides, more important things need to be done. He activated his capture scarf, wrapping it around the chair and pulling it in. Everyone let out a small "oo" as they watched in wonder as it reset back to normal around his neck, and he took his seat, letting out a small sigh of relief. Anyway, the school will be having the upcoming UA festival in 2 weeks' time. He stated, looking around the room, despite the bandages over his eyes. This is the chance to show what you've got and really start making an impression on the pros. But, soon after the villain attack. Mineta gulped. Isn't that dangerous? Security will be more stringent than before, and more pros will be called in to guard the place. Aizawa replied. The staff agrees it will be good to have a little competition to take your minds off what happened a few days ago. This is where we get to battle the other classes, correct? Venom asked Izuku within his head, squirming around in his chest. Yeah, the top winners usually get the best heroes to intern with and all. Izuku replied. Good, another series of battles. Venom bobbed within him, almost like a child jumping for joy. This will be fun. Haven't you had enough fighting? Izuku asked, tiredly. No. You can never have enough. Venom replied, seemingly confused by his pensive attitude and passive behavior. Tell you don't have fun smashing up challenges. Izuku fell silent, as he listened to what Aizawa had to say regarding the rest of the festival. Within 2 weeks, the sports festival would begin for all the young heroes. 2 weeks to push themselves along, improve their abilities and try to gain the attention of the pro heroes that would be watching them. Needless to say, it did what most of the staff thought it would, take the stress of the villain attack off their minds, to replace it with the stress of the competition. Izuku and the rest of his group walked to the lunchroom, Izuku not really paying attention to what they said, as Venom spoke within his mind. We should start analyzing your classmates, picking out weaknesses, and working to pick them off. Venom suggested. This is our chance to truly become something more than them. Keep calm, dude. Izuku thought tiredly. It's just some sports stuff. We're not here to annihilate anyone. Venom grumbled in irritation, before speaking again. We're supposed to come out on top, yet you longing to not go all out to reach such a place. Yeah, but I know how you go around coming out on top. Izuku thought tiredly, rolling his eyes. We're not brutalizing them, especially since most of the class are my friends. Deku, Ida. Uraraka declared, her face determined and focused, a far cry from her usual cheerful demeanor. "I'm gonna do my best." She threw her fist up, as Ida and Deku threw theirs up in support. Venom appeared from his shoulder, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you okay?" Venom hissed, a slight happy note in his deep voice. "You seem more bloodthirsty. It's quite admirable actually." "Yeah, you're usually super laid back," Mina observed. "PM." Mineta began, before a tongue shot out of Tsuyu's mouth and smacked him straight in the face, silencing him for the moment. She turned on her heel, towards Kirishima, Soto, and the others. "I said I'm gonna do my best." The three also put their fists up, in a far less excited fashion. "Woo. Great, I guess." Izuku watched for a second, before thinking things over. "Speaking of, I've never asked Uraraka why she wanted to be a hero." "You could ask, when she's more calm." Venom whispered. "She might bite your head off right now, all pumped and ready to go as she is." "Sounds like you'd like her as a host more," Izuku thought with a small smile. "Perhaps," Venom remarked. "I'm still gonna try and set you two up." Izuku made a strange face, as Venom quickly retreated back into his body, disappearing out of sight. He thought of asking Venom what he meant, but decided against it. Venom's alien mind was best left alone, and asking questions would reveal all sorts of devilish ideas and attitudes that Izuku had a feeling would shorten his life expectancy. He had probably misheard what Venom meant anyway. As such, he waited until Ida, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and he had left for lunch, and were alone from the rest. They moved down the escalator and headed towards lunch, as Izuku built up the courage to finally ask her about it. "So Okiko, why did you decide to become a hero and all?" Izuku asked, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "Why?" Uraraka asked, thinking for a moment. "If you don't wish to speak on the matter," Tokoyami remarked. "No, it's fine." She muttered with a sigh. "It's just, I came here to make money." "Money?" Ida stated, slightly surprised. "I know it sounds greedy, especially compared to Ida's whole thing with his family." Uraraka replied, rubbing the back of her head. "There's nothing wrong with seeking a better life," Ida said immediately, shaking his head at her. He had known her long enough to know she wasn't greedy by any metric. "It's just that, my family works construction, and times have been hard," she said, her voice getting a little higher as she got nervous. "And Dad doesn't want me pursuing any career but what I wanted from the bottom of my heart." "I think your father is rather wise," Tokoyami remarked, placing his hands in his pocket. "It's best to find something you enjoy that can provide." "Yeah, well, don't tell anyone about this, okay?" she remarked. "She worries too much," Venom grumbled. "The whole class is disgustingly supportive and friendly with one another. She doesn't want pity." Venom, Izuku thought, rolling his eyes. "You need to pick up on things better. My whole goal is to become a hero, so my family can live comfortably," she declared, a fire of determination in her eyes. "I'll accomplish it no matter what." Ida held his hands above his head, clapping loudly. "Bravo! Bravo!" Izuku gave him an odd, sideways glance, still not used to his strange mannerisms quite yet, as Venom shifted beneath his skin and rumbled, causing his whole body to feel like it was vibrating slightly. Tokoyami merely gave her a supportive thumbs up. "Geez, who's the alien here?" Venom hissed. "Whatever happens, Uraraka, I'm sure you'll do the best," Izuku said with a supportive smile. // // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / far from UA's prestige school were the Ogasawara Islands. A chain of uninhabited islands, the place was famous for its great tropical shores and pleasant weather. But, near the mountains, far from the sight of any prying eyes, was a large hangar and base facing the ocean waters, the clear blue water lazily brushing against the sheer rocks, as an object flew at high speeds towards the landing pad that lead into the rest of the base. It resembled a large, flaming bird of some sort, its body partially scaled, partially rock-like. It dipped low, skimming the water with one of its massive wings, as it slowed down, flapping above the base, and shrinking and fading away, until a seemingly normal human landed upon the pad. He was a man of thin, wiry build, but all muscle. He wore a sleeveless aviator jacket and goggles. The brown leather was beat up and partially scorched, with the words El Incendio Diablos in fiery orange and red letters, with a large, hawk-like head, all in black, under the words. He had hawkish features and burning yellow eyes. His boots clicked against the metal as another, far different man approached. The second one was heavily built and solid muscle, built like a linebacker, with a large white jacket over his upper body, with flaming patterns along the edges, baggy breeds of the same coloration, with spiked boots and knees pads, as his long coat billowed behind him. He approached, his orange-red eyes glowing slightly even in the sunlight. His face was like a solid, unfeeling rock as he approached the newcomer. "Rodin," he remarked, tipping his head slightly. "Goy." The second man greeted, giving a small salute with his 2 fingers. Rodin stood for a moment, arms crossed in front of him, before he spoke again. "So you're heading out for the new sports festivals at UA here?" "Yep," Gojiro remarked. "Any kid caught your interest?" Rodin asked, tilting his head slightly. "Or why just looking for a fight from those League of Villain goons?" "One of them's interested me, based on what I'm seeing," he remarked, stroking the scruff on his chin. "I'm just gonna see what's going on with him, catch up with All Might and the rest again, and be back here in a couple weeks or so." "Alright, just be careful. Stuff's getting weird lately. Not just the League either," Rodin remarked, looking around, before leaning in to whisper. "Are we sure the 2 in there are the only ones?" "That's what I aim to find out about," Godzilla said stoically, his expression unchanging. "Might take the kid during internships." Rodin shot him a wry look, shaking his head slightly as he gave him a sideways glance. "There's no 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grade quirks there, why bother?" Godzilla shrugged slightly, his face impassive. "I've heard good things. Besides, I don't know if I will. Just testing the waters." Rodin sighed as he shrugged. "Alright, nothing I say will stop Y, so just do what you do, and get back quick. Don't worry about it," Godzilla remarked, turning and heading off towards the launch pad, before turning to the look over his shoulder. "Be careful yourself. Stuff is getting weird lately, alright." He continued on, as Rodin jammed his hands into his pockets and headed for the opened base doors, not even bothering to watch as Godzilla marched right to the edge of the launch pad, started stretching his arms and legs for a moment, before diving straight off into the depths below. Even as Rodin walked into the dimly light base, no one seemed to care for the colossal, reptilian figure rose from the waters where the man had landed, and began to swim off towards the sunset. As the end of the day, UA was a buzz of excitement with the sports festival fast approaching and the chance to really shine. As the day drew to a close, and the Class 1A began to prepare to leave for home, a crowd had gathered right outside their doors. The rest of the class was dumbfounded, to say the least, why so many had gathered outside of 1A. Uraraka looked out across the crowd, her jaw nearly to the floor, as she tried to figure out a way out. "What the heck is this?" Mineta shouted impotently. "How are we supposed to get out? What's with all these people?" "They're here to scout out the competition, small fry," Bakugo muttered gruffly. "They must have heard we survived a big villain attack." Mineta looked to Izuku in shock at his words, who only held up his hands with an uncertain expression. "That's just him on a good day." Bakugo stood in front of the crowd for a moment, glaring at them all with an expression as burning and rage-filled as any of his explosions, before HS spoke. "What the hell are all you extras doing here?" The rest of 1A stiffened and yelled in protest, as Ida shot up, chopping the air as he motioned to him. "You can't just call people you don't know extras." A kid, around their age, pushed in front of the other students in the crowd. He had wavy, spiked purple hair, a tired expression on his face, and bags under his eyes. He looked 1A over coldly, unimpressed with all of them, his eyes cold and hardened like ice. "So this is 1A. I heard a lot about you, but I didn't think you were all this arrogant," the kid remarked. "Who the hell is this guy?" Venom grumbled within Izuku's mind, trying to sprout out of his body to try and launch his own tirade against them. Izuku mentally commanded him to stay put. Bakugo was bad enough with the other classes. I landed in general studies, but if we give enough of a good show, we can be moved up to hero course. The purple-haired student remarked, hands shoved in his pockets now, as he locked eyes with Bakugo, not at all intimidated by him. And the reverse is true too, for those that don't do good enough. 1A stiffened at his words, everyone looking amongst themselves to figure out who would get demoted or sent off to other classes. Mineta shook slightly in terror. He had scored the lowest in physical tests at Aizawa's surprise tests, and he still wasn't as strong as the rest of the class. Izuku himself was also worried. Venom would be garnering all sorts of attention, and his independence could bite him in the butt if he wasn't careful. Don't worry, I won't eat anyone's head. Venom remarked, still hidden away inside his body. The fact he had to promise that still didn't put Izuku at ease. The purple kid turned on his heel and headed off into the crowd, as another student, with shiny, silver hair shot up from the crowd, sharpened, knife-like fangs, and strange growths around his eyes resembling metallic growths. Hey! I'm from Class 1B. He shouted above the booing crowds. If you assholes all act like this D-head, you better watch yourselves and not make us all look bad. What the hell, man, what are you thinking? Kirishima yelled at Bakugo. You're gonna have every class gunning for us in the festival. What do I care, Bakugo grumbled, as he began to shove and push through the crowd. I'm aiming for the top. Why play nice? Venom's head sprouted and shifted from Izuku's body, as he looked to his host. Denki looked at Venom for a moment, temporarily turning green, before taking a deep breath and calming himself down. He's right, you know. He hissed to his host. Why play nice? We all know we have to crush the competition. Yeah, but don't say that out loud. Izuku said, motioning for his symbiote to be quiet, as the rest of the class looked at him in irritation. It's a sports competition. We have to play by certain rules and all. Fine, whatever. Venom said, head lolling slightly. Just don't be so spineless about it like you are now. I'm not spineless. Izuku muttered in annoyance, as his symbiote grinned at him. Yeah, of the two of us, I think I have more spine than you. Venom whispered to him. And I'm rather lacking in any internal workings. Keep it down. Izuku warned. Venom nodded slightly, and withdrew quickly back into his body, before continuing. If you want to keep your position in this class, we'll need to practice and hone our skills. Izuku nodded, as the rest of the class tried to make their way out. It was not until the walk home, did Izuku and Venom began to talk a little more, now walking the brick path and past the large, alden trees along the way to class. So I know you're kinda touchy about being found out. Izuku said aloud, making sure no one was around to hear them. Why though? Passing as a quirk will be hard, but I don't want any government types to find out about me. Venom replied. Who knows what they'll try and do to me? You think they'd try and separate us? Izuku asked. Most likely. Venom replied. I'm starting to like it here. I'd rather be free to run around and fight foes than be sliced up and killed in a lab. Understandable. Izuku said with a shrug. But didn't you have a whole team? If they haven't appeared on the news or tried to seek me out, Venom remarked coldly. Then they're probably dead by now. Aren't they your friends, right? Izuku asked, surprised at how cold and slightly angry he sounded. We're a team, very different. Venom replied defensively, before sighing. I was considered disposable by them. I'd rather stay here and be something worth remembering. Izuku wanted to ask why his team had been sent in the first place, but figured Venom didn't feel comfortable quite yet. It had taken him this long already to talk about getting sent here and his team. He probably needed more time to work towards anything else about his homeworld and the other symbiotes. They walked along a little further, before Venom manifested from his back, and Izuku asked him another question. Do you think we can win this? Deku, you have a supreme talent for being intelligent but very stupid. Venom remarked. We defeated that massive machine, held our own against Bakugo, and fought that brain guy despite him being All Might's counter. We got this. I just don't. He began, before Venom made a growling noise. "Don't overthink it, you idiot." Venom grumbled. "Like I said, we've done a lot. Some school kids with attitude won't do much to counter us." Izuku wasn't sure about that, but thought of Kaken and his abilities, his drive, and Venom's longing to constantly come out on top, to adapt and overcome whatever stood in his way. He admired both, even if Katsuki was a rage-filled bully, and Venom was far too eager to make a meal of any that annoyed him. Venom studied him for a moment, leaving Izuku to wonder if he was reading his mind. Venom had always said he was inside Deku's head. Was he reading his thoughts now? "All we need is some training," Venom suggested, his ever-present smile widening. "I have quite the idea." At Dagobah Beach. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What could be at the beach? It was dumping ground for garbage. Their training had been weight-focused and using machines, not cleaning up after lazy people. "Trust me, this will work," Venom said, tongue licking his lips slightly. "It worked on my last hosts." Izuku briefly wanted to ask him about the other hosts, but what would that be like? Would it be like asking a partner about their past relationships? Given how close him and Venom were, would it be too personal? He had been in those people's heads, and if they had died or left him behind, would that give Venom trouble or emotional issues? "Just follow my directions, and you'll be ready," Venom stated, nodding his miniature head. Izuku looked at him uncertainty, but simply shrugged. "Not like I got a choice. This better work." Venom didn't say anything, merely retreating back into his body with a chuckle that Izuku did not like in the slightest. Whatever the symbiote had planned, he had a feeling it was going to be bad. He just hoped it didn't end with them going on another rampage and on the run from the law. What Deku had not realized was that Venom's plan was not exactly what he had expected. What Izuku thought going forward was that they would be doing some more intense weight training, working out, or pushing his body somehow. Venom had, after all, insisted Izuku work his own body to be a better host, but what was happening now was just too strange. Venom was literally having him clean a beach. Dagobah Beach had become infamous as a dumping ground, and while Izuku had his problems with it, he never thought his own symbiote would recruit him into acting as clean-up crew for this place. "You keep doing this for the next 2 weeks, and you'll be ready in no time," Venom said within his mind. "Why am I chucking refrigerators across a beach?" Izuku grunted, struggling with the large hunk of metal. "This doesn't seem like it's doing much." "Course it is," Venom replied. "One of my first hosts trained like this all the time. Became one of my strongest hosts." "If you say so," Izuku muttered. He felt tempted at first to ask about Venom's past hosts, but then went against it. Hosts were really important, apparently. He and Venom already had a tight bond from years of coexisting and working things out together. If Venom had to leave them, either due to death or simply being forced out of his host, then he figured asking would open up old wounds. Venom was always rather private about his past, for whatever reason, and, as always, Izuku had learned to simply let him talk when he wanted to. "So we're doing this for 2 weeks," Izuku muttered in agitation, wanting to change the subject, for Venom's sake. "Yes, with the new free time your teachers have given you, this will work perfectly," Venom hissed, shifting beneath Izuku's chest with nervous energy. "Then you'll be ready. Can't you just bash through the competition?" Izuku asked, as he finally managed to move the refrigeration unit and get it moving up the beach. "No," Venom stated firmly. "The less I appear, the better. Too many heroes and cops around. I'll just use pieces of myself over your arms and legs to enhance your performance." Izuku nodded. That seemed like the best approach. Not only would it lessen the chances of the heroes and police seeing Venom in full form, but it would also lessen the energy output Venom had to use. The less he exerted himself, the less they would need to eat, and would allow Venom to not have to potentially start turning on Izuku's organs. "If worse does come to worse, I can eat your spleen," Venom suggested. "You don't need it anymore, and I can just regrow it." "No, you're not eating my organs. I'm just saying, the sports festival might get rather stressful," Venom stated. Izuku rolled his eyes, groaning to himself. There were times when partnering with Venom seemed like a mistake. This seemed like one of them. The sports festival was a big deal, where the students could get scouted and make their way into top hero agencies if they performed well. If Venom was going to be rotting away his organs in the middle of a fight, he doubted it would go over well with the heroes who were looking for the best candidates. That brought up the next question and path going forward: which heroes would want them, which ones could they trust and go with, and what would they be looking for? He thought of going to All Might. Since the two knew each other's secrets about their quirks and abilities, Izuku figured there was no harm in going to him. Go to whoever you want, Venom stated. Just be careful how you phrase things. Even Aizawa? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. You two would get along, right? Might actually allow us to cover up better, Venom said thoughtfully. Izuku simply shrugged, continuing his day's work of hulling up all this trash for Venom's mysterious training regime. As the week went by, Izuku continued without much pause, focused on his studies, exercise regime, and sometimes hanging out with the other students. Everyone else was so focused on the tournaments to come, that they all were focused on their own ways of preparing for the festival. Izuku still wasn't sure if he was ready, and while Venom's ad hoc training methods had gotten the beach cleared, he still wasn't sure what it had accomplished. But, only 3 days before the end of the week, that would take them to the tournament, and everything had been cleared. Izuku stood proudly, looking over his work, as Venom bubbled within his chest. I told you this would work, Venom grumbled. What exactly does it accomplish? Izuku asked. Physical strength enhancement, without me, Venom stated. I want a host that can at least do something on their own in a fight after all. Oh. Okay, Izuku replied, shaking his head. He still got the feeling Venom was lying to him, and waited for the symbiote to finish. Plus, I wanted to see the beach for real, Venom explained. No garbage, as the sun goes down. Your world isn't so ugly after all, now that I see this. I knew it, Izuku grumbled. We should have actually been doing training. Hey, that garbage was heavy, wasn't it? Venom hissed in agitation. Yeah. And as the days went by, you got better at handling and lifting it, correct? Venom inquired in annoyance. Yeah, Izuku said, nodding to himself. So I helped, Venom replied grumpily. I deserve a thank you. And extra tater tots tonight. Izuku sighed, as he saw the sun go down across the waters, casting the lazy blue waves in a warm orange and yellow glow. He could see why Venom would want to see this now. Venom moved around slightly under his skin, before manifesting out of his shoulder. Can I take over your form? He asked. I want to see this, through my eyes. Izuku nodded, as the black slime broke through his skin and seeped around, overtaking his body and expanding outwards as Venom took on their humanoid form. He carefully balanced his weight on the platform above the beach, careful as not to break it down all his muscle, and looked it over in silence for a lot longer than Izuku was used to from his symbiote. He said and thought nothing, simply wanting to let Venom have a few moments of quiet. Izuku was loath to interrupt, but cleared his throat. Hey, can we get a move on, before we get caught? People are gonna see you and, just hold on a little more, Venom said, a rare wistful note within his deep, booming voice. We'll leave in due time. Izuku wasn't so sure about hanging around, but waited for Venom to finish whatever he was doing, before the symbiote finally withdrew back into his body, and they made their way back home to prepare dinner for themselves and Izuku's mother. // With the final days passing by in the blink of an eye, many of the students could hardly believe that the time had finally come, and things were about to go down. Everyone of 1A was a bundle of nervous energy and excitement coming forward. The chance to get the attention of the best heroes, settle vendettas with the other classes, or just keeping their positions from being knocked off by the other students and classes all gave them the hype and energy for the coming struggle going forward. The class were all stationed in one of the waiting rooms, isolated from the other classes to avoid any trouble or cheating. As they spoke and gossiped among themselves, all in their gym uniforms, Tenya came in, practically ripping the door off its hinges in his excitement. Is everyone ready? He called into the room. They're about to call us up soon. Izuku and Venom stood in one corner, talking with each other, as the others listened closely, trying to pick up some of Venom's combat wisdom that he was sharing with Izuku. Shoto watched them carefully, before approaching. Hey, Midoriya. He stated in his cold, low voice. Yeah. Izuku replied, turning quickly, as Venom disappeared back into his body once more. I don't know how you pulled it off, but I saw you and your quirk take on that brain guy at USJ. He remarked, looking at Izuku, focused and cold like a hawk. And All Might seems to be keeping in touch, despite me and a few others having higher scores. Izuku stared at him in slight confusion, before Shoto pointed at him, drawing himself up to look down at Izuku. What I'm saying is simple. I'm going to defeat you in this festival. No matter what. You and the rest of the top students here. What the hell is your problem? Venom demanded, sprouting from Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, Todoroki, we're not here to fight each other. Kirishima cautioned, putting a hand on his shoulder. Let's just calm down here. I have to get to the top. Todoroki remarked simply, pulling away from Kirishima's hand. It's nothing personal, you wouldn't understand. Izuku narrowed his eyes in annoyance, setting his teeth. I don't know why you're doing this, or why you'd want to, but if you're going to be aiming for the top, so will I. Izuku looked him in the eye, as Venom swayed around his shoulders. It's true you're one of the strongest, and one of the best. But I'm going to not stop until I reach the top either. The two stood there tensely for a moment, as others watched in excitement for the declaration of war going down right now. Katsuki Bakugo sat by Tokoyami and Soto, glaring at them both. He had been quiet since they had arrived, silently brooding and planning against Izuku and Todoroki since they arrived. He knew they were both the center of attention. Todoroki was the powerhouse who had dwarfed him and Izuku with his massive powers of ice, while Deku, pathetic, shitty Deku, had fought off a powerhouse villain on his own with his own monstrous quirk. He had waited for this moment, and didn't waste any of his energy on yelling or screaming at anyone on the bus ride over, Kirishima annoying him by asking him if he was feeling sick or under the weather today. No, he was just fine. He was going to show them both up, and show the entire class who was going to be the next number one. Personally, he was wondering if Deku was the one feeling sick. He was acting unusually aggressive. But that didn't matter either. If the little nerd and his slime-covered gimp suit wanted to get any ideas above their level, he'd be happy to smack them down again. As the entire class made their way out, marching to the fields for everyone within the great arena, everyone's heads held high. The crowd cheered as the various classes marched outwards, and headed towards the stage. Venom buzzed below Izuku's skin for a moment, the great sound from the arena scaring him for a moment, before the symbiote calmed down and adjusted. This was Izuku's first step towards greatness, and Venom would happily be there to help him smash down any of his obstacles. Above, in special viewers' boxes for the heroes, and along the stands, watched various heroes away from the rest of the crowd. All Might, within his thin, emaciated form, watched Izuku with interest, perhaps wondering if he might make a good successor or not. Elsewhere, among the rest of the heroes, was a man dressed in a black hero suit, fire burning along his head, shoulders, and chin, a far deeper hatred and determination burning in his eyes as he watched the students approach. What was his flesh and BLD would make his great impression here. And away from all of that was another powerfully built man, in a white long coat, his orange and red eyes watching the approaching kids with interest, his eyes distant and cold, almost reptilian in nature. There was someone he was searching for among these students, someone with great potential. And elsewhere, in the shadows and darkened corners of Japan, where few were brave enough to tread, a powerful and ancient figure stroked his chin slightly as he watched his future foes and victims alike gather to test each other. Izuku and Venom had stepped onto the field expecting just to rise above the others and hopefully become something the other heroes would have their eye on in the future, but what they were about to find out was there far more riding on this than even their lofty expectations. I can't believe we're stuck here while the rest of the heroes get to slack off for a bit. MT Lady muttered, as the crowds made their way into the arena. Yes, I personally would like to be scouting for good students for my agency right now. Kamu Woods remarked, looking around the crowds for any suspicious activity. But duty calls. Yeah, the lead can show up anywhere. Death Arms began, before spotting someone who was unmistakably a hero. Their style of dress was definitely heroic, with the white long coat he wore with flame designs along it, and spiked boots that clicked ever so slightly against the pavement. He stood a head taller than everyone else, possibly as tall as the legendary All Might. MT Lady gave a confused glance, as the guy passed by, his stony visage give way to a small grin, as he gave them the peace sign. That's a hero, right? She asked. I saw he had a hero pass, but couldn't catch a name. I might know him. Death Arms remarked, scratching the back of his neck, thinking it over. But I didn't think he would come out looking for students, he's much more private. The man entered the building, and headed along an access tunnel to the stadium available only to the heroes, a security terminal instantly scanning his pass and letting the doors open, as he stepped away from the milling crowds coming in. He walked along, passing by the various students' waiting rooms, and ignoring them. Even if he wanted to, any hero going in was prohibited, given they could start cheating or playing favorites and the like. He was more interested in finding one of the nearby teachers from the school to talk things over with. As he rounded a corner, he caught sight of someone in a suit, with blonde and pointed tufts of hair, like a rabbit's ears. He blinked for a moment, as the figure turned, his trademark smile and massive physique visible. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 nodded to himself. Just for a moment, he thought he had seen someone. Completely different, but his eyes must have been playing tricks on him. Ah, welcome from Monster Island, 𝐒𝐻𝐼. All Might laughed, holding out his hand. I must say, it's rare to see you in human form, and even rarer for you to attend these events. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 took it with smile, as he shook his hand. Happy to see 𝐒𝐼, Might. I just came to scout for new students. Oh, interesting. All Might asked, throwing a large arm over the fellow hero's shoulders, as they walked along. So, I must say, I loved your last movie, but how is the rest of America treating you? Just as noisy as you said it would be. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 said, bowing his head a bit. I love it, but it's great to be back home, at least for a bit. They walked along a little further, as 𝐒𝐻𝐼 pointed a finger at the number. By the way, how goes the teaching? Why, is your little one getting ready to take your throne yet? All Might asked with slight excitement. He and Might had known each other for a few years, kept in touch a bit. All Might was one of the first to send gifts when his first child, and daughter, was born. Nor, she won't be ready for another year. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 said with a shrug. I'll be training him for 𝐒𝐼 until then though. Well, they're all impressive, the ones I have. All Might replied with a thumbs up. I see a little spark of myself in all of them. And I'm sure your daughter will be just as great. That's good. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 remarked, as they separated, and he scratched the back of his ear. He had the odd sense All Might was keeping something from him, but didn't push it. I was wondering about that Izuku. He's the one with the quirk like the jet guy, right? All Might made a motion like he was running a zipper across his mouth. Sorry old pal, can't reveal anything about him yet. Not until after the competition. I thought so, but word gets around fast regardless. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 remarked. Word is he pretty much took a massive villain out of commission on his own. All Might stiffened slightly, before giving a relaxed shrug. He just might have, but he also might have not. But again, you'll have to wait and see him for yourself. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 studied him for a moment, his fiery eyes focused and ready like a falcon's, but he merely nodded. I get it, you take of yourself, All Might. You too, Monster King. All Might said, giving him a thumbs up. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 nodded as he turned and left for the stands, and to get a good vantage point for the coming competition and fights. It was true All Might hadn't told him much, but even that he could still glean something from. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 was no detective, but he was not sheer brute force like what many thought. The reaction All Might had, about Izuku fighting a villain, was worry, not denial or anything close. If it got out he was fighting other villains, potentially a physical powerhouse with abilities like an infamous cannibal, he would be ruined, and UA's spotless reputation would be dissolved. The fact he didn't deny Izuku's similarities to Jet is telling. Godzilla thought, nodding to himself. He's the one I want. This Midoriya is going to be one of the best, I can feel it in my spines. He continued on, making his way up the stairs and into the stands, where very few others, hero or civilian, were seated. He calmly took a seat in the front rows, and sat down, the seat groaning slightly under his muscle and bulk. All he had to do now was wait for the matches to begin. The classes had gathered in the center of it all, surrounding a large stage, where stood the heroine Midnight. Even without the stage it would be impossible to miss her. She was dressed in a black corset and knee-high boots, like a DMNX, with a white skin suit underneath it, over her lithe, athletic frame. Many in the audience were salivating at the sight of her. Many more parents were uncomfortably covering their younger children's eyes. That costume should come with a warning, muttered Denki nervously. Yeah, aren't kids watching this? Kirishima replied. I don't see anything wrong with it. Venom pipped up in Izuku's head. You're a cannibalistic alien. Izuku thought with a roll of his eyes. I rarely eat my own kind. Just a few challenges and some of my children to keep my position. Venom muttered in annoyance. Izuku almost gasped out loud, before controlling himself. You did what to your kids? Clintari tradition. I'll tell you later. Venom remarked. Izuku was not very relaxed by such a statement, but sighed to himself and focused ahead. All right, quiet down, all of YA. Midnight commanded, annoyed at both the student's lack of focus and the comments on her prized outfit. The student representative will now be speaking. From Class 1A, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Present MIC's voice announced from the announcer's box. Venom hissed briefly in rage from sound, before calming down. Izuku flinched from the pain, then from Bakugo's icy glare directed at him as he marched past, hands jammed in his pockets. He marched past, as Izuku watched, slack-jawed in terror. Him giving a speech. This would never end well. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 giving the speech. He sputtered in amazement. Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam. 𝐂𝐿 replied, shaking his head nervously. The hero entrance course you mean? One of the other students from the work studies course muttered in annoyance at them. The rest of Class 1A waited in nervous silence, many looking around, waiting for the moment Katsuki would say something to utterly enrage them all. Some clung to the vain hope that he would say something encouraging, perhaps to challenge the others, but not to risk seeing everyone off and putting a target on his back. Those who hoped for that were soon dashed against the harsh rocks of reality. Katsuki looked around, glaring at those below him, before turning to the microphone. The athlete's oath, he began, straightening from his usual slouch. I'm gonna be the one to come out on top. Immediately, roars of anger erupted from the student body. Ida was the first to yell. How dare you besmirch the purity of this event? Others booed and hissed, many angrily declaring their intent to knock him down a peg and come out on top themselves. Venom manifested from Izuku's shoulder, his permanent smile broadening with glee. You all will make good stepping stones to the top at least. Bakugo shouted. His ego makes such a large target. Venom hissed. It will be all the more fun when we win. Ego. I don't think so. Izuku thought to himself. If he was the old 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, he would have done it with a smile on his face, eager to put them in their place. His pushing himself, telling himself he can't lose. Whatever you say, can we get started already? Venom grumbled, as he retreated back into his body. Bakugo made his way down the stairs, fixing another glare in Izuku's direction, as he kept marching along, completely uncaring to the still very enraged glares and mild jeers thrown his way by the rest of the students. And now, for our fist event, the race. Midnight declared, indicating a large sign that light up, the words obstacle course race emblazoned upon it. The area above the sign folded up and clanked away, opening to reveal a large doorway leading out into the area just outside the racing course, all around the stadium. In this race, every member of the class will compete against each other in this 4-kilometer foot race around the outside of the stadium. Present MIC yelled for all to hear, as the classes made their way towards the entrance. UA believes in max freedom, so as long as you stay inside the course, you're free to do as you wish. A race. How pathetically easy. Venom hissed within his head. It's not that easy. Izuku muttered. We can't let you go all out at the start, remember. They made their way to the gates, 3 large traffic lights above the gate, the red one currently glowing, before it went to yellow. Izuku stretched and prepared himself. He wished he and Venom had done more conditioning for races and endurance tests. They weren't slouches by any means, but the focus on strength was probably a mistake, at least to Izuku. The light flashed green, as the students ran like the wind for the first gate. Izuku bolted forward, before noticing the gate leading outside was far narrower now. He cringed as he was squished between the various other students, eager to get out first. This is too thin, Venom hissed, more bemused to angry. Almost like the first filter. Let me handle this. Long black tentacles of biomass erupted from Izuku's arms and shoulders, 4 of them tearing free of his body and striking against the other competitors, before pushing them away and sending them into the walls and thinning out most of the crowd for Izuku to keep running. Careful Midoriya, you almost crushed me. Ida shouted, as he jumped away from Venom's tendrils. Sorry. Venom's idea. He meekly stated, as he began to bolt for the gate. Todoroki was already ahead, and slammed his foot down, creating ice around the gate, and trapping many other classmates' feet in a layer of ice. Veruzu created a pole immediately to spring over the ice, as Venom reacted in a split second, coating Izuku's feet in biomass, and jumping up ahead, past a floating and surprised Uraraka. The two gave each other a small smile and thumbs up, before continuing on. Wow, Todoroki of Class 1A pulls out in first now with most of the competition in ice. Present MIC announced. Cold moves. It's gonna take more than that to stop me, you icy hot bastard. Bakugo yelled as the rest of the class came after him. Oh, we'll enjoy mashing both these fools into paste. Venom hissed, as Izuku landed slightly ahead of Bakugo, the ground splintering and crushed into fragments from Venom's impact. Izuku ran ahead, Venom enhancing his speed, as Todoroki continued onwards. He merely gazed back at him and the rest with his usual cold glare. More made it out than I thought. Todoroki muttered to himself, as Mineta leapt into the air, far higher than any expected. Interesting move, staying behind, and letting Izuku distract everyone. Mineta declared confidently, as he reached for one of his grapes. Now get a taste of... He didn't have time to talk, before a massive robotic hand swung out of nowhere and clobbered him, sending flying end over end and out of sight. Izuku looked on in shock. Well, one less obstacle. He thought for a moment, before snapping out of it. Mineta! Don't worry about him, Venom began, before a machine rose in front of them. The same ones from the entrance exam. Every obstacle course needs obstacles, after all. Present MIC declared, with a slight hint of sadistic joy in his voice. Venom aptly stated, before taking control of Izuku's right arm, and raising it to lash out with several tentacles to crush the machine with his tendrils of mass. It mattered little, for the ground shook, as several more, far larger zero-pointers came into view, blocking the way. Welcome to Robo Inferno everyone. Present MIC shouted, as the classes stopped and stared in horror. Those are too many. Someone shouted. Where does the school get the money for all these machines? Momo wondered aloud. Todoroki came to a stop, keeping low to the ground, as he glanced up at the massive machines. He was almost impressed. If these were indeed the things the guys who took the entrance exam had to face, he could see why so many were intimidated by them. I wish there was something a bit more challenging. Todoroki muttered, as ice exploded from his left and surged into the machines ahead. Just for my dear old man. Several of the machines were flash frozen in an instant, the ice clinging to their frames, locking up joints and servos, before a metallic groan erupted from the machines, as they were locked in place, many of them shutting down as he ran past them. "I wouldn't follow," he warned as he ran ahead and past the frozen machines. "I made it so they wouldn't be stable." As if one cue, most of them came crashing to the ground, shaking and shattering the earth below, and sending clouds of dirt and ground-up dirt into the air around them, particles of ice sprinkled amongst them. "Impressive," Venom hissed as Izuku felt his legs bolting towards the machines. Two smaller ones marched in front of him to try and stop him, only for two tentacles to lash out and strangle them, before Izuku felt himself jump into the air and swing his arms towards each other, smashing them to pieces. "But we're not out of this yet though," Izuku declared to himself as he landed on top of one of the machines and chased after Todoroki. As he ran across the downed corpse of the gutted machine, banging resounded from within it. He looked down for a fraction of a second before continuing on his way. As he jumped off, Kirishima smashed his way through the metal, yelling in surprise. "I'm alive!" he shouted in relief before glaring out across at Todoroki's disappearing form. "Stupid BS! I'd be dead if I weren't me." A moment later, another student burst through the body of the machine, yelling in rage. It was the kid from Class 1B, who had not just one, but quite a few bones to pick with Bakugo. "Are all 1A guys such assholes?" he yelled. "I'd be dead if I weren't me." Kirishima got up and dusted himself off, before continuing on, as more of the massive machines crowded around to try and crush and destroy them. Bakugo roared in animalistic rage, before triggering a bunch of explosions from his palms, riding his way to the top of one of the zero-pointers, and running across its head to the other side. Izuku watched as Tokoyami and Zero followed after him with their own quirks. "Hold on, allow me," Venom hissed, as the symbiote coalesced and formed all around him, forming into the massive reptilian form once more. Izuku wasn't sure about this, but Venom charged forward, another zero-pointer trying to crush him down, before he fired two strands of biomass from his wrists onto the machine's waist, and flung himself forward, his tentacles going back into his body as he slammed feet first into the machine's chest. It stumbled slightly from the landing as he barreled upwards, claws smashing and crushing the armored hide. As he reached the top, jumped off, and flew to the other side, just behind Bakugo and the others. Venom was about to rect back into his body when a smaller robot slammed into him from behind. The symbiote barked in annoyance and turned, grabbing it by the left arm, before opening its maw and crushing its skull between his mighty jaws. He gave a single crunch, before spitting it out in disgust, the machine's single eye flickering, before shutting off. Venom roared, before going back into Izuku's body, before trying to throw away the machine's arm. "Wait, keep it," Izuku said out loud, even without Venom in sight, his eyes all black and focused on the rest of the obstacle course. "I think we can use this. I got a feeling about this." Venom transformed his right arm to carry the object better as they continued on. "I'll trust your judgment, Izuku." Though Venom hadn't intended to stay in his form for that long, he had nevertheless attracted much attention. The crowds watching fell into a hushed silence, some disgusted, some horrified, many whispering and muttering amongst themselves if this kid was indeed the fearsome vigilante known as Jet. Godzilla looked up at the cameras as they replayed the vicious beatdown of the machine, his fang-like teeth bared in a smile as his orange-red eyes twinkled. My, I know who I'm going for in this class," Godzilla stated to himself, as others looked at him in surprise and shock. He ignored them, his grin widening, as he muttered to himself. "You couldn't hide it well, All Might." Izuku continued on, Venom enhancing his legs to keep him moving as the others struggled against the many robots. Izuku almost jumped out of his own skin as a loud explosion tore through the area, and one of the machines fell to pieces, its head and parts of its shoulders blown and vaporized by a cannon round from Momo. He and several other continued onwards, before the others came to a stop, many slack-jawed and mouths agape. There ahead of them were various pillars rising from a deep pit, all of these random rock formations connected by thin ropes and secured by metal plating. "If you thought the first one was too easy, here's your next obstacle," Present MIC declared. "The fall. The rules are quite simple. Get across, and if you fall, you're out." It's just a big tight rope. Tsuyu remarked, stepping forward and grabbing the nearest one and making her way across it on all fours. This is an easy swim for me. Mina and Uraraka watched as she scampered across the rope with ease, not even stopping to take a break, as someone else stepped up beside them. Now it's my chance to turn heads, declared another girl, with messy pink hair, dressed in goggles and various heavy gear across her feet and waist. Feast your eyes on this, support companies, the wire launcher and Hoover shoes. Hey, can you have all that? Mina demanded, amazed at all the stuff she was carrying. She's in the support course. Uraraka explained quickly. You guys get practical combat training, right? She asked, goggles clicking and focusing on them. So we in the support course can use items and costumes we've developed in the interest of fairness. She turned back to the canyon, giggling to herself. This is the best chance to show off our inventiveness and craftsmanship to the companies out there. She clicked a button, as a harpoon shot from her weight and flew through the air, striking into the side of one of the rock formations. She clicked another, as it pulled her along and towards the harpoon. The other two watched in shock, before moving to get across themselves. Izuku and Venom slid to a stop, before he held out his remaining hand, and shot a mass of tentacles out and into one of the rock formations. With a mere flick of the wrist and jump from his enhanced feet, Izuku easily cleared the gap, heading towards the next. We're losing distance to 𝐻𝐻, Katsuki and Todoroki. Venom reported grumpily. We need to lose this. It will shield us and make a good weapon. Izuku shouted as they cleared another gap. We have to conserve energy. Venom didn't respond, merely bubbling beneath Midoriya's skin in agitation as they tried to follow behind. He had a feeling that Izuku was right, but he still wanted to get ahead of the rest. Todoroki had crossed most of the canyon and was heading to the last obstacle as Katsuki was close behind, blasting away from point to point. Godzilla watched from the stands, clicking his fingers against his arm as they slowly turned into claw-like projections. Others were gossiping and talking amongst themselves. Man, that kid in first is doing amazing. One stated. Yeah, I heard his endeavors, kid. Why gotta be good if you're the number 2 hero's kid, right? Another commented. Heroes will be lining up to make him a sidekick. Godzilla wasn't so sure about that. It wasn't just Izuku and his monstrous quirk that was making him biased. The other one, the angry one with the explosions, was definitely a clear pick for heroes. Power, strength, absolute determination and refusal to give up. Personally, if he could, he'd take all of them to train, if he had the power and expertise to train more normal quirks. He watched as Izuku continued on with the metal arm of the robot he had killed. One of the spectators besides him muttered to another. What the heck is he doing with that? One of them asked. With his quirk, why would he need it? Godzilla cleared his throat, before clicking his fang-like teeth. It might be heavy, but it's durable and sturdy. I ran this course back when I was a kid. It takes stress off your quirk to use their own weapons. I guess, but it would just be easier to ditch it, right? The spectator remarked. Let's wait and see what he wants to do. Godzilla remarked, stroking his chin with a single finger. The race continued on, as Todoroki got to the last obstacle in his path. It was just an open field, dirt and nothing else, leading to the last path. He looked around in surprise at first, before looking confused. Present MIC's voice sounded once more. The last obstacle is a real minefield, folks. He declared. You touch those, and it'll blow YA away. It won't hurt you, probably, but the sound and flash will absolutely ruin your day. Todoroki carefully began to walk along the path, as Katsuki turned to the field, sparks and smoke flying from his palms and fingertips, as he jumped on the field without care, as an explosion sounded, and sent him flying forward. His breathes and sleeves were zinged, and smoke rose from his body, but he didn't care. His body had long adapted to explosions that made that mine explosion look like a misfired firecracker. He flew by Todoroki, who glared up at him in annoyance. You dumbass. I'm closer to you in scores and ability to If Deku. Katsuki shouted in rage. Your declaration of war is to the wrong person. He dropped down, as the Todoroki immediately lashed out, grabbed him by the arm, and spreading a small portion of frost onto his arm. Bakugo smacked his arm away with his opposite hand, and in one motion, set off a small explosion in Shoto's face, before he leaned back, smoke and embers hitting his nose and face, but negating the worst damage. It looks like the leaders of the pack are neck and neck. Can one come out on top? Present MIC announced. Or will someone steal the spot? Izuku looked ahead. There was no way even with Venom's enhanced abilities they could clear the minefield and get ahead of the two. And if he stepped or landed in the wrong spot, what's to say the heat and noise wouldn't hurt or kill Venom? He looked down at the metal plate he carried, and nodded, to both himself and to signal Venom. He ran forward, swinging it overhead, before slamming it down, and sending an explosive wave upwards. Venom shrieked in agony from the noise, but Izuku bit into his lip and flipped it under them, flipping them up and over, and heading over the two. They both stopped for a moment, watching in amazement as Izuku came ahead, before landing, and jumping forward again, clearing the rest of the minefield, and smashing onto the path, creating 2-foot-sized craters, and as he tossed his shield away, and ran on foot towards the finish line. And with an amazing move, Midoriya completely takes first place. Present MIC announced, as Bakugo immediately forgot about Todoroki, the latter doing the same, and both bolted after him. It did not take long for Izuku to reach the finish line, stumbling slightly, as he dropped to his knees, gasping for air, as Todoroki and Bakugo came in right after. We have our first three. Midoriya in first, Todoroki in second, and Bakugo in third. Present MIC shouted to the cheering crowds. Amazing show by all. Todoroki looked up to the stands, as though looking for someone, as Bakugo glared with nothing but hatred and apathy at Izuku, as the latter pulled out a half-melted chocolate bar, and hastily shoved it into his mouth and chomped it down, barely swallowing, as the color returned to his face and body. He stood up, shaking still, as the others began to pour in from the other racers. All Might watched in surprise, lacing his fingers in front of his emaciated face, smiling in wonderment and pride. Although he had first had his eye on Midoriya for a while, Todoroki and Bakugo both had amazing shows on their part. Combined with one of the older students, he didn't know where even to begin searching for a successor. Nezu was right about one thing, a successor to One for All did walk the halls of UA. All Might thought to himself. But which one is the question, because all of them have something amazing to offer. He waited as the rest came in, all of struggling for air and breathing hard. Momo came in, breathing hard, looking confused and worn out. Halfway through the race, she felt like she was carrying a backpack filled with rocks on her back out of nowhere. Just as she was about to question why, Mineta's laughter met her ears. "Ha ha! I'm a genius. You!" She hissed in rage, before a blackened tendril wrapped around Mineta's waist, and tossed him away, as he screamed in horror. She turned to see the tentacle retreating into Midoriya's body, as she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks for that." Midoriya was confused at first, before Venom's head appeared from his shoulder, turning to Momo. "No problem." Mineta landed a few yards away, dust blowing into the air from his impact, almost everyone ignoring it, as the last few came in, and they prepared for the next test to come from midnight. Godzilla grinned, as the other heroes and spectators began to gossip and talk amongst themselves. Man, that Todoroki was amazing. He might just be the top hero himself. One declared. "I'd almost root for that Bakugo. He'd give villains something to be scared of." A second laughed. No one spoke of the first-place winner. It didn't surprise Godzilla. They seemed to acknowledge him with terrified glances and fearful whispers to friends, before talking about all the others. He nodded, as he focused on him. What a savage quirk, and what an intelligent user. He thought with a wide, almost insane grin. Gruesome. It attacks like an explosion, and leaves like a storm. Despite everything, he had figured out what Midoriya was. And more importantly, who he was going to be taking as a sidekick. Todoroki watched Izuku for a moment, eyes narrowed, as he studied his classmates as the rest gathered around them from the obstacle course foot race. He had expected him to do well, given what abilities Venom had, but for him to take first was really out of left field for him. Him and Bakugo were superior in many respects, but he had focused 𝐂𝐻𝐻 on defeating Izuku, just because of the power he saw him yield against the Nomyu. It was never stated by others, but Shoto knew that most would see Izuku as the best of their number after that battle. It's a small thing, almost a petty thing, he thought to himself, clenching a fist at his side. But if I can top him, and with only half my power, I can do anything. He glared up at the stands for a moment, catching sight of the fiery visage of a certain hero among the spectators, before turning back to his rivals. Bakugo was right about one thing. He had forgotten that his other classmates could also potentially equal him. Forgetting them would be a mistake. I'll focus on Midoriya, but from now on, I have to keep an eye on Bakugo, he thought, glancing at the rage-filled visage of the explosion user. Smoke rose dangerously from his entire body, sparks beginning to build in his hands, as Bakugo glared at Izuku from behind, who was chatting it up with his disgusting little quirk. He wanted desperately to smash his face in, and put him in his place once more, but as he thought about his revenge, Midnight's voice called out above the students. All right. Let's check the results, she announced, showing the boards with the first-place student, and filling down to the last, in 40 seconds. For those that scored lower, don't worry, we have something else planned for YA. She gestured towards the glowing monitor above her head, as she continued on. Our next match will be the cavalry battle. She went on to explain the rules and parts of the battle, and how each member would have point values approximate to their position finishing the race and the scores given to them by judges. As she explained, she began with the first-place student, Izuku himself. Midoriya waited with slight excitement, as Venom rose from behind him, his fang-filled visage grinning with morbid excitement for the coming fight. In first is Izuku Midoriya, with 10 million points even. Midnight announced, as Izuku's eyes bulged out of his skull. This can't be real, he thought in terror. We're screwed. Relax, Deku, Venom hissed quietly, leaning into his ear, as the other all turned to stare him, hungry and focused like wolves. It's just more foes to beat down. This can be anyone's game going forward, kiddos, Midnight announced. Wherever you placed, you can now have the chance to get to the top. Godzilla grinned in the stands again. He had been the first and the last of the Nakajima family to get into UA, until his son made his decision on what school he wanted, at least. He had something just like this when he was a student. Though unable to go full force on most of the other students, he still had the fight for his life, especially against two of his classmates. The hot-headed number 2, and the drunken gorilla. He thought with a smile. I have a feeling this cavalry battle is going to be even more memorable than ours. Bakugo stood among the crowd of students among him, many of his own classmates yelling for his attention and a chance to be one of his partners. He simply stood, a dumbfounded look on his face, as he looked among them in confusion. All right, tell me all of your names and quirks, he stated finally, as the others recoiled in disgust. Are you kidding? We're your classmates, Mina yelled in anger. What a PP, Zero muttered, shaking his head. As he looked among them in confusion and his usual, barely contained, boiling anger, another voice called out from the crowd. Oi, Bakugo, you can team up with me. The voice called, as Katsuki turned to the red-headed Kirishima. Oh, weird hair, Bakugo muttered. It's Kirishima. And our hair isn't that different. Ejiro grumbled in irritation. Anyway, you want to be a rider, right? Yeah, what of it? So you're gonna need a front horse that can take your explosions and keep going, Kirishima explained. Someone who's not afraid to die, Bakugo suggested. Exactly, Kirishima said with a devilish grin. You want to take down Midoriya, right? Then who better than me? Bakugo gave a curious look, for once his anger fading away just slightly, as he considered Kirishima's words. He did have to admit, Kirishima's macho attitude did strike something of a chord with him. Perhaps with him leading the attack, Bakugo could finally get at Deku, and put him beneath Bakugo's boots where he belonged. You got a deal, weird hair, Bakugo growled with a twisted smile on his face. Meanwhile, Midoriya was having the opposite problem. While everyone had seen his quirk, he had the feeling he was already untouchable to most of them. Did we show too much? He thought in misery. Are they avoiding me out of fear? Let them fear us. Venom said with a proud huff. They can watch in terror as we stomp down these pebbles to the dirt. It's a team battle, Venom. Izuku said with a mental sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. And we're a team. Venom replied blankly, as though he still didn't understand the rules. Midoriya, I wish to team up with you. Tokoyami said suddenly, coming up behind him. Izuku almost jumped, as the raven-headed teen stood before him, arms crossed with slight apprehension. Midoriya was shocked at first that he had sought him out of all people, but he wasn't about to question it. Your quirk and my own complement each other greatly. Tokoyami explained. You're effective at long range, but are a powerhouse in close combat, while it is quite the opposite for me. But we'll be a target. Midoriya said with slight fear, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. It's a hard challenge, but between your Venom and my Dark Shadow, I think we can win. Tokoyami said with a small smile, as his shadowy battle spirit came out and gave a thumbs up. Venom took over Izuku's face and left, forming it into a claw, before returning the gesture as he bared his fangs. We'll crush them all, Tokoyami. Venom retreated into Izuku's body, as the two grabbed each other by the hand and nodded to one another. Izuku had hoped the two could work together, and this seemed to be their chance to do so. Izuku felt a strange feeling in the back of head, as he looked to the side, and saw Uraraka's smiling face before him. Hey Deku, you want to work together? She said excitedly. Me, really? My 10 million points will make us both a target. He said, again almost sounding like he was ready to break down and cry. You should always work with your friends. She said with a smile. He clenched up, making a strange face somewhere between absolute joy and absolute agony. Uraraka withdrew slightly. Oh, you don't like so good Deku? She remarked. Can't you act normal for once around her? Venom hissed in annoyance. You are making us look bad. I'm trying. He mumbled, eyes shut, as she looked at him in confusion. We are never going to gain her as a mate if you act like this. Venom hissed, as Izuku's eyes shut open, and he looked down for a moment. What did you say? Nothing, just concentrate. Venom replied quickly. We have a fight to win. Go get Ida to finish your little Forso. Group. Izuku nodded, and looked to his glasses-wearing friend, who seemed distracted and distant, looking between Izuku and Todoroki uncertainty, before turning to face his approaching friend. Izuku smiled slightly, as he waved to him. Ida, you should join us. Izuku stated. We could win easy, especially with your abilities combined with ours. Yeah, friends should always stick together. Uraraka pipped up behind him, as Tokoyami nodded to him. He seemed to consider their words, before slowly shaking his head. I agree with you, but I cannot. Why? Izuku said in confusion. Todoroki isn't the only one that sees you as a bit of a rival. Ida admitted, readjusting the glasses on his face. I want to, but I feel I'm being left behind by you, and I need to aim high if I'm going to get anywhere. You understand, right? Izuku's eye twitched as a number of vengeful, hate-filled thoughts came into his mind, before he shook them off. I get it. Good luck, whichever team you go with. Tenya nodded to him with a small smile, before walking past Izuku. I wish you luck in the coming fight. You too. Izuku was about to search for someone else to complete his team, but he didn't have long to search when a pink-haired girl with goggles zoomed into his location, faster than he would have thought possible. He almost jumped out of his skin in surprise, and even Venom didn't seem to have precognition or the like about her arrival. Let me join your team. She said excitedly. I want the chance to show off my babies. Wow, too close. Izuku stated in surprise, as Venom squirmed under his skin. I feel uncomfortable, Deki. The symbiote remarked. I'm myheroacademia. Support course. She declared. We don't know each other, But being with you means my super cute babies will be right in the spotlight for all to see. Wait, babies. What are you? Uraraka remarked nervously, taken aback by how aggressive my could be. I have all sorts of gadgets you could use, straight from my support course workshop. She declared. Oh. She doesn't care. Okiko sighed to herself, as she continued gabbing with Izuku. Take for example this. Mai declared, taking out a large white backpack for Izuku to see. I based it off a pro hero's own jetpack, with alterations made to its design and inner workings. Oh, you mean air jet? Izuku said with barley-contained excitement, drawing close to get a better look at it. His agency worked in my town for a bit, he's so cool. They began to exchange everything they knew about him and the other heroes and devices they used, and how they tied into Hatsume's work and devices of her own. Tokoyami scratched the side of his beak slightly, before glancing at Uraraka. They certainly get along. She said deadpan. Indeed, but their hero expertise should come in handy in the coming battle. Tokoyami remarked. Well, we have strength, range, support and mobility. Izuku said, turning to the rest of his team. I think we got this. Shoto stood among his own team, Ida, Momo and Denki all ready to go. He stretched his shoulders and cracked his arms as he looked over his team. I believe our team's formation will be the most stable. Shoto began. Kaminari, you will protect our left, using your electricity to keep others at bay. Yaoruzu, you will provide insulation and assist in mobility. Tenya, your speed and physicality in the front will be the most help. Your fire and ice will make good for deterrent and ranged combat, correct? Ida asked, stretching and preparing his legs for the fight to come. No, only my ice. Todoroki replied coldly, his voice as chilled and unfeeling as the very ice he could control and command. I never use my left. Uruzu and Ida looked at each other in slight confusion for a moment, wanting to question his attitude, but the cold rage burning in his eyes told them it would be better to not touch the issue. Moments later, the teams were organized and ready, prepped and ready for battle, their team leaders carried by the rest, as the excitement built and buzzed in the air. Venom squirmed beneath Izuku's skin for a moment, the excitement getting to him. Are your teams ready? Are you all prepared? Present MIC declared. If not, too bad, it's time to get ready. The team tensed up and readied, Bakugo sitting proudly among his troops, Todoroki calmed and relaxed, but shooting one last glare at the stands, and Midoriya confident, as Venom buzzed within him, calling for BLD, his primal roars within his mind hardly controlled, as he sent a mental command for Venom to relax and lay off a bit. 3. There is only. Bakugo began, glaring at Izuku. 2. One target. Todoroki stated, flexing his fingers on his right hand. 1, go. Midoriya readied himself and began to plan his first attack, towards Todoroki. After all, if he wanted a fight, Izuku would give him one. As he thought however, two teams ran straight at him, one made up of Class B members, the others of Gyro, Koda, Zero and 𝐒𝐭𝐲. We're coming for you Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐲, sounding a little too bloodthirsty and venom-like. Tetsu, the Class B student made of iron, shouted above the others. This whole battle is just a fight for the 10 million points. Nothing else matters. Two teams are already attacking us. Midoriya exclaimed in shock. Let them come. Venom growled. Such is the fate of those who become the hunted, Tokoyami remarked, turning to Izuku. What is your plan of action? Fight them. Venom's voice roared into his ears. Let's avoid them for now. Midoriya said, dark shadow flaring to life in front of its MSTR. As they tried to retreat, one of the Class B students slammed his foot into the ground, the area in front of him darkening and changing, as they suddenly found themselves sinking into the ground as though it was mud. Team Midoriya struggled against the pull of the muck and quagmire. Venom lashed out with his tentacles, trying to strike at the solid ground and push them upwards. Guys, be careful, we're getting airborne. Midoriya warned to his team, as he clicked a button, activating the jetpack. Though there was initial resistance, the force of the jetpack was too great for the quagmire created by the Class 1B student, and his team found themselves launched skywards. Everyone stopped for a moment and watched in amazement as he flew overhead, the rocket pack roaring to life, as Gyro focused her glare at them. "I got it," she muttered, her earphone jacks extending from her ear towards them, before Dark Shadow swiped in front of him, smacking them away. "Well done, Dark Shadow, be sure to cover all our blind spots," Tokoyami remarked. "Gotcha," the ghostly figure remarked with a thumbs up. "We're landing," Uraraka reported, as they sat down. The rocket pack shut off, as Venom shook slightly in agitation and pain. It wasn't enough to separate or damage him, but the loud noise was definitely not welcome. Hatsune looked up with an excited grin as they touched down. "So, what do you think?" she asked. "Aren't my babies just the cutest and greatest?" "Yeah, they're amazing actually," Midoriya replied. Uraraka made a pouting face and muttered to herself. "I was floating you all." "Something's wrong," Venom reported. "I can feel it." "What do you mean, Venom?" Izuku asked aloud, looking around. The others looked up at him in confusion, as Venom's tentacles sprouted a few feet around Izuku, shifting and moving about, as if trying to detect any changes in the air or incoming attacks, but nothing happened. "Venom, are you glitching?" Izuku asked, looking a little confused. "That rocket pack was loud." "I know there's a threat," Venom growled in annoyance. Toru pointed out at the Midoriya and his team. "Forward guys, we can still catch them." "Toru, where's our headband?" Gyro asked, as Monoma of Class 1B and his squadron flew by, happily twirling their handbands on his finger. "Opportunity always knocks for the aware," Monoma muttered to himself with a sly grin. Barely 2 minutes in and already the battlefield's turned into a scramble. Present MIC announced. "Who will be the one to dethrone Midoriya?" "Oh, this isn't a scramble," Shoji declared, rushing at Team Midoriya, his extra arms folded over the top of him like a large tent. "It's a one-sided massacre. Shoji's alone," Uraraka yelled in surprise. "It's a cavalry battle." Izuku's eyes flashed black for a moment, as he leaned back slightly. "There's two beneath his limbs." He looked around, seeing they were almost surrounded again. "Time to lift off, Uraraka." She tried to activate one of the boots, but found her foot stuck to the ground. The group looked down in shock to see a purple, gooey ball adhering to her sole. "That's Minetta's," Midoriya stated, glancing back at Shoji's charging form. "He must be one of the two up top." "You're right, Midoriya," Mineta said with a sly grin, as he emerged, waving to him. A tongue lashed out from his left, before Venom raised Izuku's right arm, projecting a blackened shield of biomass from his arm, and deflecting the tongue away from his host. "Asui too," Midoriya remarked. "Good block, Midoriya and Venom," she remarked, emerging from Shoji's arms too, though with a slightly disgusted look on her face. Perhaps Venom didn't taste that good. "But call me Zoo. We're getting out of here," Midoriya declared, Venom retreating into his body, shuddering at the mere idea of that horrific noise machine. "Can't we go offensive?" Venom demanded within his head, as the jetpack roared to life and carried them away again. "We can't afford to blow all our power this early," Izuku mentally replied, as they roared into the air. "You're getting pretty full of yourself, aren't we, you cocky BSD?" Bakugo roared to their left, as he lifted into the beside, a trail of smoke and fire behind him. "Too weak from jetpack to fight," Venom hissed. Bakugo reached forward, sparks building on his fingertips, before Dark Shadow rose to cover them. The explosion tore through the blackened mass, as Tokoyami flinched in agony, Bakugo recoiling in surprise. "Yo!" he yelled in surprise, before one of Venom's tentacles lashed out and struck him in the chest. It wasn't hard, Venom still too weakened from the noise of the jetpack to hit hard to hurt, but it did knock him away as they landed. Indeed, his yell towards the team was less one of pain or damage, and more of pure, nearly unrestrained rage at being denied his prize. A long stretch of tape shot outwards, and struck him from behind, before pulling him right back to his team. We're done to the halfway mark, and our teams are already going all out. Present MIC announced. Let's see how the scores stack up. A large screen flashed to life above the stands, everyone to look at it, as MIC and Aizawa looked down at the council, before nearly everyone's expressions turned to utter confusion. Even Godzilla, with how carefully he had been watching all of them, had barely noticed the one team pulling a fast one on all the rest. Other than Midoriya, Class 1A isn't looking so good. Present MIC said with confusion, scratching his head in confusion. Even Team Bakugo is sitting at 0. As Bakugo had landed, planning his next attack to knock Midoriya out, and take the 10 million for himself, another team raced behind and snatched his headband away. Too simple, too simple. An annoying voice, that, in Bakugo's mind, was begging to be punched out, taunted him. As always, too easy Class A. Bakugo turned in rage, clenching his fists. Give that back, I'll kill you. When Midnight announced we'd be having a race, it didn't take a genius to figure out they'd be looking to weed out some, but not most, of the students. Monoma taunted. You barreled ahead, while we sat back and planned our attacks accordingly. The whole class was in on this. Kirishima asked in surprise. No, but that suits me just fine. Monoma said, twirling the headband on his finger. Perhaps, you should learn to fight on your own. That Midoriya guy, from the sounds of it, did most of the fighting for you. He grinned madly at Bakugo. You seem to hide behind him too much. Bakugo's eyes burned with white-hot rage, as the rest of his team shuddered in fright at the sight of him. He shook with barely contained anger, the malefic killing intent freezing Monoma's team in place for a moment, as Bakugo clenched his teeth, so hard, Kirishima and Mina worried he would shatter them. Kirishima, change of plans. Bakugo said, quietly. Before we hit Deku, I'm gonna tear every one of them open. Midoriya watched, as he and his team tried to put distance between themselves and Bakugo's, before coming to a stop. They seem eager to knock all of Class 1A down a peg, but don't seem particularly dead set on me. Midoriya thought, before speaking to his team. I think evading won't be so hard now. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Todoroki's cold voice spoke above the chaos of the battlefield. His team stood before Midoriya's, all of them focused and ready. We're coming for you. Izuku clenched his jaw in worry, as an ice-cold air blew from Todoroki's side, white-blue crystals building from his fingers and palm. Venom summoned 3 tentacles from Izuku's back and chest, winding around him, prepared to attack or defend any incoming attacks. With the match halfway over, the question remains. Present MIC said with excitement. Who will wear the 10 million point crown? Bakugo and his team faced Monoma, as another of Class 1B moved past him, turning slightly in annoyance. Monoma, keep moving. No need to add insult to injury. She warned. You're right, plenty of heroes have to deal with villains they've scorned already. Monoma said, giving Bakugo a wry smile. We're done here. His team turned to leave, as Bakugo breathed in heavily, growling like a feral animal. He slammed his fist into his palm, creating a large explosion, as his team looked up in worry. Bakugo, calm down, we can't get our points back if you run in wild. Kirishima warned. Don't you worry, Kirishima, I'm as calm as I can be. Bakugo replied with a wild rage in his eyes, and absolutely not calm. As Bakugo gunned for Monoma and his team, Team Midoriya and Todoroki squared off, readying themselves for the battle to come. Team Todoroki began to make their way to Midoriya, as Dark Shadow manifested, spreading its clawed hands outwards, Venom's tentacles moving further out and away to give Izuku further range. Kaminari, prepare your all-out attack, Naruzu, prepare our defenses. Shoto commanded, as the other teams began to circle as well, eager to get the points before they could. As the other teams closed in, electric shots arcs out across the entire field, horrified yells and screams of pain echoing out, as Momo handed Shoto a rod she had grown from her arm. He raised it up, before slamming it down on the ground, and sending ice from his hand, into the pole, and spreading out onto the field around, before soon freezing the legs and feet of the other teams onto the ground. Everyone struggled to get free, as Shoto ran by, snatching headbands from several of the remaining teams. "I'll take these off your hands," Shoto remarked to the team as he passed by. "Impressive. He must have recalled how some managed to dodge his freezing," Aizawa remarked. "So he used Kaminari's strategy to counter that." Dark Shadow extended itself from Tokoyami and lashed out with its left hand trying to grab at Todoroki's headbands, before Yuruzu created a massive metal pad from her arm, blocking Dark Shadow, as Izuku sent out two of Venom's tentacles to attack from the other side, snaking and lashing outwards quicker than Momo could react, but narrowly blocked by arcs of Kaminari's electricity. Venom snarled in Izuku's ear, pulling back in pain from the attack. "You okay, Venom?" Izuku asked. "It's not fire or sound," Venom growled in irritation. "But that did hurt me badly." Izuku didn't have time to ask how badly, before he tried to activate his jetpack and get away. Sparks and smoke puffed from it, but nothing happened. "My baby must have been zapped," Hatasumi remarked, sadly, giving it a pat. "Oh, poor thing. I'm gonna have to make some tune-ups. This isn't good," Izuku said. "We're gonna have to fight. And Momo looks like the biggest threat." "No, Kaminari," Tokoyami corrected. "My Dark Shadow is vulnerable to high light. He's stronger in darkness, but harder to control." Venom's head quickly sprouted from Izuku's shoulder. "Does anyone know this?" "Just Koji, but he doesn't talk much," Tokoyami remarked. "So we'll bluff them?" Venom suggested with a malefic smile, as Izuku nodded and finished his statement. "Right, they won't know what you can do." Katsuki meanwhile, charged at Monoma, who released an explosive blast right in his face. "Oh, what a nice quirk," he remarked, as the smoke cleared, Bakugo cursing in rage as he cleared the smoke and embers from his face. He swung again at Monoma, an explosion tear through the area, before the smoke cleared once more to reveal Monoma blocking his attack with his arms braced against each other, his body hardened like a rock. "What, now my quirk?" Kirishima shouted. "What the heck? He's just a copycat, nothing more," Bakugo remarked, withdrawing and clenching a fist in rage. "Ding ding, how very nice of you to finally catch up," Monoma remarked. Suddenly a blast of thick, creamy liquid shot out, caking both Kirishima and Mina's feet, as they struggled to get free. Yet another of Class 1B had shown up to block their way, as a vein throbbed in Bakugo's forehead. "Ah, Bondo," Monoma remarked, as his team began to turn and make their getaway. "We should have more than enough, let's get out of here." They made their way, as Bakugo's team struggled to get loose, before Monoma turned, waving sarcastically towards Bakugo. "Don't be mad now, you brought this on yourself," he said, giving a small wave, as a tiny explosion burst to life in his palm. "What was that pledge you made at the start? Must look really stupid now, here." Bakugo clenched his teeth in rage, as Mina worked on melting the glue that now coated them. He was eerily silent, his teammates watching him slightly in worry and terror, as heat built up in his hands once more. "I'm not just taking first," he declared quietly, as they broke free. "I'm taking the firsts to end all first places. With 1 minute left to go, we are seeing a big shake-up with everything." Present MIC shouted. "Who in Class A will be able to keep their points?" "Todoroki, I'm about to do something that will render me useless for the rest of the match," Ida warned, as his leg engines began to heat up. "Be sure you're ready, alright?" Shoto was confused, but said nothing, as an explosion tore through Ida engines, carrying the rest along with him towards Midoriya and his team. They tore through the air, Yuzu, Kaminari, and Todoroki all wondering if the force, their speed and the air velocity would tear them to shreds, as Shoto reached out and grabbed the headband from Izuku despite the air in his eyes. They skidded to a stop just outside the out-of-bounds line, as Midoriya stood there confused, blinking in surprise. The rest of his team was also taken back. One moment, Team Todoroki stood before them, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. They followed the trail of smoke and fire to where Team Todoroki was now, Ida's engines and mufflers sputtering smoke, the tips of the mufflers now glowing red from the heat. In a move too fast for the naked eye, Team Todoroki pulls ahead. Present MIC announced, as Shoto tied the headband around his head. Ida, what was that? It's a secret family technique. I have to elevate my torque and RPM to pass the limits to do it. Ida explained. The kickback, however, renders me useless for a while now. Ida turned to Midoriya, who was only now turning to face them. Like I said before, Midoriya, I'm challenging you as well. He gave a confident grin of audacity, as Izuku returned the smile himself. Despite his agitation, he couldn't deny he was impressed by his determination. He pointed forward to the rest of his team. We need to charge forward, he said, Venom's tentacles springing from his back. Not with Kaminari there, we should go after another team's points. Tokoyami responded, looking at the electric quirk user in worry. There's no time, we need to get those back. Midoriya said, as the team began to move forward. He glanced back in surprise, to see Uraraka glaring at them in determination. We're going forward, Deku. She never ceases to amaze. Venom remarked with a chuckle. Come Deku, let's slaughter them. Tokoyami seemed to hesitate for a moment, before joining the charge. I trust you, Midoriya, no matter what. The time seemed to slow, as they got in close, the teams now preparing for the melee ahead. Izuku's team had positioned themselves towards Shoto's other arm, as Venom coated and overtook his hands, turning them into almost oversized claws, before they began to close in on Todoroki, Izuku's eyes going black as Venom began to take over his body and motor functions for the battle to come. Even with tongues of flame burning on Todoroki's left arm and face, Venom didn't care, swallowing his fear and aversion for the flames, to push forward. Everyone's riding on me and my leadership, Midoriya thought, glaring at Todoroki. We have to win this. Monoma and his team, meanwhile, was a comfortable distance from any of the others. He grinned confidently to himself, nodding slightly as he looked at the scores and the placement. He was certain they had put Class 1A in their place and finally gotten the respect they deserved. He was about to congratulate his team on a job well done, before he heard a familiar shout behind him. Wait 1 minute, you thing waste of oxygen. Bakugo shouted. My, persistent aren't you? Monoma remarked, turning to him. That should. Bakugo exploded off his team like they were a launch pad, launching himself at them once more as Kirishima shouted at him to stay with the group. Tsuburaba, guard. Monoma shouted suddenly, taken aback by the speed and ferocity of Bakugo's counterattack. Bakugo got within arm's reach of them before. Tsuburaba took a deep breath and breathed out in a concentrated stream, creating a near-invisible, glass-like shield that Bakugo hit and landed on, striking it angrily, his eyes wide with determination and the usual rage boiling in them. Monoma and the team laughed nervously, before Bakugo threw back his hand and smashed through the wall, shattering it like glass, as he reached in and ripped the top 2 headbands away from Monoma, who could only watch in shock as Bakugo yanked them away, before a roll of tape lashed out, stuck to his back, and pulled him back to his team. That was amazing, Bakugo. Kirishima shouted in surprise. What a shake-up. With 285 points, Team Bakugo moves to 3rd place. Present MIC announced. Aizawa watched, his eyes, though still bored and cold, seemed to perk up slightly at the sight of the battle. Monoma's strategy was good, rational, almost flawless even. But he didn't take into account Bakugo's sheer, overwhelming tenacity. Bakugo began to bash his fist into Kirishima's hardened skull as he roared at his team to keep going. We're not settling for some half-butted 1st place. We're getting all our points back, and then going after Deku and Icehot. Team Monoma had wisely withdrawn and made their way further back, shielding their pointed from the still frozen-in-place teams from before, as they tried to put distance between themselves and Team Bakugo. Still, Bakugo's team was now infected with the same zeal as he, and were running as fast they could manage to get them back. Bakugo lifting up his leg, clearing a way for Sito. Soy Sauce Face, lay down some tape to their left. Bakugo ordered quickly. It's Sito, and what the hell is Soy Sauce Face? He shouted in indignation. Raccoon Eyes, lay down slime in the direction we're going. Bakugo ordered next. It's Mina Ashido. she shouted in anger, as she held up one hand and blasted acid outwards towards Team Monoma. The acid quickly smoothed over the ground, removing the friction, as Sito pulled them in with the tape from his arm. Bakugu glared at them, Team Monoma mystified at what he was doing, before realization came to them. But, by then it was too late, Bakugu's team sliding past them, as he snatched the headbands away and left them with nothing. His team continued on, as a maniac grin spread across his face. Next up, Deku and Icy Hot. The stands roared with amazement at the display, Godzilla nodding slightly as he watched the exchange. What a beast of a kid, he thought, stroking the pointed scales on his chin. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Izuku were ready to brawl, the fires gathering across Todoroki's arm, as Izuku lashed out with a left hook, striking him in the side of the face, as he lurched in surprise. It wasn't full power, but it was enough to knock Todoroki back and open him up, as Izuku reached in and grabbed 2 headbands from him. Shoto pushed back against his venom-enhanced fist, glaring in cold fury at Izuku, as he brought his fire hand closer, before stopping himself. This gave Izuku enough time to tear them away and bring them back to his team. "I got it!" he shouted, as they pulled back. He looked down at his hand, only to see a surprise in store. 70 and wait, they swayed them. "Shake it off, Todoroki," Ida advised, as he banished the flames from his hand. "We're still in this, remember. Time is almost up, everyone, say it with me." Present MIC shouted. 10. Team Midoriya pushed at Todoroki, as his team began to prepare for another attack, Yuruzu preparing another object, as cold and ice crystals built in his limbs. 9. Team Bakugu approached, Sito and Mina preparing their ranged attacks, as Bakugu launched himself again at both teams, looking at both, before glaring at Shoto. 8. 7. Dark Shadow loomed overhead, as Kaminari short-circuited, overcharging his powers, as Venom coated Midoriya's upper body. This team, his savage visage snapping and growling at them, so focused was he on winning. 6. 5. 4. The teams all got within range, Bakugu reaching towards Todoroki, as Dark Shadow prepared another attack. This was it, all or nothing. 3. 2. Time is up. Bakugu stopped in midair for a moment, and with nothing to hold him, he fell to the ground with a crash, even the other teams flinching from how hard he landed. Midoriya grimaced, pressing his fist against his forehead in frustration, as Venom slid and disappeared into his body once more. In first place, it's Team Todoroki. Present MIC announced, as Shoto and his team slide down, Todoroki looking distant and uncertain. In second place, it's Team Bakugu. Stated as Bakugu knelt on the ground, roaring in the air like a wild animal that had just been fatally shot. The rest of his team watched him, worried he'd lose what sanity he had left. Present MIC continued, unperturbed. And in third is Team Testu. Wait, what? Team Shinso. How did this happen? Shinso gave a sly grin to the rest of his team, who looked confused at him, not sure how they had gotten there. Thanks for the help. And in fourth is Team Midoriya. Present MIC shouted. Wait, how? Izuku asked in surprise, turning to Uraraka and Hatsune, who were pointing at Tokoyami, who was nonplussed. He stood coolly back, arms crossed, as Dark Shadow came into view, a headband worth 615 points in its mouth. Your attack left Todoroki shaken and open. I couldn't get the original, but you did let me get this one from him. Thank you. Water shot out of Midoriya's eyes like a geyser, unable to hold back the flow of emotion and tears, as Venom groaned in his head in embarrassment. Hatsune continued to tinker with her jetpack, as Okako petted a blushing Dark Shadow across the head. With that done, we'll proceed with the rest of the afternoon competitions after a 1-hour lunch break. Present MIC declared. Hey Eraserhead, you want to grab some nachos? I just want to nap. Aizawa grumbled to himself, shaking his head. The teams began to shuttle themselves towards the rest of the arena, such as the food courts and other places, as they gossiped among themselves. Midoriya was with them, wiping away and drying his eyes, and talking with them just as much as he was with Venom. We should get some chocolate cake before the fights begin. Venom stated, looking around suspiciously at them. Before the rest pick it over. Then, they've got plenty of cake, calm down. 𝐒𝐿 remarked. Don't be so greedy. Will they have tater tots? Venom demanded. I'm not sure. 𝐒𝐿 said, scratching his chin. Probably French fries though. Venom made a disgruntled huff, before hiding away from sight once more. He was about to join the lunch line, when 𝐿𝐿 grabbed his shoulder. We need to talk, 𝐿𝐿 remarked quietly. After you eat, but before we start the competition again, got it? Before he could respond, 𝐿𝐿 melted back into the crowd without another word, as 𝐒𝐿 watched him in confusion. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// as a familiar figure stood behind him. He froze, even without looking he knew who it was. "Hey, Endeavor, it's been quite a while, want to grab some tea?" All Might offered. Endeavor turned to look over his shoulder, glaring at the number one, neither moving for a moment. Godzilla stood in the lunch line, just gathering his foodstuffs and silverware, a large bowl of nachos, curly fries and various other foods awaiting him, drenched in cheese, hot sauce and jalapenos, and whatever other dangerous peppers he could grab or bring from home. He wasn't a pepper eater for sure, but he had developed a taste for food with a little fire from Rodin, who he was calling up on his phone. "Oi! What the hell you trying to sell?" Rodin shouted into the phone, Godzilla flinching. "Rodin, knock it off," he said coldly. "Oh, Goy, it's you, sorry," Rodin said. "I've had telemarketeers up the butt, man." "Well, have you watched the festival yet?" Godzilla asked. Yeah, I did," Rodin remarked grumpily. "They got doing guard duty here, but I caught the game. Prefer to be watching soccer and the 𝐿𝐴𝐿. Did you see that Izuku kid?" Godzilla said, ignoring his complaints. "Yeah, spooky SHT, but cool," Rodin remarked. "He's the one that I want," Godzilla said, as he watched Izuku and the rest of his classmates make their way to the lunch lines, talking among themselves. "I think I might like teaching him." "If you say so," Rodin remarked. "I'd be careful. The guys and spooks working here are spooked by him. What are they working on here?" "I've got the situation handled, tell them to keep it cool," Godzilla remarked coldly. "Anything else?" "Nah, I can't wait to get out of here though," Rodin replied. "My wings are aching already." "Alright, don't go too crazy in there, fire demon," Godzilla replied. "You too, Monster King," Rodin said with a chuckle, as he hung up. Godzilla sat back, popping a pepper into his mouth, as he watched Izuku out the side of his eyes, before looking dead ahead. There was a lot about to happen, he had to be sure he was ready for everything. Izuku and the rest had been busy easy eating, talking and laughing in the mess halls of the arena, as Midoriya and Venom began to mentally trade notes and ideas for the next few battles to come, finding some time to scoot away from the others to talk amongst themselves, even if it made Izuku look like a weird loner, especially when his facial expressions changed or reacted to Venom's more outlandish suggestions and input. "What do you think Icy-Hot wants to discuss?" Venom asked, as Izuku dug into his food. "I have no idea," he thought uncertainly. "He seems keen on beating us." "Despite how great we are, in the cosmic sense of things," Venom observed with a huff. "We're not exactly the greatest in this class." "I know. We're not specialized, and unless we go all out with you, we're not as fast as Ida and all," he thought. "Or strong as." "I know," Venom hissed. "But perhaps it has nothing to do with class scores and grades." Izuku was confused for a moment as he drank his water, raising an eyebrow in silence. "What do you mean?" "We were able to defeat that Nomu guy on our own," Venom hissed with pride, as Izuku's mind flashed back to the battle. "That has got to be a sour point that one as powerful as he couldn't. I'm pretty sure he could have done some damage if he got there in time," Izuku thought, glancing at where Todoroki was seated. "Freezing the Nomu solid would have done more damage than our attacks, actually." There was silence for a moment, as Izuku ate in peace, Venom withdrawing slightly from the conversation to think about something else. Izuku didn't want to push anything, and went back to talking and laughing with the others. It was a relaxing moment, a calm before the battle started up again. /////////// All Might stood above the stairway, in the door, looking at Endeavor with a grin. Endeavor glared up at him with a cold, silent fury that contrasted with the fires around his body. It's been, what, 10 years since we last talked? All Might asked. Perhaps we could get some tea, catch up. As if I'd take tea with you. Endeavor grumbled. I need to take a leak. Get lost. Endeavor began to march down the stairs, as All Might laughed heartily, flipping and spinning in the air, before landing in front of him with a wider grin. Don't be like that, my old friend. All Might remarked. Endeavor glared at him with barely contained hatred and rage, holding himself back from removing All Might from his path. Your son little Shoto has done quite a great job, and all without his fires. All Might stated. You must have trained him well. What are you saying? Endeavor grumbled. I was wondering if you could give me pointers on training the next generation. All Might asked, bowing his head in a hyperbolic fashion. I got a few who are amazing, but I'm having a bit of trouble. As if I'd share any secrets with you. Endeavor grumbled, shoving past him. Always with that stupid smile and happy-go-lucky bullshit. I've always hated that. He walked past, his grin widening, as his bloodshot eyes focused ahead, All Might looking at him uncertainly. Endeavor did not turn, even as he continued speaking. Know this, I'll mold him into a hero that surpasses even you. It's why I made that kid. Endeavor declared, as All Might looked slightly confused and worried at his fellow hero. He might be going through a rebellious phase right now, but once he's over it, he'll surpass even you. All Might looked back at him as he walked away, not sure at all if Endeavor was all that well mentally. If what he said was true, what did that mean for the lengths Endeavor had gone to top him in heroics? Shoto and Izuku had made their way to one of the entrances outside of the areas the other students and contestants would be situated in and walking around in. They stood opposite of each other, leaning against the wall as the sunlight poured in. There was silence for a moment, as Izuku looked at Shoto in the eye, the red and white-haired student unmoving, standing as firm and cold as a statue. Finally, after a moment, Shoto breathed in and spoke. That power of yours. I don't know how, but are you the jet black vigilante from a while back? Izuku froze slightly in his shoes, hands shaking slightly as he tried to figure out an answer, before shrugging. I get that a lot, but we know the same. I don't know what else it could be, Todoroki remarked, as though Izuku hadn't even spoken. But you knew how to fight, but you haven't talked about any training. I know there's a lot of strange stuff going on, Izuku began to blabber on nervously, as Venom shrunk away in his body, as though nervous of Shoto's questioning. You don't have to believe me, but it's not like that at all. Whatever power you call it, Venom or Jet, you did force me to break my oath. Todoroki replied, holding up his left arm. You made me use my left side. Izuku looked at him with uncertainty. Why tell me this? Bakugu's probably better than me. Maybe so, but even without the news, people know you fought that Nomugai on your own. Shoto stated, his voice like an unfeeling blizzard cutting into Izuku's soul. You have eyes on you. If I can win without my left, that's proof enough I can outdo my father without his lousy quirk. He stood for a moment, looking at Izuku, perhaps giving him time to talk things over with Venom and straighten things out, before turning to leave. Sorry to waste your time. Shoto replied. Whatever the secrets of your quirk are, keep it to yourself if you want. Just know I have to win and show my father up. Why your father? Izuku asked, unsure if even he wanted to open that wound. Shoto stopped, looking up at the trees before them, not turning to face Midoriya. He's the reason my mother gave me this scar. He didn't need to say anything else for Izuku to get the picture, who reeled back slightly at his words, rubbing the back of his knuckles with his fingers nervously. Shoto was better than him in almost every way it seemed. His power was amazing and didn't seem to have any drawbacks, wouldn't terrify people that needed saving, and was his own through and through. Izuku scratched the back of his neck as he looked at Shoto for a moment, before straightening and stepping out into the sun as well. Terrifying or not, his power or not, he gotten here all the same, and would prove he was worthy of being a hero. Todoroki, I came this far because of other people pushing me along, he said, thinking of the people in his life, from his mother, Okiko, and even Venom, and the countless friends he had made that pushed him along. I knows it's not like yours, but my motivation is to reach the top for them, to pay them back for helping me. Shoto turned to look at him, his expression unmoving. You're one of the best, but I'm not gonna stop aiming for the top. I'm returning your declaration of war with my own. I'm not going to beat you alone. It will be me, Venom, and everyone counting on me. Venom seemed touched, the symbiote bubbling happily within Izuku's mind. Perhaps it was the compliment and Izuku embracing their partnership. Perhaps it was because he wanted to snap Todoroki like a twig. While Izuku hoped it wasn't the latter, he knew the alien creature would be there for him throughout their fight. Shoto simply nodded, hands in his pockets, as he turned and left, Izuku going his own way, as Venom manifested out of his shoulder. As the two walked away, Bakugo looked around the corner, having been out of sight the whole time, nodding slightly to himself. He wasn't sure how to process all of it, but he would be mindful of all the things he had just heard, and would be thinking about how to apply their weaknesses in the coming fights, all to get to the top. You are acting more assertive and less loser. Why? Venom observed. I like it. I want to be a hero like All Might, Izuku replied to his symbiote. I can't back down from this. So, what's the deal with his parent? Can't he just kill him and be done with it? Venom asked, curious. I know some humans and other species are fond of their parents, but some of this confuses me. That's no how we deal with things here, Izuku said, shocked. Why would we kill our parents, dude? I ate my parent, Venom said, as Izuku recoiled in shock. It is the tradition of Clinter to consume their parents or children. Why the hell would you do that? Izuku asked, shocked. In our traditions, the parent, after giving birth, will be challenged by their child, who must find a host and gain their powers in a year or so. Venom explained. The parent holds power, and child desires it. When they battle in a ritual duel, the loser is devoured, and the winner gains their powers. Either the child will be even stronger, or the parent will be augmented, but we always become stronger. So, I take it you've eaten your kids? Izuku asked, not sure he wanted to learn the answer. I've reproduced little throughout my centuries. 3 or 4 times at most. Venom remarked, before shuddering slightly. One, however, has remained quite aggressive in trying to kill me. He's a criminal among my entire species. His name is profanity to all my kind scattered among the stars. Izuku cringed slightly. He didn't even want to broach that subject, but Venom didn't seem to mind, something shifting in the back of his mind as the stadium melted away, like a painting running in the hot sun, as an alien world stood before him. Images flashed in his mind of a red symbiote, a thin, wiry figure of blooded crimson and night black, resembling a flayed corpse, with claws the size of daggers, a fanged maw bent in a sadistic smile of glee. He felt his fight-or-flight instincts kick in just at the sight of this creature in a memory, doing everything he could to keep from screaming as it turned its hate-filled, empty white eyes on him. It hissed with horrific laughter as it slaughtered countless before him, being of various colors, species, and armor types, no weapon, sword, blaster or hammer damaging the creature as it tore them limb from limb, tore out intestines, or, near the end, went among the injured and crippled to flay them alive. Before it could get any worse than that, the memory faded away, the alien world turning to dust all around him as the stadium's pristine, bloodless halls returned to sight. I am not eager to speak of carnage or my parent. Venom hissed nervously, looking around, as though worried someone would eavesdrop. We are partners, and we share everything. My parent was worse, but weaker than I or Carnage. I did the universe a favor by eating him. And given what Shoto just said, it would be better for him to try something similar. So has any symbiote not tried to murder their parents or their kids? Izuku asked, horrified. Is there no other way? It is the destiny of children and parents to try and usurp each other. Venom growled, bitterness in his booming voice. You should encourage this. Shoto will be stronger for defying his father. You could help him rise to the top that way, after he accepts his place beneath us, that is. Izuku wasn't sure if his symbiote was trying to influence him or not, but part of him started to agree with the Clinter. If Shoto wanted to defy his father, it didn't seem wrong to stop him. But another part of him didn't accept that. A larger part of him, in fact, wanted to try and somehow help him, but Izuku was no therapist, and wasn't sure he should try and pry into the private life of another. If Shoto wanted help, he would seek it out. Venom retreated into his body, as the two made their way back in silence, thinking over everything. He did not want Izuku to get distracted during the fights to come back at the cafeteria. None of the students had seemed to have noticed Izuku, Shoto, or Bakugo's disappearance. Momo and Jiro began to make their way back to their table, before they were stopped by Denki and Mineta. You know, every girl has to do the cheerleading thing, Mineta stated. Jiro gave him a disgruntled look. Is this a perverted scheme of you two? No, we heard Aizawa himself talking about it, Denki said, holding up both hands. You can ask him yourself if you want. The two looked at each other, before a shadow loomed over them, as both turned in surprise. They had seen the man from before, eating quietly on his own, and speaking into a phone, and passed on the strange long coat he wore, and strange metal braces along his shoes. He must have been a pro-hero. He looked down at them, his expression as still and hard as granite, as he narrowed his yellow within orange eyes, like twin burning suns glaring down at them. He gave the pointed scales on his chin a single slide, before speaking. Quite the lie you two invented, he remarked, turning his head slightly to one side. Since Aizawa told you, though, perhaps we can all go there and speak to him, right? No, actually, it's not a problem, Mineta said quickly, shaking under the gigantic man's iron gaze. I must have misheard. Mistakes happen, the man said simply, cleaning his mouth with a paper towel, even as his gaze never left them. He was about to turn to leave, when a voice caught his attention. Uncle G. He turned in surprise, as a pink blur rushed past and tackled him into a hug. Mina. Has been a while. You didn't tell me you were coming here, she said with glee. Where's Auntie M or Angie? Unfortunately, it's just me, he said, a rare smile flashing across his face as he held her by the shoulders to get a better look. Mothra's away on business. Something about Mexican Nazis, cyborgs, and a weird stone mask. Wait. Momo said in surprise. Your aunt and uncle are monster heroes. Gojiro and Mothra. Yep, Mina said with a quick nod, before pointing to her horns. Moms are horns, Aunt MS are more antenna. All four looked at them in amazement, as Godzilla placed his hands in his pockets, coat flapping gently in the wind behind like a cape. If he was part of upbeat Mina's family, he had to have married in. It seemed unlikely he could be related to her at all. They still couldn't get over their surprise, as she continued talking to him, not all minding how ferocious and just plain dangerous he looked even in this human-like form. So what's been happening to you? Fight any cool monsters lately? Mina asked with barley-contained excitement, stepping back slightly and jumping slightly in excitement. I got a confidential job out in the islands, Godzilla remarked, looking slightly agitated. Rodin's in there now, covering for me. I can't believe you're related to giant monster movie star, Jiro said in amazement, still taken aback by the whole thing. 2. My other uncle, my mom's bro, is an eco-terrorist vigilante, Mina stated, as the others looked at her in shock. Only tolerated cause he fights things worse than himself. When he's not blowing up oil companies and stuff, that is. Godzilla cringed for a moment, his stone-cold facade falling for a second as he remembered quite a few energy blasts that eco-terrorist had given him, before shrugging slightly and returning to his usual cold demeanor. Don't let the family bond distract you, I'm scouting for everyone. And I have to say, your whole class is impressive. Part of that may have been a lie. His eye was always on Izuku, due to that ability he had, but there was a bit of truth to it. He had been impressed with all of them. All the classes had been impressive and determined, but it was Class A that stood out the most to them. It was either the villain attack or Aizawa's teaching, but there's a fire in all of them. He thought, looking them all over, suppressing a small smile of pride for Mina and the rest. They'll go far. I gotta go. Heroes aren't supposed to be talking with the students in breaks until after the competition, he explained, popping another hot pepper into his mouth. You all did good. Ms. Yu, Mr. Kaminari, Mina, I'll be excited to see how you and the rest of your classmates and such do. He nodded to them before turning on his heel and heading out, as the rest watched in surprise. Jiru was the first to speak, twirling her left earphone jack absent-mindedly. He's a little cold, ain't he? Jiru remarked, as they watched him leave, hands in his pockets. He seems like a tough badass type, but he's actually just bad with crowds. Mina explained with a shrug. He prefers to spend time studying ocean life and reading. I couldn't imagine him being the type. Momo remarked, as he turned the left for the rest of the stadium, before she turned to Mina. You called him uncle, is he and your aunt? No, that's just a rumor by some of his fangs. She said with a grin, looking like she was trying to hold back a laugh. Just don't tell him that. Momo nodded to herself. It must have just been an honorary position then. Its stick was odd to her, and most of the others, that Mina had spent any time with such a man though. He had the presence of something completely ancient, and the attitude that completely at odds with Mina's bouncy, fun-filled persona. She looked at Mineta and Denki for a moment, before both she and Jiru's faces went from relaxed and neutral to angry. You two pervs tried to rope us into your schemes. Jiru growled, her earphone jacks flying into their ears. Everyone eating their food tried to ignore and look away from the two boys as their screams of horror filled the area. Godzilla, as he walked towards the bathrooms, merely smiled to himself. He knew what Roden had tried to get into, that sect-crazed fire turkey, but he never had the patience for it, especially given that he saw Mina as being practically his own. He came to the crowd of waiting fans and spectators, reporters and fans asking him a million questions a second, as he smiled and signed their merch, gave words of encouragement and support to those watching at home, as his thoughts went back to the kid everyone had seen, but no one wanted to talk about. What do you think of the students performing? A reporter asked innocently. A lot are saying two of them are too frightening to be heroes. Bakugo and Midoriya. Godzilla stated bluntly, as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, the crowd stiffening and falling completely silent at his words as he glared at the camera. One's too ferocious, and one has a scary monster of a Kurik, that's what you're all saying, right? But look at who you're talking to. Godzilla beat his chest twice with a fist, before pointing to his head with the other hand. It's all in the heart, soul and mind, he stated. Appearance and power means nothing, so long as you got the spirit of a hero. And they have more than enough heroic spirit. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// The hour seemed to fly by to most, as they were herded back into the stadium, most of the students fine, except for Mineta now sporting several weeping bruises courtesy of Jiru and Momo giving him a piece of their mind, with Denki likewise looking just as worse for wear. Mineta, of course, had no regrets in trying at least. While the American cheerleaders were a welcome sight for one as perverted as him, he was only peeved that he had failed in his plan. I can believe a dinosaur tattled on us, he thought, shaking his head. Present MIC took a swig of water before speaking again. Ah. Now then, for those who couldn't score, we'll have recreational activities for you all, but for the 16 winners of the last competition, you'll have something to truly catch the eye. He waited dramatically, as Aizawa sighed to himself at his partner's hamminess and lust for attention. You'll be engaged in one-on-one battles, all to reach the top. Aizawa finally announced after a moment of silence to draw people to edge of their seat. Venom practically purred with excitement, as Midoriya looked down at his fist for a moment, not sure what to expect. He had already gone all out twice during the fight, and doing it again was not something he wanted to do. He had wanted to hide Venom, but when push came to shove, they had unleashed themselves at the most desperate moment. He was worried he would to that, and end up hurting someone. Venom had promised not to eat anyone's brains, but that wasn't exactly comforting words and all. Midnight's words interrupted his thoughts, as he looked up once her sharp voice rang out. The matchups will be decided by picking lots, she explained, holding up a box, with a mischievous smile. Once that's done, all that's left is to prepare the fights. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 raised his hand shakingly, everyone looking to him in surprise, their surprise increasing as he spoke his next words. With respect to the competition and all, I'd like to drop out. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, what are you doing? This is your chance to get attention, Mina said in surprise, putting a hand on his shoulder. It's just, I won, but I remember nothing about it, he said, looking down in shame. All I remember is winning. I think it was that guy's quirk. He pointed to the purple-haired kid from back when the competition was announced. Everyone gave him odd, sideways glances as he simply turned his head away, trying perhaps a little too hard not to look guilty and pass as normal. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, don't let your pride do the talking for you, Toru cautioned. This is about my pride though, he replied, holding his head in his hands. How can I in good conscience enter this competition with the rest of when I didn't get here with my own skills and abilities? 𝐶𝐲𝐷, a short, plump kid from Class B also spoke up. I can't remember anything either. I know it's about skills, but I didn't put any of mine to work, and this feels like I'm breaking the rules. Present MIC was taken aback by what was before him, and turned to Aizawa for any advice the more cerebral, rational teacher would have to say, but he merely shrugged, not knowing himself how to proceed. We got ourselves a conundrum here, he stated, still shocked. Will our head judge Midnight please decide? She rubbed her chin slightly, before grinning to herself. So naive and green. She cracked her WHP through the air. I like it. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and 𝐶𝐲𝐷 are officially withdrawn. Members from Team Kendo will be put in their place. Kendo placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head slightly. I don't think we can accept that. We were frozen in place most of the match. She gestured towards Tetsu, looking up at Midnight, unflinching. We nominate Team Tetsu. The chrome-haired boy was immediately taken back by this, looking at her with surprise and confusion. He wasn't sure what was going on or what Kedno was planning. She merely gave a small smile to him. We're not planning anything, she said to him. You just deserve this more. Midnight drew herself up, getting slightly annoyed with the distractions, despite liking the young, sprightly energy. So Tetsu and Shiozaki will be placed within the fights, she declared. That brings us up to 16 fighters. The large screen displayed the names of the competitors and who would be going up against each other first. Midoriya looked up to the screen, shielding the sun from his eyes. His first match was against someone named ♯. He thought over that name. It sounded familiar, the more he thought about it. ♯. That's gotta be. He began, before someone came up behind Venom jerking him around immediately. Izuku Midoriya, that's you right? The purple-haired kid asked, looking at him with a distant, unfeeling gaze. Midoriya opened his mouth to speak, before both Venom and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 interrupted him, the latter placing his tail over Izuku's mouth. Don't answer him, they both shouted in worry, as Izuku flinching from both of their voices. Izuku withdrew from Shinso's cold gaze, as the stadium began to clear out for the fun, harmless competition to come, as Cementos and other workers began to prepare to fill the stadium with cement and shape it for the arena about to come. In that time, the future contestants choose to distract themselves with whatever ways and opportunities they could. Tokoyami withdrew himself onto a tree away from everyone else to gather his thoughts, just outside the stadium, as Todoroki went to the opposite end, sitting in silence to prepare himself. Ida drank up several of the fruit beverages and began to prepare himself for the fights to come, as 𝐒𝐻𝐻, Venom and Izuku discussed in private how to deal with ♯. Whether it was trying to relax or psyche themselves up, the path they took ultimately lead in the same direction. After the recreational, fun activities were concluded, the worker crews brought in pumps and devices, pouring cement in, as the pro hero 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 got to work shaping and twisting it to his will to work into a small, rectangle arena in the center of the stadium, and ready for the battles to come. It was large enough to fit on the center grand stage, giving the fighter plenty of room to fight and move around without getting too constricted. As the crews completed their work, the competitors were gathered and told to prepare, with 𝐒𝐿 and ♯being the first up. 𝐒𝐿 stood in the massive archway leading into the arena, readying himself for the fight to come. This was going to be difficult and dangerous, even if ♯wasn't a direct fighter like Todoroki or Bakugo. Venom sprouted from his shoulder. "You overthink everything, as always," he hissed. "Just don't talk and let me handle everything. Whenever I do that, you hurt people." 𝐒𝐿 snapped in annoyance. "I won't put him in the hospital," Venom said with a twisted, small smile. "Behave yourself, or no tater tots," 𝐒𝐿 warned, pointing at the miniature head of the symbiote. Venom recoiled, his face twisting into a deep frown, as he shook slightly. "SDST. Do you enjoy watching me suffer? Behave and you'll get your food," 𝐒𝐿 warned, as they stepped out onto the field. 𝐒𝐿 cracked the knuckles on one fist, before cracking the other as fires burned the corners of the arena. Venom was jumpy of course, but didn't panic or try and do anything stupid. As he entered, eyes locked ahead. On one side is the rising star of Class 1 as hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present MIC declared, the crowds oohing and eyeing. And on the other is the General Studies course, Shinso Hitoshi. Present MIC waited as both stepped on, ready and rearing to go, before he continued. "The rules are simple. You must either get your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or get them to say 'I give up.' Then you win and go to the next round. I give up here. Get it, Izuku Midoriya, this battle's a test of our strengths of will and endurance," Shinso declared, as the counter rang down. "If you have any vision for the future or your place in it, you won't worry about how you get there, just to reach that position." Midoriya looked at him in confusion, as Present MIC took a deep breath, and roared to the whole stadium. "Ready! Open the gates and begin. Don't be like that stupid monkey whining about his pride," Shinso stated with annoyance, rolling his eyes. "Only a dumbass with no hope for being a hero would throw away this chance." 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened and focused in rage, as his lip curled back. Venom issued mental warnings for him to calm down. 𝐒𝐿 began to run at him as he opened his mouth. "What did you say?" he shouted, and not 1 second after the words had left his mouth, a static charge, like when someone rubs their feet against the carpet, bolted up his body. He stopped immediately and froze in place, as Venom squirmed around in his body, trying to get him to move or control his body. Ojiro ran his hands through his hair as he watched in horror. "Damn it, Midoriya, I warned you," he shouted in worry. "You went and did what I told you not to do. The fight's already started, and Midoriya isn't even moving." Present MIC stated, hands pressed against the sides of his face. "Can't he show some spirit? Try a little." "This is my win," Shinso muttered to himself, as he watched 𝐒𝐿 for a second, making sure his body was still, before speaking louder. 𝐒𝐿's body didn't move, despite both his trying to control his body like normal, and Venom hissing and growling within his mind and body to resist and try and move toward Shinso, so they could beat the stuffing out of him. But, try as he might, 𝐒𝐿 found his own body had turned against him. He tried everything, but he was at Shinso's mercy. He merely grinned at him, as his face couldn't even change expressions. He was at Shinso's complete mercy. The battles had barely started, and already, he was about to lose, and lose horribly. Godzilla and All Might, from different positions in the stadium, watched with confused and worried expressions, as the crowd fell silent, no one sure where this was going to go now.